Welcome to the pub, everybody. Bartender Smokesteve here. Hope you all having a good Saturday. Welcome. Beautiful day. Good time to be alive, people. In my opinion, at least. That is tasty. Just gonna save this seasoned ice in the freezer. Alright. Rock and roll, everybody. Welcome to Smokesteve's International Pub. Summer days, man. Can't be beat. There you go, cup of tea. And welcome, my friend. As was said in Platoon, the dead only know one thing, that it is better to be alive. So, if you're watching this, you're alive, and that's a good thing. We had a good stream last night by Mr. Random Goon on Twitch. Always recommend checking him out on Friday nights, Friday evenings. Usually starts a little before 5 o'clock. Ow! Mosquito. Eastern Standard Time, probably around 10 o'clock in the UK. And it's a good time, man. There's a mosquito floating around in here, and that's going to be a challenge for me. It is a bad year for mosquitoes. And a great year for fireflies, because we have a show going on outside every night in the wooded area behind the house here. It's super cool. I think Last Dance, you probably have fireflies. I don't think there's any in the UK. But you guys can let me know if you have them and enjoy their mini shooting stars, I like to call them. Let me know how the sound is. Microphone's off to the side. I have the rolling tray in front of me here. And yes, up on the deck is Sammy Cat. She's in the house tonight. So I may be popping off if we get things rolling for a bit and jumping back on. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. It's always a little different here at the pub. Just smoke a nice little joint here. Got some OG. Don't really know. I think it's called DOG. Let's take a quick look and see what that is. By it is OG. It's AK. Oh, Jesus Christ! This is Whitefire 33. 43 crossed with Do-si-do. For you cannabis people out there, you would know that both of those strains are fabulous. And yeah, it does have a bit of a cookies and a bit of an OG thing going on. I smell a little myrcene and a little crane flies. What the hell's a crane fly? Yeah, the daddy long legs. I have a couple up walking around outside on the house, I'm sure. Yeah, daddy long legs here is a spider. And it's a wimpy spider. And that old wives' tale of them being poisonous is not true. Let's look up crane fly. Never heard of such a thing. Wow, that is big. Oh yeah, we have those here. They look like giant mosquitoes. They're peaceful, peaceful buggers. They don't bite. Glowworms, cool. Extremely humid here, so it might be tough to keep this joint going. Very nice. There's wife. Cue the banner. No, never seen that. Welcome, Foxing Band. Foxing Band does not like hunting foxes with dogs and horses and stuff. I guess people think it's cruel. Why is that cup of tea? Why it's been so long, bro? Is it because of the cost of herb? It's just wasteful. Oh yeah, banner, birthday banner. I can do that. What the fuck? I'm getting smoke in my eye. There you go. Happy birthday. That reminds me of a YouTube video. I hear you, dude. Yeah, it's a health thing. That's cool. Yes, I think foxing is fox hunting. So, yes, that is the same, one and the same. Back to comments. No problem. Okay, yeah, then please explain to me. I completely had it wrong. I don't know what it is then. I thought it was when they hunted foxes on horses and shit. With dogs. Oh, I see. That's funny. Okay, cool. Boxing fan. Who's your favorite fighter? I'd like to know. And it looks like Tyson Fury's going to fight Francis Nagano, an MMA guy, which I don't really get how that's going to work. MMA and boxing, completely different. You're not some animal rights activist. Okay, cool. Yeah, all time. Let's go all time. Mine is Mike Tyson. Nigel Benn, cool. Not familiar. And forgive my ignorance, I don't know him. I like Tyson. Oh, cool, man. Yeah, Welshie. Maybe he'll swing by tonight. Welshman's been doing some great stuff. Good content coming from Welshman. Welshman on the Streets with Trigger. The Dark Destroyer, cool. It's a great name, great boxing name. Great ring name, you know. Cool. But definitely check out Based Welshman. He's got a channel on YouTube. And he's controversial. He got cuffed up recently at a protest. Yep, they're up there planning something. So have a good plan. We'll see you. Definitely pop in and out. I thought you guys, ladies, were going to stay until 8. South London, tough town, tough section, right? Yeah, they're busy drinking on the deck, exactly. Uh-oh. What is this? Just gotta check this real quick. My apologies. I gotta just get this out. I'm helping out a friend. Helping out a buddy who's looking for something where I work. He's taking care of something, so hopefully he gets that figured out with the information that I just gave him. I'm sure he will. He's a smart guy. Oh, it's Wimbledon. Okay. Joe. I don't know him. Cool. Wimbledon. Yeah, English. He is an ace reporter. They're planning on like their big girls' weekend thing, Last Dance. So they're planning all kinds of fun games, and I think they do a. Let me think here. What is one of the things they're doing? Possibly some kind of Scattergories, an adult version of Scattergories. I don't know, they're coming up with cards and the menu and all that stuff. You know, they're chicks, so when they get together with a bunch of other ladies, everything is planned. They got awesome meals, they got great drinks, everyone has a little task. That's it, task. They've invented a game called Task Master, where you have to do all these funky little things like measure the perfect amount glass of wine, whether it, or you know, make a perfect, you know, White Russian, or I don't know what all the damn things are. Cut a cucumber so it's perfectly even. I don't know, whatever, but it's fun. Girl stuff. Lots of drinking. And hanging around. Let's get the ghetto roach clip going here. Hey, Mr. E. Good to see you, man. Been a long while. Scotland, right on, dude. Welcome, Mr. E. It's been so long, I don't really remember you. Although, Last Dance, to you? I tend to have a bad memory, what with, you know, the cannabis and alcohol that I consume on live streams, so welcome back, my man. I have not. You can't remember shit. My uncle used to have that on a hat. I have CRS. Can't remember, and it said on the back, can't remember shit. I haven't English bottle cap. I'll make a screenshot and I will check that out. Make a screenshot, yes. That's my Borat. Missed that Borat, but how can you keep doing something once everybody knows who you are? And he started out as LEG, and that LEG show was hilarious. Sacha Baron Cohen. I didn't like how we got some people in trouble with that movie. I will, dude. Cool. Live leaker. Right on, dude. Cool, man. Long live Live Leak. You watched Enos Penis too? Enos Penis. Dennis Penis, okay. What are you talking about, Last Dance? Is it in YouTube? Yes, I'm sure. Let me open up my YouTube channel. Oh yeah, that heart. You can't get rid of that, dude. It sucks. So you can, click on it and you get those little I don't think you can get rid of that, man. They're trying to simulate Instagram because you have that in Instagram, but it sucks because it interferes with the chat. But you can read the chat here in StreamYard where we don't have it. It is annoying. Click on it and I won't even see what you're doing on that. I don't even think the hearts come out here on StreamYard. And they serve no purpose. It's literally just copying Instagram. I have no idea why. Instagram has its own issues though with live streaming. Instagram only lets you live stream for 1 hour at a time, and in addition to that, I could put this. Oh yeah, I can't. The other problem is you can't use a streaming platform through Instagram. In other words, you have to use the Instagram streamer. So they won't let you use StreamYard. So if I was going to do this on Instagram as well, I would have to record myself using my phone, sort of a camera off to the right, and I would have to broadcast it directly onto Instagram because this feed they won't accept it. Although I've heard some people say there's ways around that. I probably could figure out and might be worth it. I think Instagram, this will go over well. Cool. Thank you, Fox and Dan. I always thought, you know what? I do remember you as boxing fan. So yeah, it's all coming back to me. Got a fruit fly trap going over here, people. The fruit flies, I think they're getting out of it. Fuck. I gotta figure this fruit fly situation out. I don't think there's anything I can do live. Is there? I mean, I could go through a bunch of shit to try to get rid of it, and it may or may not be successful. Yeah, whatever. Did some good swimming today in the ocean, man. Nice waves. It was awesome. It was epic. Me and my girl. She loves swimming, riding waves. She's learning how to ride waves, but she has to learn how to ride him with her head down because you can go much further if you're riding the wave with your head up. That's called body surfing in some places. You don't go as far. I'd say, yeah, totally. Lot of great whites. Tons of great whites. I mean, we're only swimming up to, at most, waist deep. So it would be pretty unusual for a large great white to come into what, 2.5, 2 foot deep, 2.5 feet deep water. But yeah, there's sharks. The people I get a little more concerned with are the people who swim out overhead. Also at high tide, it gets deeper much quicker. So, you know, at low tide is the only time we swim because it's a lot flatter. It's like a tidal plane, so you can wade out, and it's at high tide when it comes up. The bank has a steeper curve. As the tide comes up, it gets steeper faster. As the tide goes down, it gets flatter. So swimming at low tide, in my eyes, is a lot safer. Swimming at high tide could be sketch. About 20 years ago, the great white shark started showing up here in Massachusetts. And prior to that, they were always spotted in the pelagic zone, you know, offshore, deep water, blue water you might call it. But there was never a reason for them to come near the land. We have rips, for sure. There's 3 rips on my beach. They're always in the same spot. The great whites started coming close to shore about 20 years ago because of the success of the seal population. So this is all true. I've done a lot of reading about this. The seals population started increasing, especially on the southern side of Cape Cod, an area called Monomoy Island. I used to swim around Monomoy, 10, 12 foot deep water when I was a little kid. No worries at all. Now there's sharks everywhere down there. So these seals start showing up. As the seals colony grows larger, the seals create effluent, seal shit, I guess you could call it. That'll probably get me ban this video to some people by saying that word, but whatever. Seal poop creates a flow of it out into the deeper water, where the sharks start to catch wind, smell of it through the water as they're in the pelagic zone, and they would started coming in closer to shore. So that's resulted in New England 2 deaths and 2 other very serious bites in the last about 5 years, all from great white sharks. 1 in Maine, 1 off Cape Cod, and that's another reason I really don't like seals. They eat fish, they attract big sharks. Scary stuff, man. People might say, you know, the seals were there naturally, the sharks were there naturally, and that is true. I don't really have an argument for that. I just don't like them. They can eat you. That's what I think, foxing ban, but you can't touch them. The National Marine Protection Act means that if you screw with the seal, you can get, you know, federal charges. And not surprisingly, about 3 to 4 weeks ago, last dance, an adult male, adult female, and 2 juvenile orcas were seen around Provincetown, which is the tip of Cape Cod. So they're coming. And the orcas eat great white sharks, generally only the liver, which is pretty wild. Great white has no chance against an orca. Right, yeah, I mean, yeah, a few years ago I was a lot more daring in the waters out here swimming. I'm a little more, I mean, for example, I was fishing the other day, I casted, my lure snapped, went right out. It was about 80 feet off the shore. Yeah, not bad. Good line. I could see my lure floating there. It was a top water, probably about 15-20 feet deep. And I could have made that swim and been back to shore in 4 minutes, you know. And I looked at the lure, $25. It was all the parts of the thing I don't like. It was high tide, was low light, foggy, not a lot of people on the beach, and I would have been swimming out into 15 feet of water, deep. So I let my lure go, and that hurt. $25. It was a custom-made fishing lure, custom shaped and painted. That one hurt, but it ain't worth it, man. Leon, what is up, dude? No, I know it's not Leon. It's Lee. Hope you are well. I'm going to get to playing a song here in a second. Just actually a guitar solo. I was coming up with a theme for it earlier. See if I can remember it. Cheers, Lee. Okay, see, that's what happens when you turn on an amp before the guitar is plugged in. I told you guys about that. So if I do this live, that will blow your eardrums out. Obviously here it's not that loud, but volume warning. quite have the magic of what I played earlier, but that's fine. It was good enough. That's a Fender, yeah. That's a Fender Strat. Double humbuckers, Seymour Duncans. It's about 24 years old. It's in fabulous. Yeah, it's got good sustain. It's got a good everything, and it's through a Fender Deluxe 90 multi-effects amp, which I basically am using just amp effects. I have reverb on 4 with the rate at 8, and I'm using clean and then dirty overdrive. So it's all amp effects. I'm not using any of my pedals. I have plenty of pedals as well, which I want to get all hooked up again. Boss Super Overdrive, as well as 3 more Boss pedals sitting over there that are also pretty good sounding. I want to open up my effects library a little bit. I've just been enjoying playing clean with just the amp effects. Alright, let me grab a beer and I'll be ready to go. Last Dance, you ready?
Hey.
What's up, dude?
All right. Good evening to you, and happy Saturday to you and everyone in the chat.
For sure, man. It's a nice one here. Definitely steamy up here. I don't know about you.
Oh yeah, it's terrible humidity, but it doesn't. It's from when I was a kid, when the summer meant no, you weren't in school, and you're outside playing the whole summer.
Mm-hmm.
Because I didn't live on a farm. I grew up
Right.
in the city.
Mm-hmm.
So I still it's like a muscle memory that when the summer comes around, I'm happy.
Yep.
And it's the same way with the weekends, even though I've been retired for more than 5 years now. Come Friday night, I feel that release, that relaxation kick in.
Yeah.
And so again, that's just some sort of psychic muscle memory. It's
Yeah, I agree for sure. It goes with like why things like hot chocolate are good in the winter, and
Yeah.
it's like
Yep.
just things that are the way they are because of tradition, I guess. But summer is definitely special for sure. That's one of the reasons I'm blessed to live by, the ocean, because growing up, that's where we would go for our vacations,
Yep.
from the inner city where I grew up. So it's definitely has that feel here of a bit of a vacation zone, which is cool.
Yeah, there's lots of there are various rivers, which most of the rivers around here are actually more like tribute. They're more like extensions of the Chesapeake Bay. They're not typical rivers in the sense that they are in most of the rest of the country.
Are they brackish or fresh?
They're brackish. They do typically they have a small freshwater channel.
Mm.
The one I live closest to has a tiny freshwater channel, like 1,000 feet from where the river becomes like an enormous river. There, is the freshwater stream that leads into it, and you could take 2 steps to walk across it, and it's a foot deep too. So,
Mm-hmm.
and then 1,000 feet later, it's this mammoth estuary. Which still, underneath the water, there's this little channel that runs all the way down.
Sure. Yep.
So I think what happened was that as the river, the little stream, made its way to the bay 1,000,000 years ago, the banks kind of eroded over time from tidal action and hurricanes. So it's mostly the Chesapeake Bay that fills in. There's very little current
Hmm.
the further you go in the river, and it even is tides are even significant sometimes, so that the during high tide or hurricanes or nor'easters,
Flood
tides,
high moon, full moon,
full
flood
moon,
tides.
right?
Yeah,
when
yeah, yeah.
when the when these things come together in the right sequence or
Hmm.
synchronization, the tides will be very high, and they will push all the way back into this river and even into the little stream, which will suddenly have brackish water for a very
Sure.
rare moment.
So it's not quite a floodplain, but potentially, if you get if you're close enough to the main river, I would think.
Yeah, there are, by now, Annapolis, for example, has been occupied for 400 years or more. So, by now, the areas that flood frequently are either built up with, flood walls, or nobody lives there, or so on.
So this is similar. Go ahead. Let's finish what you were saying.
Although the Annapolis City Dock area still experiences high tide flood events, which they've been trying various methods to combat for ever since I've lived here.
Hmm. This is kind of what happened in Vermont recently. The flooding up there. Obviously, every small town in Vermont is, well, maybe it isn't obvious, but it should be, is built near or on a river because of all the mills that they would have had back in the day.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so that was the concept. Mills everywhere up there.
Mm-hmm.
So that the mill you'd spawn a mill town, So each town has an idyllic, 30-foot, 40-foot wide river running through it. Beautiful trout stream, ice cold mountain stream, awesome swimming holes, beautiful. Could be 10 years, it might be fine. Then all of a sudden, fucking whammo. And you realize that whole flat area around that stream is a floodplain. The people who built up a road, even 50 feet, are fine, but all the people who are on the same level as that river are getting flooded because it's a sneaky floodplain. You don't think it's going to be until it happens, right? But
Yeah.
of course, that's the result, and that's what happened with this flooding recently.
I was reading a little bit of the history of Annapolis one time, and modern sewage. Well, it's a modern, right? When Annapolis was founded, over time the rich people built up higher uphill,
Mm-hmm.
and their sewage ran downhill.
Is that where the expression comes from?
Yeah, that's where the expression comes from. Shit rolled downhill, and the poor people lived close to the water.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So, and there was a reason for that. They'd get flooded, they'd get the shit from uphill, and yeah.
The Olympics there, some of the sailing was supposed to take place, and the Olympic sailors were all like, "This is disgusting."
Yeah.
The water inside the bay is just nasty, and
Right.
and I think there's some places in India where they don't even have working toilets for everybody, so people just go down to the ocean and
Drop trout.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nasty. It's gross, man.
it is gross. That's
Thank goodness for modern plumbing. God
Yeah.
almighty.
yeah, but it all has to go somewhere, right?
Yeah, that's right. I
Even-
mean, essentially, we treat it and then dump it 5 miles out,
Yeah.
off of Boston. It's not
Yeah.
like we have some miracle place that
Right.
goes right back to the ocean.
We could just snap our fingers and it disappears.
Right. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but like back in the day, they were doing all those landfill. Every dump had a landfill behind it. Well, those landfills all filled up,
Right.
so they're. Where's the garbage going now?
We have more landfills here.
They just keep building them.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So, I know my town's is full, and it's all full of like it has smokestacks or whatever all over it to let the methane out, so you don't have some kind of catastrophic explosion.
Uh-huh.
Um, right, so we just keep dumping it back into the earth. If it's not going here, we're paying somebody else to take it, right?
Right. Doesn't New York City take a barge, drive out, take the barge out 10 miles or so and just dump it over the side?
Well, how do they know it's all going to sink?
I don't know how they know. Maybe on 99.9% of it sinks, which still leaves a hell of a lot floating around.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just gross, isn't it? Do they just dump the bags and everything? The plastic's not going to
I
fucking...
honestly don't know. It's such a horrible thought that I don't really want to know.
I know, man. It's so bad. We have so much waste. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And then I hear people claim that they actually take about 2% of what you recycle and reuse it.
Right. A lot of what you recycle gets thrown out.
Right. Like, what about wet cardboard?
Right.
I mean, all these recycling dumpsters, if you've ever happened to seen one behind a big building or whatever, half the time the top is left open and all the cardboard inside is fucking soaked.
Yeah.
What do they do with that?
I mean, I don't know why they can't recycle wet cardboard. I think that in the recycling process they repulp it and it gets wet. But honestly,
Right.
I don't really know.
Why is a pizza box with a little bit of grease on it like such a big deal? Like, no, you can't put that in there. Like, what the fuck? How are they gonna know what the hell's in there? But
I don't know why.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
There's definitely some weird rules.
There are weird rules.
Like, are you supposed to wash out a sauce jar completely?
I do.
But then you're wasting water.
I know. I don't know what's the right thing, right? But I mean, the more recycling you have, all these recycling centers, they compete against each other. Everything's a market, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if suddenly everybody's recycling cardboard, then the price paid for recycled cardboard crashes.
That's right.
And so the market you thought was there when you created the recycling program disappears.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Yeah. There's problems in this state with the legal cannabis industry now. Like, for example, this monstrous jar held 3.5 grams. I mean, this is like quarter-inch thick glass, and they're selling thousands of those a day. I think Colorado, they'll pull out a 2-pound bin and open it up, and they'll sell you it in bulk in little baggies, and they'll weigh it out right in front of you, which is awesome. That's how it should be. You can bring your own container, bring the container back, reuse it.
Yeah.
So much waste. It's crazy.
It is crazy. I've often thought that if the rule were that you had to be buried with all the garbage you created in your lifetime, people would be much more careful about how much garbage they create. Just from an aesthetic sense, that it offends people's aesthetic sensibilities, not for any moral or other reason.
Exactly. Mr. E says, by the way, was that Lee? I just saw Lee should get in here.
Lee, he was here 8 minutes ago.
Yeah. Size 9 or size 13 for me, but
That's true.
yeah, those things last forever. I just had a pair of flip-flops that I was going into my 8th year, so I'm proud of that. I said jokingly to my wife last night, you've bought like hundreds and hundreds of dollars in flip-flops in the time I've had this $20 pair. And she's like, yeah, I have. She buys $50 flip-flops. I'm like, what the fuck?
Well,
But they're incredible. You got to check them out. Ufus, if you're a flip-flop
oh,
guy.
you mentioned that. No, I hate flip-flops.
Okay. You're a
And,
croc guy?
No, I hate those too.
Your white New Balance with white socks.
You know me, man. You got me pegged.
Yeah, I hear you. That's funny.
The flip flops were a thing, though, a real big thing in my generation. But I just never liked them.
I love them.
I just always felt wrong on my feet.
Do you walk around in your house with what, barefoot with socks?
With socks, typically, yeah.
Yeah, see, I can't wear just socks. I don't like it. It's like unstable. I
Feels naked.
slippery on the.
Oh, slippery? Yeah.
And I'm always the guy who gets a piece of glass in my foot if it's around, so I always like to have a shoe on, you know.
Yeah.
But that's funny. People are not given any choice in most cases. That's true, English bottle cap. That buying in bulk used to be more of a thing, like at more hippie stores, like Bread and Circus was one store I remember, and
Yeah.
I can't remember. Fucking Whole Foods maybe used to do a lot more buying in bulk, but they don't do that anymore. What's a JK flip flop?
It's an computer engineering joke. It's an electronic component.
Like a piece of hardware.
It's a very small component of computer circuits. There was a time when you could buy them individually, back when I was a kid, but now you with the levels of integration that have occurred in the last 40 years, a trillion of them come on a chip the size of your fingernail.
So is it just like a 1 or 0, like an open or a close?
Yeah, it's like 1 bit of storage for a computer memory 100 years ago. Okay.
1 bit. Yeah.
Right.
Or is it byte?
No, it's just 1 bit.
Okay.
It's literally 1 bit. So 8 of those make a byte.
8 make a byte. Okay.
Yes. And, mostly you talk about gigabytes of memory now. So you're talking about, 8 giga JK flip-flops, 8 billion of them.
That's wild.
Yeah, things changed.
Yeah, man. What let's get into some computer history. What was your first serious legitimate computer? Do you remember?
The first one I used that I had access to, this was before the PC revolution, was at one of the schools in the city of Chicago. We had access to a terminal that was connected to a IBM mainframe downtown, and they had a couple available for students to learn and experiment with computing. So
cool.
it was like an IBM 370 mainframe, and so I started. I learned programming.
What year do you think?
It would have been around 1975.
Wow, so we're talking old school.
Yeah.
Like simple black screen with the green lettering.
No screen at all. It was
no screen.
It was a paper, like a teletypewriter, which with a typewriter, and it printed stuff out as you went along.
So what actual computing could you do with it?
Well, you could write programs to do calculations. Like the very first thing I did was to compute a table of square roots. The most useless thing ever. But for me, 13 years old, having the access to this, it was just awesome.
And damn it, you didn't find out the square root of pi. Yeah, I mean, that is cool. So that's very early on, man. Like, for the computer world, right? Isn't it?
It's there. By then the IBM 370 was a fairly modern machine. It's a result. The first computers came out in the 40s in the UK and in the US. World War II sort of inspired various computing machines The predecessor Flintstones computers, yeah, some of
Yeah.
them were. And then it sort of continued after World War II, especially uh, nuclear weapons
Yeah.
designs.
Reminds me of the movie. What was it with Matthew Broderick when he was really young and he hacked into a nuclear
Oh,
the Department of Defense
War
computers.
Games? Was that what it was
Yeah,
called? War Games. Yeah,
that was a damn good sneaky movie, man.
it was a
Sneaky
good
movie.
movie. It was an excellent movie.
I remember him rushing home and to get back on his computer. I think he thought it was a game. I don't think he realized how serious it was until didn't he then build a little weird nuclear bomb? I think in that
I don't
movie?
remember. I don't think he built a. I
I
honestly.
think he did, and then he was like broke into the. It was dude. It went off the rails. You got to watch it again. It was a good
It's
one.
yeah. It's been 40 years or whenever it came out. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, you might be onto that.
The only way
30,
to win
30,
is not to play. Yep.
38 years.
We seem
30.
to have forgotten the lessons of War Games.
Oh, that was the line from the movie.
Yeah, the only way to win is not to play.
Wow.
It was sort of
goddamn.
at the very end, when the computer's going through all the scenarios and determining the winner to pick the optimal nuclear weapons strategy scenario for an exchange.
Mhm. Yeah, now we're where we are now, and it's almost 40 years later, and fucking Snoozy McBozo in the White House is not
Yeah.
helping avoid a nuclear war,
No.
by any means.
No,
What the fuck? I don't know. What do you think about this new news we hear about NATO with two new countries entering?
I think it's a bad idea. I really do. I certainly understand the country's desire, but
Is it Sweden and Finland? Is
it's
that correct?
Sweden and Finland.
Yeah.
Um,
We should get Duke on here, man. He's
Yeah.
in NATO. Welcome to the club, boy.
I don't. It's a club that was obsolete as soon as the Soviet Union collapsed, and
Right.
I mean, you can't blame people for being conservative about their defense and wanting to join a club of nuclear weapons powers, like NATO.
Hmm.
So I never blame a country like Finland or Sweden for wanting to join, or even Ukraine. It's just up to us to say, nah, we're good.
Well, there were rules about the joining and sort of parameters that would allow a country to join. And didn't we have to reduce those to even consider the Ukraine?
I think they're still there. And, well, for one thing, I think it has to be unanimous for the other members.
Mm.
So Turkey was like holding Sweden hostage, wanting them to crack down on the Kurdish groups that are in Sweden representing Kurds.
Hmm.
But as far as Ukraine goes, they're going to have to toss a lot of the rules out the window because Ukraine is basically a third world shithole, and there's
Government was pretty corrupt.
the government is corrupt.
It's known. It's well known.
Right, and it's a bad idea. It's just going to provoke Russia more. There's no point in it.
Hmm.
Ukraine should not be a part of NATO, and I don't think it'll happen.
What about Russia? They can't be, but they fought against Germany too.
Well,
in World War II.
Listen, if you're going to have Russia join NATO, just disband NATO. I mean,
Right.
there's no point. NATO is about defending against the Soviet Union.
Right.
Then, for some reason, it stuck around after the Soviet Union collapsed, and it became about defending against Russia.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is it's sort of like the countries. I kind of always looked at it as Yeah, I guess it is against Russia, but it was created after World War II, not long after World War II, right?
No, it was created after World War II, but it was in response to the Soviet Union basically occupying or installing friendly regimes in the countries of Eastern Europe that it occupied when it helped
Right.
basically roll back the Nazis and roll back Germany. When its army advanced from Russia towards Germany, you know, they stayed there, and when as they left friendly regimes in in their midst. Uh,
Mm. Hmm.
it's hardly, I don't want to defend them, but we're not much different with the way we do business, basically. Uh,
Right.
so I don't, you should. I don't want to defend anything the Soviet Union did, and those regimes were, truly, pretty bad. It varied, but
Well, what do you think about what they did in World War II?
I mean, they paid a spectacular price in terms of people killed and hardship
For their
and
own country.
for their own country, and they won. They
Right.
rolled it back, and we worked with them
Hmm.
carefully.
See,
And
that's
as
the part right there that I always go back to. Is we worked with them
we worked with
for
them,
greater, for the greater good, essentially.
we did, and every Russian soldier who gave his all was also fighting for us at the same time, and as were we when we gave our all. We were also fighting for Russia. Uh,
It sucks that it became such a thing to be anti-Russian. I remember back in the day thinking, like, in the early '80s when I was a little kid, Russians are the worst. They're the worst
yeah,
ever. Like there's nothing worse than a Russian commie. Commies, all that shit.
well, communism is pretty terrible. So,
But that's not even my concept of that was minimal. It was more, yeah. I guess my concept was that they're not free,
right, well, they weren't.
right? But we had this vision of ourselves as being completely free, but
Exactly.
some would argue we were not, or weren't then at least. Maybe our freedoms are coming back more now. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Well, I think of it this way: not every country, not every culture is the same, and to a certain extent, people get the government they deserve. I mean, it's cruel to say that to people who get the Nazi government or a communist government, but if you look carefully, you'll find that there is whether it's Russia or China or Poland or whatever, there is, the government more or less reflects the people who live there. I'm
Yeah.
not suggesting that dictatorship is a replacement for democracy. I'm just saying that even dictatorships don't last long if they truly are at war with the entire country. A
Hmm.
lot of other cultures, people are fairly respect authority and give in to authority. The U.S. is quite unique in that regard, in that we are very counter authority
Yeah, but people
based on
have
our
it,
history.
but also people have it pretty good here. If you give people hell and hell and hell for long enough, eventually they say death would be better. So we will, we'll just revolt if half of us die,
Yeah,
whatever, and
yeah.
it
But
happened.
even in the United States, most people, I don't, I'd like to think of us as, a country that would defend to the death their basic, freedoms, freedom of speech and the Second Amendment, all these things that we have laid out in our Bill of Rights. But most people don't give a shit. They'll take whatever the state tells them they'll just mumble and then they'll say that's the truth, and they'll just repeat that. Oh yeah, that's right.
Hmm.
We really there's lots of oh yeah, disinformation. We got to stop that. Most people will just repeat that, and they will accept these restrictions. And so I think we tend to take for granted our history and our freedoms, and take for granted that they'll just continue.
Are you a freedom of speech absolutist?
Pretty close, I am.
So do you think that if somebody is spreading falsehoods on social media about something that could incorrectly inform people, let's just say possibly people who are less intelligent might not be able to figure it out on their own, take the information they see and take that as truth or as a fact per se? Do you think that should be censored?
No, not at all. I mean, I don't think that anybody should accept false information and let it stand there. However,
Right. So should the platforms
no,
censor it?
no, because false information was always in play. The whole history of freedom of speech is one of living with false information. It's not like some new thing that's somehow unique from the internet. And
Right. So
the solution for false information is that true information has more evidence behind it.
Yeah, I guess there's a missing part there though, is that some people are just hungry for the bullshit. They want it. They want it. They drink that up,
That's okay. Some people will always, some people, but we don't need unanimity. We
No,
can't.
I
There's no hope of achieving it. So stop demanding. I'm not talking about you personally, but just people in general. Stop demanding that nobody like a stupid tweet.
Personally, I agree with you. I'm just asking the questions to ask, to have a...
I think the best example of that whole thing is the flat Earth movement.
Mm.
I mean, it's hard to have something that's sillier than the belief in a flat Earth. Something that every mariner before modern science figured out the Earth wasn't flat, and but not somehow people today, or did for a while, entertain this notion that the Earth was actually flat, and it was a big conspiracy that the Earth was more spherical. But people believe it.
Kyrie Irving, famous basketball player, actually was part of that whole belief thing. And when he finally turned to the round world again, he said, I made some science teachers really mad. Even my own science teacher texted me about it from high school. So he realized it. I mean, Jesus.
A lot of these people supported it because it was a joke for them. I know there was one guy who was building rocket ships to prove that the Earth was flat. There's no doubt that he knew the Earth was round. He died in it. Yeah, but his goal was he was simply trying to get money from flat earthers to help build his rocket ship.
Fucking guy. I mean, I do. I feel bad for him.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Jesus, dumbass. I mean, I don't. Nil si del bonum. Do not speak ill of the dead. But Jesus, that was some dumb shit.
I mean, I've seen engineers say that the guy that built that submersible to go to the Titanic was just as dumb as the guy that built the rocket ship that crashed.
Yeah.
So it's a thing, people go out and risk their lives. It's like someone wrote recently, 100 people died jumping off cliffs, flapping wings, trying to fly.
Right.
Or hundreds, and finally the Wright brothers did it right. I don't know that you could have the Wright brothers without having the 100 people, dying, flapping their wings.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you can kind of pick and choose the way it goes. It's the same way with, with speech. You may not be able to get to not just truth, but the evolution of morals and cultural values without tolerating a lot of crazy, stupid, wrong ideas. It just can't happen. You can't throw one out and retain the other because you don't know in advance what they are. You don't know. Even flat Earth, you can't throw that out.
Yeah, I mean, it goes all the way to famous extreme skier. He was a skier for Teton Gravity Research, Shane McConkey. He put on a proper modern wingsuit, and he jumped off a cliff with a wingsuit on his skis, and he was, I don't know, some shit went down and he died also. Fucking parachute didn't open or something, but yeah, and he had the greatest life. Rich guy, extreme skier, great family, amazing, but
right.
Dead. I think about that pitcher. Who was it who pitched for the Florida team? He fucking was doing coke, bombing around on his speed. Fernandez?
Yeah.
Something like that. He's a great pitcher. I think he pitched a no-hitter, or maybe,
he was he was an excellent pitcher, very, very young, so a really great prospect for a great career.
And he was doing blow and fucking crashed his speedboat into a jetty, doing like 80. I mean, violent.
Yeah, but it's interesting. People blame him because he was doing coke.
Well, I blame him because he was.
The real problem is he was driving a boat recklessly.
And the coke didn't help.
It probably didn't help. I agree, but being young doesn't help either, because that's also part of the problem.
Probably $20 million a year in contracts back then.
Yep.
1 year that would be enough for you or me or anybody to live a comfortable life. And he got it for however long. Right. Obviously, he had a big ass fast boat too.
Right.
I think about that. What if I won the lottery? All of a sudden, I'm going to have some massive fishing boat. I'm going to be out on George's Bank. I'll be caught in the perfect storm, dead in 5 years.
Right. You'll get caught. You get in a hurricane.
Yeah, exactly.
Because your boat will have radar and you'll be able to see it, and you'll become complacent. You'll think, well, I'll know when a storm's popping up. I'll be able to have advance warning. Your intention is never to fight the storm, but your head will become too big, and you'll think you're better than it, and you'll be wrong. It's happened. It's happened to better men.
That's what money and the taste for adventure, I guess, will do for sure, man.
Yep.
It's not like even you're gonna get a fast car, and most men who come into a lot of money are at least gonna get at the low end like a Mustang or, in my case, probably maybe, I don't know, one of those bigger Porsches like with 4 seats, because I can't get a 2-seat sports car. We're a three-piece team here, so I need a back seat. But hilarious. What is Mr. E saying?
Oh, some things have changed, and I think there is at least in this country, the U.S. I hope it's not true in other countries like the U.K. But there's a greater ignorance of history and just the values in general. Oop.
No, you're good. I just unplugged the headphones briefly.
Okay.
Yeah, there is a change. I agree.
Every old geezer like me complains, so I'm not going to be any different. So it's you should all take with a grain of sand anything I complain about. But I am going to complain. It's my right as a geezer. And,
yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, with the internet, you can see the downfall of society happening right in front of you. We've been watching it since the Live Leak days, the Ogrish days. But then again, that stuff, has probably always been going on. Um, like you think back to like Bosnia and Herzegovina and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
There was all kinds of mass killings and crazy murders back then, and you just go back in history. This shit's been going on since before the internet existed.
Yeah.
But I guess what I see more of now is, still the war is the same. The blowing up and battling and shooting people, that's all the same. But it's more like a callous disregard for like any human compassion that you see on the internet, and it's far and wide now. Like, just people just getting the shit kicked out of each other, and then other people dancing over them, and all of that type of stuff. It's just fucking lame, dude.
Yeah. Are you complaining about sites like Chaotic, or just about just humanity in general?
I think that stuff's gotten worse. Like, I don't know, maybe it hasn't. Like the late night drunk fights and shootings and shit like that, and
Well, it has gotten worse as everybody's got a phone and films it all the time.
that's what it is. So you're saying it hasn't gotten worse, it's just gotten more pervasive and recorded.
I suspect it hasn't gotten worse, but I really don't know.
Mhm.
You know, it's a good question. Has it gotten worse, or is we just able to see it all now?
One thing we can definitively say is mass shootings have definitely increased. That's one side of the.
That I think that's uniquely American.
It is not completely, but it is uniquely. Lee, what's up, brother? How are you?
Hey, Lee.
Good
to see you.
evening, all. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Loud and clear, man. Loud and
cool.
clear.
Good. Yeah, good. How are all of you?
Very well, thank you.
Yes. Good. Very good.
Summer over here, so everything's rolling along.
Yeah.
Bikinis and swimming and all of that good stuff down at the beach. It's what it's all about.
Well, it's summer here, but the weather's not good.
Oh no!
Yeah, very cold, raining, horrible.
What's cold?
and yet
What's cold? Like, give me something. What's cold?
Like 17, 18 degrees.
Got to get out my converter.
I already got it. 62. Ouch. Yeah, that is cold, bro.
That's not bad.
Man.
I mean, it's cold, but
It's not.
Sorry.
it's not painfully cold.
But the rest of Europe is basking in like heat wave. They're like 40 degrees, people dying.
Right.
Wow, that's hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ocean here is about 62, so that's a
Wow.
nice. That's a good swim, man. That's a good temperature. We were in it today. It was beautiful.
Oh yeah, cool.
13 degrees.
That's cold, bro. 13. My grand's down in Florida. 60. He ain't gonna see 62 for a long time.
No.
They do get 62 in Florida, and that's when Floridians break out with the triple fat goose from like 1988 because they've worn it like fucking 3 times,
Right.
dude. Like, they all have insanely old winter jackets down there, but
Well,
they have them,
All the New Yorkers kept, some of their winter coats, and when they moved to Florida, and that's when they're glad they kept them.
Out comes the sweater. Lee, what's going on in the world, man?
Not much really. Chill out day today. Didn't do
Yeah.
much. Went in the tub a bit earlier on.
Hot tub or just bathtub?
Hot tub. Yeah.
Cool.
So, yeah, just chilled out today. It's been nice, but yeah, like I said, just wish the weather had been a bit better. So, but apart from that, all is good. So
You have a hot tub out on the deck?
yeah.
Jacuzzi jets and all that?
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
That's cool. Yeah, when we had those, and my brother's got one too. They're definitely nice. It's a relaxing sensory experience. It's good,
Especially after a smoke, Steve, as well. That's when you
Tough
chill
to
out.
smoke. Tough to smoke in there at the joint.
No,
for them.
you got to do that first, then get in.
Right,
then
right.
you're like, then you get really relaxed. The trouble is, my wife will pop out from time to time because she's scared that I'm going to fall asleep in it. So,
Right.
right.
Well, the
Yeah.
ticket to that is get the wife in there. And then,
Oh yeah, that happens.
yeah, that's of course good times. All right, I gotta grab
Indeed.
a couple of beers. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
How's things with you last dance? Good.
Oh, they're good. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying the summer weather.
Cool. How's your
Oh.
daughters? Are they good?
Yeah, I got to mute Smokesteve, or we're gonna get echoes. There we go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, daughters are good. I saw them today.
Oh, lovely.
One of my daughters lives with me, but the other
Yeah.
lives nearby, and she came over today. It's
Oh, cool.
we go out for to a restaurant for a meal and watch something afterward. Typically we watch an episode of the Great British Baking Show.
Do you really?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of
Do
fun.
you like that?
I do. Yeah, we
Yeah.
we all do.
Yeah. Cool.
It's a great time. Her dog is there. He's a good dog. We all love the dog, and he's getting old, so we're
Yeah.
trying to enjoy him while he's still able to be around.
Yeah, our dog's like that. She's like 13 now, so
Yeah.
she's like a right old lady, bless her.
Yeah.
And she's kind of half blind as well. So,
Yeah. Ralph is a 80-pound dog. He's 12. He's starting to lose the strength in his back legs. So
yeah. Oh,
but he still has, like a dog, he still has his spirit. He's not in pain, so
yeah.
we just help him. We lift his back leg up when he can't knock it over something,
Yeah.
and he's happy as a clam after that.
Talking about your kid's dog,
Yeah,
still kicking.
he is still kicking.
No.
Good,
Oh.
good.
Oh, I got to get a drink back in a sec.
Sure.
Took him for a walk today. He's normally he would take me for as far on a certain circuit that he likes to go on around the house. But it's kind of hot out, and he looked around and said, "This is enough. I did all my business. Let's go back."
Right. That's funny.
Yeah,
He's not the run and jump kind anymore. He's just
No.
hang around.
he's just to hang around. Every once in a while, he'll get playful, and usually it means he'll take one little run around, and then he's done.
He gets the zoomies, but like the mini zoomies.
The
now,
mini
they're-
zoomies. It's like one sprint, where he does that, and then
Yeah.
sprints around just for once, and then he's done.
That's cool, man.
Whereas when he
what
was
is
young, he's a golden doodle.
Oh,
So
yeah.
golden retriever
Poodle.
poodle mix, standard poodle. So he's a big dog, and I think he's mostly poodle.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Is he barky?
No, he's not too barky. He's really a great dog. I always said she should have not have had him fixed and instead, had him bred, because he was really a
Good
very
temperament.
sweet disposition, smart dog. He doesn't poop in the house unless he's really sick. He tells you when he has to go out. He doesn't bother you when he doesn't have to go out unless he wants to play. He's just like the ideal dog. He's almost like as smart as a cat, in terms of taking care of himself. So
Yeah, I could never do a dog because I can't deal with that the poop thing, man.
oh yeah, you better be prepared, because no matter how well trained your dog is, they get sick, and then they can't.
And then also the yard, the walking, the cleaning up.
The walking, right.
Oh,
The
God.
vacation, what are you going to do with the dog when you
Right,
go on
fucking
vacation? It's an endless hassle. I don't know. I had a dog, and after he passed away, after they both passed away, we had 2 dogs. I didn't get another one.
Because of all that combined hassle.
All that, and it really was so painful when they died. It was so, they're like a member of the
Yeah.
family that I didn't want to go through that again.
Yeah, some people can just do it over and over again.
Yeah, I'm amazed that they can, but I can't. That was just too. But it's going to be that way when this dog dies, because if one of your daughters gets a dog, he becomes part of your family too. especially I took care of him a lot when he was younger. So yeah, he's a good friend.
That was our whole situation in our house because we had a dog. Well, this is our second dog, but the first dog, once she died, I didn't want another one, but my wife and daughter were like insistent. But the rule was, okay, we can have another dog, but I am not clearing up another dog poo ever again. So they've both lived up to that. They sort all of that out. I take her for walks. But I'm not. I'll have to do it when she goes on a walk, obviously. But yeah, she goes out into the garden and tries to do a sneaky one. They've got to clear it up, not me. So.
What did you guys get? A Cane Corso?
A what?
What kind of breed is it? Sorry.
Oh, Cocker Spaniel.
Cock or Spaniel. Okay, cool.
You know what he said. Stop that.
I know. I'm just playing. Yeah, Cocker Spaniels can be ferocious.
Sorry, I dropped out then. Yeah, Cocker Spaniel.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Foxy Ben says
have I mentioned the fox in our garden? Have I ever mentioned that?
No.
Oh, right. So I've got, like, for the last few months now, got a regular visitor. Around about 10:30 at night, she kind of cruises by. And over the last 2 weeks, it's only happened twice. I've managed to feed her by hand. So
don't feed the fox.
I've been putting some meat out, some waste food and stuff, and she comes and eats it. So I was waving some chicken around, and
oh man, get it on video. We can show it on the pub.
Yeah. I will then. She tentatively comes up and she sort of like takes it out of my hand and then runs to the back of the garden to eat it, and then so I've managed to feed her twice by hand. So it's cool. Yeah, but it's funny you should say that, Last Dance. Even my mates. Do not feed the fox.
Well, I mean, in general, it's a horrendous idea to ever feed wildlife, but if it means possible content for the pub,
right. We will relax the rules.
Sit up there with the filet mignon, baby. Set up a little table for the thing to come up and have a little meal, tablecloth and everything. Although, I mean, I don't know. Is it illegal in the UK to feed wildlife?
No,
okay.
It's fine. Yeah. So.
When we lived in Vermont, I had a deer feeding station in the yard, and I used to have herds of white-tailed deer out there. Somebody was like, "Hey, dude, all those deer together, they could definitely be spreading diseases to each other. You should stop." I was like, whatever, dude. I knew it was wrong, but it was too cool to see all these deer in the yard, Yeah. And I can understand.
I mean, if you've seen deer in the wild, they herd, so it's not like they're not close together in the wild.
That's right. I guess the concept is they're all eating from the same area. They could pass that chronic wasting disease or whatever that's going around amongst deer. I guess that's pretty serious shit.
I didn't even know that was such a thing. There was the thing among deer for that.
Yeah. But hey, I'm like on the fence with Lee. I think it's cool as hell to connect with wildlife. I feed birds, although I had the bear here a few weeks ago, so I had to stop with the fucking bird feeders because that bear was trying to get through the fence. He was like rocking back and forth on it, dude. I was like, that's when I had to start screaming at the thing. Get out of here, bear. Go bear! I'm clapping like I felt like I was in a movie. It was hilarious, dude.
Yeah, there were a lot of bear reports around here too, in places that pretty far from their habitat. So
yeah,
there's always a few every year, but there was more than usual.
It's funny. It's like the thing with the seals I was talking about earlier, coming to the beaches and attracting the sharks. Now the bears are coming back. It's like people sometimes people will reminisce, what it used to be like when, there were bears here and sharks here. Well, it's actually happening. People don't fucking like it, so we're done with that. Let's go back to no wildlife, no sharks, get rid of the seals, like a totally sterile existence like that America kind of created through, industrialization. But now that the environment's getting healthier, these things are coming back to the areas where they once lived, and it's definitely like a lot for people to process. I think it's fucking awesome, man. I love it.
I like it too. I mean, I think it is awesome.
But again,
But-
I hate seals.
Right.
And
Because
I
they,
don't.
but it's very personal for you. They ruin your fishing, and they make it hard for you to swim without being afraid of getting attacked by a shark.
That's correct. So yeah, it's a hate and love scenario. When I'm out there casting on the beach and the fog, say this happened this year and the fishing's good, and up pops that little face and looks at me. I'm like, you fucking bastard. But I know he's there for the same thing that I'm there for. We're both hunters, so there has to be a mutual respect, but I still don't like them little bastards.
Yeah.
There was a husband and wife fishing near me, and a little baby seal popped up, and I said, and they were like, oh, a baby. And I said, do you have a 357 for it? And the woman gave me this dirty look. I was kidding. But she thought it was kind of rude, or like, I could hear her thinking, the seal was here before us. Come on, man. Like, but I'm that guy.
You should. It's funny. An area I'm a little bit familiar with because it's one of my favorite destinations, and now my sister has an abode there, is La Jolla, California, and there is something called the Children's Cove in La Jolla. It's not the Children's Cove anymore because the seals have long since taken it over.
Is this? I heard a podcast about this place, I think.
Well, probably because what to do about the seals.
Yeah.
And it's seals and sea lions, harbor seals, and then sea lions, but they kind of occupy separate areas. It's mostly the sea harbor seals that are on the actual beach itself that forms the Children's Cove. But I mean, it's like the Hatfields and the McCoys. People who want to do one thing in the community, these are all rich people. Mm-hmm. And people who want to do the other thing. And I wouldn't be surprised if they start buying fighter jets to bomb each other because they can afford it.
Yeah, this podcast I heard was about this. There was this like seal advocacy group, seal protection group,
right?
And there's these beachgoers, and the seal protection group is screaming at these people, "You're too close to the seals." They're getting in like multiple beefs every day with all of these people, and like. On one side, it's innocent families who are basically ignorant to even what the hell they're doing. The other side, it's overly sensitive, like environmentalists who think that they can just yell at people for whatever they deem is the right way, It's a crazy fucking thing that's going on out there.
I've loved to ask a biologist, because there's. What is natural? That's what I wonder. I think it's unnatural for seals to camp on a beach because they're extremely vulnerable there to land predators.
No, it's totally natural.
Well, I mean, if there were still wolves around and coyotes and there weren't people, they could just go over there and eat seals. They're completely helpless to land predators on the beach.
True, but I guess the rest they need it, because here in Massachusetts the baby seals swim up and sit on the beaches all the time, and then all these idiots on the fucking local Facebook forums are like, "Oh my God, there's a baby seal on the beach. What should we do?" And they take pictures. They're like 6 inches from the thing, looking at it, and I'm like,
"But my claim is that my claim is that happens because there are no land predators anymore in areas where these seals are, because we got rid of all the coyotes and the wolves and whatever else used to be around the land. Otherwise, they would be forced to, if they were camping, they would have to camp right at where the water comes in, so they could escape immediately at the first sign of
possibly.
threat.
But my contention is this: that in places like remote places where seal populations are still very healthy, you'll have thousands of seals. So if there's the errant coyote or wolf attack, or even 100, it has no effect on the greater.
So they use numbers to win the game.
Correct. And I think that nowadays, when you see 1 or 5 or 20 seals on a beach, it seems like a lot. But back, like the Farallon Islands, for example, or places like that, that have 1,000 or 10,000 seals on it, and maybe those islands probably don't have predators anyways, and that is probably by design. But here in Massachusetts, it's natural for seals to be on land. But they do love an island, and they probably know that there's going to be less or no predators on the islands. Seals are smart, man. They're
but like
smart.
in the children's cove, what did you say it was called? The
Children's Cove, yes.
Yeah, seals are the least of the problems. They should be more worried about all the paedophiles that go there.
Not bad.
Jeez,
Yeah.
come on. And they are predators.
Who's that?
Well, the idea wasn't to let children, just dump them there alone.
Jeez.
Right. Yeah. No, you got to keep the people around. It is California. Whole different.
I mean,
place,
when I was there 30 years ago, well, in 1994, that's 30 years ago. The Children's Cove, I swam in the Children's Cove. I went snorkeling, starting in the Children's Cove. So it's gotten, the seals have gotten worse or better, depending on your point of view, over those years.
Yeah. Yeah. It's cool, man.
There were children in the Children's Cove. Joe Biden was probably tempted to visit the Children's Cove because.
Well, let me ask you this: were there seals?
There were seals, but
And
they were
you could comfortably swim, and they weren't bothering you.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
They, you if they came on the beach, you walked around them.
Mm-hmm.
Some people harassed
If
them.
you're-
There were
if you're-
lifeguards. They would yell at you if you harassed the seals.
If you were swimming them, is there a chance that a seal could attack you? Or
I mean, they're not going to attack you in the sense, like a shark.
yeah,
But they'll harass divers. They'll pull their fins. They'll pull their regulators out. They can be
wow.
a nuisance that can be kind of scary.
Yeah.
Um,
I think last summer there was a woman in Hawaii who thought, I think she was drunk, and there was a Hawaiian monk seal female swimming with a young baby seal. And this woman jumped in the water and tried to swim out to them, and the fucking mother seal tore her up, dude.
Wow.
Yeah. And I don't think monk seals are very large, but, they're a small torpedo with a mouth on the end.
Right.
And, a human's in water, you might as well be, a wet piece of bread. You're fucking
Exactly.
useless, It's
Exactly.
pathetic. Like, it's crazy. So,
Well
yeah,
said.
it's a time and place thing. Do I get sketched out when I'm in the water and I see one? They look at me. They slap their tails. I've seen that a bunch of times when I'm fishing. I think that's a territorial thing. Like beavers do that. If you're like near a beaver dam or in a beaver river, they slap their tail into the water to tell you this is my spot. And beavers are pretty nasty too, kind of like a furry seal in a way.
Yeah.
Like beavers are halfway in Darwin's evolution to sealhood, essentially. I feel like,
Yep. But I was going to suggest that one way to not get angry at seals is to go fishing in freshwater,
Mhm.
because the fish don't have anywhere to flee to. They're stuck.
I know. I'm a saltwater guy with big gear, and
Yeah.
I'd have to get little gear and go fight the little stuff.
And that was exactly why I wasn't interested in saltwater fishing when I moved to Maryland, because I was, a freshwater guy from the Midwest, and these saltwater guys, they'd have like these gigantic rods and reels. It was like they looked like a big, expensive, kind of high overhead.
It's not that bad, but the saltwater trash is cheap stuff. So if you don't spend a lot, you get a year or two out of a reel.
Yeah, I was fishing long enough that I knew what good stuff was, and I would never buy trash anymore.
Yeah. My current setup for the ocean was $200 for the rod, $300 for the reel.
Yeah, but you know how it is. You get obsessed with every component:
Yeah.
the rod, the reel, the lures, the
Oh
line.
yeah. I was
The
telling the story earlier how I lost a $25 lure. I could
right,
see it floating out there, but
right.
the sharks and the fog and the lack of people on the beach, I was like, you know what? This is just not worth the $25.
But
I've swam.
in reality, you could swim through a school of white sharks if they actually school,
They
and
don't.
99,999 times out of 100,000, they would not would leave you alone.
Possibly, but my contention is they're there hunting seals, and I'm pretty flabby. They might think I was an albino seal.
Yeah,
You know?
I mean I don't think they necessarily care about the difference between a seal and a human.
No.
It's a torpedo shaped thing that's much slower than they are. You're like a seal, but you're not nearly as agile.
Yeah, but I don't know. Have you noticed some of the wetsuits now are made in crazy colors? They do that for a reason for sharks
Oh yeah,
because they think that black shiny wetsuit is too much, like
too much.
mimicking a seal.
Yeah,
Make it the opposite. Make it hot pink, like tiger stripes or something, so the shark is maybe put off by it. Don't make
Yep.
the damn thing the same color as a seal.
Cup of Tea loves nature. He suggests dropping depth charges on seals.
Yeah, I'm down. I don't like them at all. Fucking things.
Funny enough, I was watching some shark videos a few days ago, and like if you're splashing around, they think if something's in distress, so they come and check it out. And there was like these great whites, there were tiger sharks, and their divers are obviously doing their thing, and they just kept completely still. And the shark comes up, and they like put their hand out to push it on its nose, push it away, and
I've seen
they
that.
they were like cool with that. They were like, all right, I've checked you out, off I go. If you start flapping around and splashing, then they tend to check you out once, and the second turn they kind of attack. But as long as you stay calm, they realise that they don't go out of their way basically to kill a human. They just get confused as to what you are and take a bite. So these divers were like, just stay calm, stay still, and you'll be all right.
But here's one thing is true: if a shark takes a bite out of you, he's not going to spit it out because it doesn't taste like seal.
Oh no, wait, you're right. Done. Did you see that video on Chaotic a few weeks back where the guy's swimming in the harbour and the shark attacks and there's people on the side like screaming?
Yeah, that was in Sharm el Sheikh, Egypt.
I saw that.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, that was.
You really couldn't see a lot, but you knew what was happening.
Yeah.
Well, at one point, the guy does raise an unnaturally high amount above the water.
Exactly.
Like, his waist is visible, and like I was like, "Holy shit!" That was kind of reminded me of the Jaws
scene in
thing.
Jaws. Yeah.
What was it? The Kittner boy. The Kittner boy was killed. It was like I have a meme on my phone about that. What is it in downloads? Probably right.
I don't know your phone.
I think I download everything. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not finding it, but yeah, the Kittner boy, when he was killed, it was like a bubble of blood. Here, yeah, join in, McGrand, if you'd like to. Come on here, buddy. I had something else I wanted to bring up. Shit, I just lost it when I went out looking for the Kittner boy. What were we talking about? Sharks?
Sharks, yep. The Children's Cove, seals.
Oh yeah, the Sharm el Sheikh, the guy who got bit by the shark.
Yep.
What was the one previous to that? It was in Australia, I think. There was one of guys.
There was a terrible one in Australia. He was killed too, wasn't he?
He was killed, consumed, and killed.
Yeah.
Those were both nasty. You could hear the people, the attackee getting killed and screaming and wailing for help and all
Right.
that sort of stuff. The one in Australia, he was like deep sea swimming. I mean, again, like, am I crazy to think that that guy was fucking out of his mind to be swimming there in a black wetsuit? You know,
I mean, it.
seems
You could
psychotic
argue
to
that
me.
if it was me, I would be afraid.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm not an Australian. I didn't grow up. I'd be afraid of everything in Australia. The snakes, the spiders,
Hmm.
I'd be terrified. Now, if you grow up there, you probably lose your fear. Whether that's good or bad is not. I mean, how many people are killed in Australia by great white sharks? One
I don't know.
a
Yeah,
year,
yeah.
one every 5 years.
Hmm. Well, I mean, you're right. You have the Sydney funnel web, the most poisonous spider in the world. The
Right.
Queensland brown, the most poisonous snake in the world. The box jellyfish, the most poisonous jellyfish.
Several
Great white-
species of box jellyfish.
Yeah, there's even some little pointy thing that you can like step on in the sand that will fucking kill you.
Yeah.
Uh,
Blue ring octopus, right?
yeah. And then, of course, the great whites. And then
Great
let's
whites.
not forget about the saltwater crocs.
Saltwater crocs, biggest crocs there are.
Hmm. They're absolutely huge.
They're
And
enormous. The biggest dinosaurs, basically.
there was actually a case some years back where a guide took some people swimming in an area and was prosecuted and found guilty for negligence for having them swimming, and a woman got killed and eaten by a croc. And
Yeah.
the guide was supposed to be a guide, knowledgeable, like where you could swim and where not to, and apparently don't swim anywhere in Australia. Don't do anything in Australia at all.
Yeah, right.
Just
And
don't even.
there are snakes in Australia that are even more venomous than the brown snake that are very rare. Like I think the inland taipan is the most,
That's
pound
not,
for pound, the most venomous
That's-
snake.
Yes, but I think the one that could deliver the most
That's
venom
right.
overall is the Queensland.
It's not just a matter of how toxic the venom is. It's how big a load is delivered when it bites. So
I got stung by a jellyfish in Spain,
yeah.
and my first reaction was I actually thought I was bitten by a fish, or whatever. I was looking for where I'd been bitten. I was trying to look for blood.
It hurt like a stinging pain.
Oh yeah, and Lizzie, my wife, was like on the beach, and I sort of jumped up out of the water. I'd been snorkeling, and I don't know. It must have been a wife's intuition, because she just knew there was something. Even though I was out in the water, she just knew there was something wrong. She could see the expression on my face. It was like I came in, and then there's like white. You just get like all these white marks across you. It was all over my chest. So
Lines,
Yeah.
right? Lines. Yeah.
so
from
I
the
went up to
tentacles.
they were like lifeguards that were looking at, and so they were like spraying me with vinegar and stuff. But I always make a joke with the family that I got stung by a box jellyfish and survived. So
It's probably a Portuguese man
obviously
of
I
war.
wasn't. Yeah, it hurt for about 10 minutes. It really did hurt, but then it did ease. Once they put loads of vinegar on me, it was okay.
Mhm.
So,
That's a Portuguese man of war, and I've heard it's the same one from the show Friends, when one of them gets stung by one on the beach, and I think Chandler or Joey pees on it, and then they're all embarrassed and they don't want to tell the other friends, like, he peed on me.
I wasn't going to tell you this, right? but I might as well now. Yeah, when I got out of it, I realised what had happened.
Oh
Before
my
I went
God.
to the lifeguard, I remember saying to Lindsay, I was going, "You're gonna," because of that episode, I remembered that. I said, "You're gonna have to pee on me." She was like, "Not a chance." I was like, oh god, yeah.
Yeah, it's that you have to neutralize it. I guess it must be I think pee is acidic, so it must be a base, and you're trying to
Yeah.
neutralize it, something like that. Who knows? I don't know the science there.
Yeah, I was pretty scared when it first happened. Though, like I said, I actually thought I'd been bitten. So.
Back when cannibalism was a thing, they would have put oil
Back
and
when-
vinegar on you.
Yeah.
Back when you were a young child, I don't even
Exactly.
know what that means.
When we had to We had to dodge the cannibals.
Cannibals, I don't think they still exist, but there was a kid like not long ago who went to try to contact an uncontacted tribe off of like the coast of India. Did you hear about him? And they absolutely killed him. Fucking kid went once, and they started shooting at his boat with arrows, and then he went back like a few days later, and they just killed him. And I don't even think they would turn his body over. Like, the government there is trying to keep these people uncontacted, so it's one of the last uncontacted tribes.
Is it India? I'm thinking maybe Brazil or somewhere in South America. I think
it's in the Indian Ocean.
In the Indian Ocean, okay.
Specifically where, I'm not sure, but he was a fucking, what do they call the Christians who go around the world spreading the word?
Missionaries.
Bingo!
Well, missionaries were meant to be killed by the natives. That's what they're there for.
Yeah,
they get to go to heaven.
Here's our own missionary.
Missionary lips.
What's going on? How you doing, buddy?
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah. Sailing on the lake. I'm with you.
How you doing, officer? What do you need? My registration license?
Yeah. Spread them. I'm going in.
Right.
What's that? I don't know how true it was. I think was it just a bit of a myth? But wasn't Captain Cook supposed to be? Wasn't he supposed to have been killed and eaten by some Hawaiians or something? Yeah,
I just read the story of his death. He went in and he went and found the chief, the king or whatever, the chief of this tribe. I think it was Hawaii or wherever it was. And he gets the chief and he convinces him to come with him. And they're walking out of the village with the chief, and the villagers start to realize what's happening, and they tell the chief, listen, this is bad. They're taking you away. They're taking you. You got to do something. So the chief cracked his skull open with the fucking hammer or something.
No.
And then they filleted him up right there, and he's dead. I don't even know if they gave his body back either, but that's how
renamed Captain Raw after that.
Yeah, that's how he died. Fucking crazy.
There's a tribe somewhere, I don't know where it is. This is peculiar. There's a tribe somewhere that worshipped as a god Prince Philip. The obviously the Queen's dead now, but her husband, and they have pictures of him. The whole island is just dedicated to, and they believe he's like a god. So
I mean, there's. How about the Rastafarians? Have a Haile Selassie is a deity to these Rastafarians.
Hi, Avid. Sorry, hiya.
Do you know what Haile? Do you know what Haile Selassie's birth name was?
No.
Ras Tafari.
No kidding.
Yep.
So that's where the whole name comes from.
The whole religion is named after his actual name. Yeah.
Wow.
Jah Rastafari.
I don't know what
Jah will provide.
Yeah.
Good week for you, Aphid?
Long.
Yeah, I hear you, man. You're a fucking small business owner, dude. You do it all.
Yep.
I had to work today.
I remember what it was like back in the day between doing the work and then running getting the bills out, and you don't have a secretary. It's a pain in the ass, man. That's how I used to run it. It sucks.
You got to be made of better stuff than me. Aphid Lip is a better man than I am.
No, I don't know about that. And then you got your home stuff you got to take care of too.
Bingo.
I mean, you don't really have weekends. You just stop and ignore your business for 2 days. It's
Right.
the only thing you're doing.
Just got wasted for a couple days, then go back to work. But then, just rinse and repeat.
Yeah.
And yeah. Back in the day, yeah, it's tough. Cheers to you, buddy. Cheers.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't have it no other way. I don't have to answer to nobody. Nobody's, if it fails, it's on my shoulders, not somebody else's.
I'm drinking a beer tonight, which is mostly associated with people that are drunks. So I thought I'm gonna try one. I've never actually tried one
Rum?
of these beers ever in my life. No, it's a beer.
Rum.
It's
Yeah, you said that.
Carlsberg Brew. So
Oh yeah, that's what the drunks
it's
drink.
it's like
Why?
it's
cheap?
No, it's not particularly cheap, but it's. Can you see the percentage there?
Ah,
Hang on.
7.5.
7.5.
Damn, kid.
Wow. Yeah. Wow.
so it's really,
It's quite strong.
if you're a drunk, you're probably looking at cost per ounce
Percentage
of
of
pure
alcohol.
alcohol.
Yeah.
You're trying to maximize that or minimize.
That's why they have those dollar shots of like Hot Damn or whatever, Fireball or whatever that stuff is by the counter at all the
All right,
gas
Mr.
stations.
E, it was great having you.
See, Mr. E. Yeah, I know. When I buy one of those, like the person like at the counter will often say, "Enjoy that back at your house." I
Right.
think you're fucking right on the ride home. Like I'm not,
Yeah. Too right.
I generally don't do that, and I'm not the nip guy who throws them out the window. Like
I know, man. That's what I was gonna say. At down the bottom of our street, my son cleaned it up, with some other kids for a school project or something, and it was all those little shots. That there's a S turn that comes into our subdivision. It's like kind of in the woods, so you can get away with stuff coming down the hill, and there just tons of them laying around there, just tons of them.
I bet
And
you.
you think that's bad,
right?
Do I think it's bad?
Yeah, I mean, you don't throw trash out the window, do you?
Well, yeah, no, not ever. Yeah,
I'm telling you, that's a new thing.
throwing trash.
Not throwing trash is a new thing.
Oh.
What, in the 70s, everyone was just tossing trash?
In the 70s, it started to change. I'm just telling you, that commercial with the crying Indian, that changed the culture. Before that,
really?
people
You
would
think
just
that
toss
that
toss
ad
trash out the
campaign?
window.
That ad
Yes.
campaign, you think made
That
a
ad,
difference?
oh, absolutely. That was
Wow, really?
probably the
That's
most
fascinating.
effective ad campaign.
From a Italian,
From an Italian
acting like an Indian.
Italian actor. It could have been Sly Stallone, right?
I mean, he was literally wearing like a loincloth and he was shirtless. Like, why couldn't they have made him more modern? Why did he have to be straight out of like a cowboy, like a western movie or like
Well, I think
history,
he played those characters. I believe. I could be wrong. I saw
Could
a little
be,
thing
yeah.
on him, and he swore till his deathbed that he was a Native American.
Right, because that's there's money
kids
for him.
his kids and family were like, "No, he's Italian."
No, Giovanni Del Gilicano is not a Native American.
Right.
All right, I'm just gonna grab a couple of beers and I'll be right back.
It just changed the culture. I remember of course, my dad was raised in a different culture, and
Sure.
one time we were out fishing, and he had a bag of something he got like Burger King, and the boat got close to the reeds, and he takes the thing and throws it in the reeds, and I was just absolutely enraged at him.
How old were you?
Well, I was only like 11 or 12 years old, so I had to be careful. But I was
you weren't old enough
scandalized. I was so
confront him.
upset. Right. And he said, he finally got sick of it. Stop being such a goddamn environmentalist or, hippie or
Right.
something.
Oh, dear.
I can only remember one time that I confronted my dad. I always pretty much got along with him, but that he's that especially that it was the first time for me. But look, you're like, no, I'm not gonna just take it. I'm gonna tell you what I think, and I'm gonna be honest with you. That feeling when you do with your dad. Someday I'll probably have it with my son.
It was funny with my dad. I discovered through trial and error that he would never admit he was wrong. He would, always fight back, but he would change. He never threw something in the fishing reeds, in the reeds again, and it was like that with other things. So even though he never admitted it, he did process criticism from
Right.
his children.
Maybe all dads are the same. My dad never admits that he's wrong. It's that, and even if you know 100%
Oh shit! Look who it is.
that he's wrong, he's always able to justify that it was actually
right.
somebody else's fault. Weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would learn from it, but never acknowledge it.
No, yeah, it's weird.
That's great.
Well, it's better than nothing.
Here we
Do you
go,
know, we
boys.
were talking about sharks earlier on. Due to my YouTube links and stuff that I watched, I think it's in about 2 weeks' time. Do you know Jaws is 48? I think it's about 48 years ago that Jaws was released.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
And it was the biggest selling movie or made the most money movie at its time until Star Wars came along. But there's some really good videos on YouTube at the moment of because it's coming up to that anniversary of the original cast for Jaws 1 and Jaws 2, and some of the stories from the cast are really fascinating on how they made that film, and obviously the mechanical shark, how many problems they had with it, and this, that, and the other. But worth watching if you like the Jaws movies. So
I remember
really
after that, there was just an orgy of shark killing that went on.
really,
Oh yeah,
Really?
people would pay money. That was the thing. It's go out and catch sharks and kill them.
oh.
Because I mean, who's going to eat a shark?
Japanese love shark.
Well, it wasn't them. It was Americans.
Right.
Stupid Americans going out on
Well,
vacation.
don't the Japanese only eat the fin
fin?
or something like that? Yeah, they kill a whole
Right.
shark. Just
They
just
do
for
kill
the
a whole
fin.
shark just for the fin. Although
In the same way that they just kill a rhinoceros just for its horn. It's just
just
like,
for its horn, so that you'll have a your dick
Fucking
will
Asians. Oh, I'm just kidding.
Exactly. No, it's true. No, you're not. It's true. That's just
No, I don't
madness.
got no problem with the Asians. I don't care
Right.
if they think it's okay to do that. I mean, I don't think it's okay. And,
It's not okay. Come on, no way.
No, but I mean, if that's what they grew up with, like if with the eating shit and stuff, that don't bother me that much.
They didn't grow up with rhinoceroses.
I mean, I don't think it's right, and we should tell them it's not right. But if that's what they've been doing, that's what they've been doing for thousands of years.
Yeah,
One of
They
them might
probably
have. One
they
of them
probably ate
might
the
have
whole fish.
propagated a disease, possibly. Some people say that shut down humanity for fucking 2 years.
yeah,
or
but I
whatever.
think I think
Wet market.
They kill a rhinoceros to
That
get
was
the
not
horn.
China,
every-
not Japan.
They kill the rhinoceros to get.
Oh,
to get
you
the
said
horn.
Japan?
To
All right,
get the
here we
horn.
go, boys. Double whammy.
I
So
said
let me.
they kill the rhinoceros to get the horn, so they can get the horn. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
They can bet, just buy a
yeah.
get a Viagra. Do you know what? And
Yeah.
leave the rhinoceros alone.
All right, we're
Spring
gonna
has
try.
sprung.
We're gonna do Bud Light versus Miller Light taste off. Here we go. Bud Light
Go on.
first.
Go on.
I drink this all the time. It's very smooth. Almost tastes like water. All right, now Miller Lite. Here we go. Because I'm
Tastes
thinking
great.
about
That's
thinking
no
about
good.
switching.
No, you got to clean your palate first because you're just gonna have both the beers in your mouth. So
Lick your armpit. That's the
You're
best
right.
way to do it.
Rum.
yeah.
Lee, wine tasting snob.
I was
says you
thinking
got
more of a sorbet or something, but no rum. Yeah, I love it. It's
Okay,
great.
here we go. Now Miller Lite. Here we go.
I'd go for probably the Miller.
Wow. That tastes so different. It actually tastes a little more like can. You know what I mean by can? Like it has a
Metal?
metallic taste.
Yeah. Because I have a problem with soda. Like I don't like soda out of a can.
That's why I like me too. I like stuff in glass bottles.
It's a sharper beer, though. It's a sharper, more intense beer.
Talking about that, have you seen the news? It seems to be quite prevalent here.
Gunner!
If you drink Diet Coke or Pepsi, and it's diet, that it's now cancerous. It's like because of the sweetener
Oh,
that's in
shit.
it.
Oh, no.
As-
It's Marty.
Aspartame. It's really
That's
gonna
it,
kill you.
yeah.
Aspartame.
Yeah.
Also, hey everyone.
Hey, look who it is.
Hello.
Steve's bad taste in drinks buddy. All right.
You have got bad taste in drinks, buddy. How is everyone?
Oh, all
Very
right.
good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, dude.
Good.
Very nice.
Thank you
So
for
what we talking
putting on a
about?
great show
Sorry,
yesterday.
I just
Yeah, that
joined-
was fun.
Oh, thank you.
Good
Yeah,
times.
Fridays. I always think, man.
Yeah, fuck you, Aphid.
Man,
You
Fridays-
joined- No,
for me,
you
it's-
weren't there. Fuck you. Get
It's
out.
Friday, like 5. Well, when you start, it's Friday at 3:00, I think, in the afternoon, 3:30. So,
Yeah, I went on for like 4 hours, so you know.
Wow.
Well,
plenty of
I-
time. Plenty
you
of
know,
time to come in.
go out to
listen to
dinner.
songs.
You know, it's Friday night, dude. I'm gonna
Oh.
take advantage
Well,
of it.
you're dead to him now,
What?
so you
Sorry,
know.
your dinner dates take priority over my streams. I'm offended. I am offended, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine you're trying to finish a week's project, and then you're also trying to get together and go out with the family. You can't fault the guy for it.
I
dude.
don't care. No,
All right.
it's reserved for me.
Goon doesn't want to hear excuses.
Yeah, I don't
Right.
give a shit about this family bollocks.
A family, you gotta
And-
go to your cancer treatment. Oh, come on. I don't want to hear the excuses.
Excuses, cancer. Yeah, heard that one before. Get in and request some songs. I love your
Exactly.
requests, Aphid.
You
There.
got great requests.
Yeah, no, you.
I
you
think
got
I always-
some good tracks.
During the week, I'm always looking to see if there's something I can find that I would want you to play.
You're saying you do homework for a show?
Yeah, I do. I haven't.
Well, you
Okay,
really
you
are.
learn-
You really are a
learn from
type
Aphid.
A
As long as
person.
he-
I
as
have
long
a
as he fucking turns
browser
up.
designated just for searching. That's what it looks like.
Oh yeah, you do. All right, fair play. All right,
But I can never find anything I want.
Yeah.
All the
that-
songs I always look for, they're never there. And the ones that I do, it says Ubisoft on there. Because it'll be more of the only stuff I like that's mainstream are like the real good classics or something.
You know,
Oh,
more
yeah,
always
like
taken.
the Ramones or something like
more
that.
songs
Yeah.
have been claimed by Ubisoft over the years since I've been
They're
following.
they're not claimed. It's just like it's one of their versions, so you have to pay them
Yeah. Okay.
to play that song.
Well, what happened to the ones that weren't their versions? They disappeared from Rocksmith.
Yeah, some of them have totally disappeared. Yeah, and some people have made their own, but not many.
You know what is a really good song I check for every week? I want you to play is Jimmy Eat World Something Loud. It's a newer song of theirs, and it's great. Good
It's
guitar.
still popping up.
It's not. Nobody's done it yet, and I'm waiting for it to work its way in there. I don't know who does it. Are they just volunteers that put the tab together?
Cup of tea
Yeah, it's
always
ba-
bringing
yeah,
the
it's
heat
basically
consistently.
I
If you
know.
go into like Guitar Tab or something, it's basically like that, but with extra steps. They got to put like the tones and stuff on the songs,
Okay, I see. What
so
you're
it's a
saying.
little bit more difficult than just going, like knocking on Heaven's Door tab in Google.
Right. That would be easy. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got to have the tone and everything else. And some people suck at it, some people are really good at it. So
And actually, the Guns N' Roses knocking on Heaven's Door, like Slash has a lot of weird tones on his guitar. His solos almost have like no treble. They're like completely dark pickup.
he's got no
you know?
trouble, but he's got chorus on it, I think.
Something like that. And it
Yeah.
sounds tight, though. Tight as
Oh,
hell,
yeah.
I think. I love Slash. He's one of
Did
my
you
faves.
see Guns N' Roses at Glastonbury? Did you watch it on TV? Oh, they were. It was cool. It was good. Actually, there was a bit of complaints about Axl not being able to be heard on his mic. He did complain about it actually as he was performing. He did say something, but no, it was a good. That was a good show. So
To be honest, the last time I saw Guns N' Roses, Axl Rose walked off stage and slagged off the crowd.
really,
Yeah.
well, I thought they were good. I tell did you see Elton John? Did you watch that at Glastonbury? Did you watch that? At all?
No. I didn't watch any Glastonbury. No.
Oh right, that was good. He put on a good show, and it's really
Yeah.
weird because since it just goes to show how important it is for them to appear on these things sometimes. But I know Elton John is in the middle of doing his very last tour, so he says. But after he appeared on Glastonbury, his sales, did you see the news that his record sales for his albums went up by 25%?
I can
I'm
imagine.
not surprised.
Yeah, unreal.
But the thing is, like, Glastonbury is a bit of a left-leaning posh fucking festival, though.
Really? Do you think that?
Well, they had Jeremy Corbyn as a stage member one year. I mean, come on.
Really?
Yeah, I kind of
Yeah,
understand
they
what you
did.
mean, but it is nice that, like, with all the different, apart from the pyramid, which is the main stage, you do get to see a lot of, like, lesser known bands.
I guess,
Which
but I
is really
think
good.
Leeds Reading is a better festival for that sort of thing.
Do you really?
Oh, yeah.
Alright, okay.
Yeah, you got a lot of diversity in that one.
Do you go to festivals like yearly? Would you go to that, Goon?
Not Glastonbury, no.
I've been
Download? Well, I used to go to Download, and before it was Download, I was really young. It was called Monsters of Rock.
Oh
You
yeah,
see bands
that
like,
was at Wembley, right?
There was like AC/DC, Iron Maiden.
Oh yeah, that was at Wembley, right? Wembley Stadium.
No,
No.
Doncaster. It's a place
Yeah.
called Doncaster.
Oh,
They
okay.
host it. Yeah. It's like in the end of nowhere in a field in the middle of Britain. And it was just the best rock metal festival that you'd get.
Where was the Guns N' Roses Paradise City video? It was filmed in the UK, and the audience goes back so far, it's like you can't even see the end of them. I thought it was Wembley, but maybe I'm wrong.
That would
you
be
guys-
Wembley, I don't
I mean,
think. No.
no. Wembley don't really have a big festival field thing.
Oh no, maybe it was some huge.
It could be
stadium.
Glastonbury, but it's not.
I'll see where it was. I know the concert you mean, but
Yeah, that would have been from like 86, 87. Back when GNR was like for real. When Axl could sing. I think Slash has gotten phenomenally better as a guitar player. And let's not kid around here. Axl has fallen off a cliff. He can somewhat hold it together, but that type of voice you cannot maintain over 25 years. That screechy fucking
Some
yelling.
people do. Some people do.
Yeah, the guy
mean-
from Megadeth did. Oh, not Megadeth. Fucking Iron Maiden, right? What was his
Iron
name?
Maiden?
Bruce Dickinson.
Bruce, yeah.
Dude, that
His
guy could
voice
sing
ain't
like
bad.
that. For-
Dio sounded amazing throughout his
Dio.
whole, 20-odd, 30-odd year career?
That's true. But Dio died of like throat cancer, I think, or something.
Yeah.
So
And
I
also,
wonder if all that
what
yelling
was
at
the
a
ring-
high pitch caused some fissures in his like.
Well, no, but he sang with Rainbow as well as, what's his name? The British guy, Graham Bonnet.
Rainbow was with Richie
He's
Blackmore.
still, yeah, and he's still got a great voice on him today. He's still doing stuff.
Mm,
And his voice is proper belting it.
that's cool. Yeah, Axl's did not hold up. I've heard some recordings of Axl recently, and he sounds horrendous.
He's
Axl-
also a big ass dickhead, in my opinion.
He's got
I mean,
issues. He's
Well, I
come
saw his
around.
live,
He's
and he fucked off stage because people didn't, some people booed him. He's like, oh, I'm not playing anymore then.
yeah, that's lame. I mean, in my opinion, I thought he was coming around in his latter years here, like he was less of a pompous dickhead than he was back in the day. But I don't know if you're telling me that. Maybe he's still the same old Axl.
No, I
Hard
mean,
to say.
this was like, 10 years ago or something. So,
Okay.
Almost. But,
He came to
Okay.
St. Louis and jumped off the stage.
When
Started
someone threw a
beating on the
bottle
people.
at him, right? Someone threw a bottle at him and hit him in the head.
Probably a couple
Is that
more
what it
hours.
was?
What was that a
Memphis?
spoonful of, Aphid? Mayo?
Yeah,
Heyo!
putting that secret sauce in my drink. No, The
you just
I
come
had-
onto a spoon.
it's a long
Hey,
story.
Jotech. What did
My,
you put in your drink, dude? What is this? What the?
My fridge over here is it. I had to. That's why it took me a while to get on here tonight because I had to. I opened it up and it was a big ice
work
thing
up
and
the
when,
secret sauce. Is that what it was?
it wasn't keeping cold, so my beers aren't really cold in there. I fixed it.
Hold that drink up again. Let me see that thing.
So this I went upstairs.
Oh,
because
man. Woo! Look at that mug.
Frosty mug.
So I went and got
So there's a lot of coom on the
That's
top
some-
of that mug.
what do you
What
call
is
it? What do you call the margarita mix? But the rum was down here, so I was pouring the
that
rum in.
sounds
Stir.
really
Oh,
good.
The
yeah.
spoon was to stir it up because the rum was sitting on top.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There's a drink made with rum and all the same ingredients as a margarita, and it works just as well.
That reminds me of the old pint glasses that you used to get in the pubs in England.
Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
they had like a square. They had square designs
little
around
square
the
little things
Yeah,
going
yeah.
around it.
It's
yeah,
a-
yeah.
Killian's Irish Red. That's what it's.
Yeah,
it's
no,
it's
but
the
the
pub
glass though, the glass. Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
the
it's-
glass. Yeah, it's
totally got it.
back in the late 70s and 80s.
Yeah, give me a pint of bitter, please.
It's got to me, that
You
glass
put it
has
in-
it's a tavern glass, like a tavern feel.
Yeah, that's what we're
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, precisely. Or
It was a tavern that gave them to us. They knew how we used to love just Killian's Irish Red, and we were locals there, so they gave us those glasses when they phased them out.
I don't know if I've ever had that. I wonder if I'd like it.
You wouldn't. I used to drink it in college. It's fucking not great, in my opinion. Sorry, Dave.
I haven't drank it for years, but that used to be all I drink.
We
I don't
used
know
to-
why.
They used to make these things called party balls. Did you ever see one of those? It was a plastic. It was about the size of a large beach ball full of beer with the fucking tap on it. You would pressurize this plastic ball and like.
Never even heard of it. That sounds awesome.
Killian's Irish Red made one, and I remember we hiked in Franconia Notch. My buddy brought the party ball to the top of this fucking hike, and we were drinking Killian's Irish Red. And even in that beautiful setting, looking over the White Mountains, it was still horrendously bad. It was horrible.
I thought you were going to say that was one time when it was really good.
No, it sucked. It was funny because he brought it. Like, that part was cool, but yeah, the
That must
beer
have been a
itself-
pain in the ass to drag that up.
He figured out a way to wear it as a backpack, and it was funny because he's like this fucking giant ball of beer on his back as he was hiking. It was crazy though. But
I've got a little addiction, right, which is very naughty. When I go to a pub, like an English country pub, with a beautiful beer garden, this, that, and the other, and then I naughtily steal the glasses sometimes because they're really nice. So I get my wife to like. I know, I get them to put them in a handbag, so like that one here, San Miguel, brilliant glass.
yeah,
I've got
that's
loads.
beautiful. Yeah,
And then
I have a
strong-
buddy who does this too.
Strongbow.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it's like a nice glass, nice tall glass.
That's a proper imperial pint, or I don't know even I can't even.
And then you'll remember this one, which Bombardier.
Yeah.
That I love this one
Nice. Okay.
because they
I'm
don't make
jealous
this
of that one.
anymore. And
No, they don't.
Do you remember Rick Mail used to advertise Bombardier?
He did. He did.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, and he's obviously dead now. Bless Rick Mail because he was
Oh,
just
F in
brilliant.
the chat for Rick.
Oh,
Yeah, that-
yeah. So, but
that
I've got
glass-
loads of them.
That glass is hand wash only. Never put that thing in a dishwasher.
Oh yeah, too right. I treasure that one in particular. So
How about
But
never wash?
I've got loads of them. So we go to a pub and there's a real nice beer glass. I'll go and get another pint and come back, and then I'm like, my wife gets really nervous. I go, right, put the old one in your bag, and she's like, no, I don't want to, and I'm like, no, I want to take it home. I want to own it. so anyway, she's really good. She's like sneaks it in her bag. So terrible, really, but they're
My
nice
wife is really
Hey,
good.
drone
She's-
tech.
She steals the pipe.
Good evening,
glasses
sir.
for me.
Last week
Hey,
you were
what's
telling
up?
us. Last week you were telling us how you want 140 AMG, and then this week you're stealing stuff from all the local bars.
He's
You're a little bit of a scumbag.
fucking
No,
deliberate.
he doesn't steal it. His wife steals it.
yeah,
so if
she's
she gets
doing it.
caught. Lee
Yeah.
just runs off into the night.
That's the move. That's the
Yeah.
move right there.
Exactly. I deny all knowledge of it. It wasn't me.
I don't even know this woman.
Yeah.
You're like, I might be getting pulled over by speeding obsessively on the way home. You need to hold on to the stolen glass.
Exactly. Hilarious.
Yeah, I'm not painting a very good picture of myself, am I? Jeez.
No,
No,
you
you're
are.
beautiful, Lee. I would be your wife. I would still play
Right,
glasses.
you'd-
I'd
He'd
marry
steal
you.
for him.
I'd marry you.
Yeah.
How you doing, Drone?
I'm good. How are you all doing?
Pretty well. We're here
Alright.
at the pub.
Saturday
Hello,
night.
Terrible. Horrible. I'm here.
What are
It's
you all
horrible.
talking about?
Oh, we're just
Well,
Drunk and driving
stealing
fast on the
pint
road.
glasses and-
Hey, Philip, your background just looks, your room there just looks cooler and cooler every time I see it.
It's a little trash right now. The power keeps going out because we keep getting bad storms, and when the power goes out, it's a nightmare getting everything going again.
You
More
gotta add your
stuff?
own power plant to the mix.
I
you-
should. I need to.
Do you think it's more storms than usual? Or
Here,
is this like
No.
normal for you?
yeah, it's pretty normal because we had a real mild spring. A lot of times we get a lot of flooding in the spring because up north, and then it starts getting these. Like a couple weeks ago, it rained in 20 minutes 2 inches of rain. Well, that's 6 an hour. That's ungodly. But
Yep.
but we didn't get those storms in the spring this year. Yeah,
Hey,
what's
Philip, is
going on,
this
Lee?
room that you're sat in, is it above ground level or below?
Mm-mm. No, it's actually there's a sign here I made. It says skateboarding is not a crime, and it's covering a window behind these two TVs. So that's the
Right.
window. I'm in the corner of my basement. The main shutoff for the water is behind this TV right here.
That's
I always have
great,
this
man.
So I
impression that
I'm
if it-
kinda
if it-
curious
if it
what
all
kind
kicks
of-
off and there's a nuclear war, that Aphid will just be fine. He's just down in his basement,
Right.
still,
He's good.
still broadcasting, going, yeah, let the birds
Yeah.
fly. I'm okay.
When it's safe to go outside, he grabs his skateboard.
He's already
Right.
irradiated,
Across the
so he's
fallout.
he'll be
Aphid
good.
lip is actually the control room for NORAD, so
That's
he's good.
right.
He's there going, let Putin and North Korea do their worst. I don't care. I'm
Yeah,
fine.
I got a button for them.
Well, he's like the
Yeah.
NORAD of toilet cameras in Japan.
Okay.
Wait,
I'll
they
take
have
it.
toilet cameras in Japan?
This is
Oh yeah,
not
you know,
a
like
lot
little
of
cameras
sniff-
in the toilet. And,
Oh
well,
God!
of
But
course,
that
of
is the
course.
worst view you could ever imagine, dude.
I
Wow.
like it, I guess. I don't know.
You gotta get your kink from somewhere, I guess.
I mean, how about normal like stuff? Just not all that
I mean,
freaky
that's
shit.
too easy to get on the
Japan's
internet.
Everything except for the toilet cams, though, with Japan is pretty cool.
You need to go adventuring for your good stuff.
This is
I've never
Times
been.
Square right here.
Oh yeah.
Times Square since before COVID. We
I
used
don't know,
it
it
to
looks
gauge
like hentai.
like the public and how they felt about. I thought that Times, because it's 24/7 and it's like 4K, so you can like look at people, but you can gauge like how many people are in Times Square by, the rest of the United States and how they felt about coming back out and everything.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So, when it was the heart of COVID, are you saying it was like
There was nobody there, nobody.
fucking
And
nobody?
it slowly got better, and
Huh.
it was like hope, Times Square. This TV,
Yeah.
it was like
anybody
hope.
who's anybody knows when you go to New York City, there's one place you don't go: Times Square.
Times
Fucking
Square.
lame.
Anywhere in New York?
No, there's
Oh,
some
New
cool
York's
places.
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
New York
I've
looks
been
like
there
a
twice
fucking
and it was fun.
shithole.
Well, you got to have
Yeah.
a good connection. Like, if you have a good apartment to go to in Manhattan, where you can like smoke bowls out on the balcony and
Oh my
shit.
god.
And if you happen to have a good connection in Brooklyn, who's has like let's say a couple of 9mm and a scale with some nice weed on his desk in his office. If
So
you
the
happen
only
to-
good thing about New York is drugs. Is what you're saying.
drugs,
Right.
What I love about Steve is that when it comes to like vacations, as you guys call it, It's like, what's the weed situation there? Can I smoke?
Yeah.
Can I? Oh yeah, that's cool. Then we're going. It's like-
Oh, they got some of that dank weed. Yeah, no, we're going there.
What do you guys
Yeah.
call it, Lee?
Come on,
Holiday?
kids.
Going on
Come
holiday?
on, kids, get in that
Holiday.
hopper.
yeah, holiday. Yeah, holiday time.
New,
You call it
New York is
vacation.
fun.
Peppa Pig taught me that.
And the food.
Big time. Who said that?
That was it.
You guys,
The best
Yeah,
thing
yes.
in New York, in all honesty, is the food. The fucking food is incredible. There's so many amazing options.
Well, yeah, you're stoned all the time. Any food tastes good.
No, I have to agree
That's
with him.
true. That's true.
Dude, the food
It always
is
tastes
incredible.
better after you've had a smoke. It really does.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
As eating out of this fucking trash can, dude. No, it's the best.
Gourmet food, beautiful.
Oh yeah.
If
Just
you
gonna
like,
smoke on this bowl, man, and then
Have some
I'm
Taco
telling you,
Bell.
you-
It'll be delicious.
oh, not Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Never.
It's 2 days
Original.
out. It's 2 days out of date, but I've had a smoke and it tastes amazing.
Original famous Ray's, or one of those downtown Ray's. There's a bunch of different Ray's pizzas. There's so many good, and then you also have kick-ass I mean
Everything.
everything. The
Every
Cuban-
kind of cuisine is.
I don't know if you've ever had Cuban food, but it's a thing and it's fucking fabulous. It's crazy.
they fill it with so many drugs. It's amazing.
Cuban food with weed is great.
Yeah. With cocaine though.
Hey, that's presidential. That's the presidential
yeah.
level.
Oh.
of food right
That's
there.
a presidential food, yeah.
So a few weeks ago, we
Hey,
talked.
Mr. Bites, Mr. Bites.
Well, la
like
dee
some of this
da.
Cuban,
A few weeks
these
ago,
Cuban
we,
burgers.
we talked about this a few weeks ago when this first came out. Maybe even not even like last week. And Last Dance, you said to me, like, they definitely know where it came from. People are heavily observed in the White House. Now they come out with this, pardon me, report that says we don't know where it came from. I
Yeah, they
mean,
declined to interview 500 people.
do you think it's a lie? Is this a cover-up and a lie?
When I say they definitely know, I think they already know in advance who uses cocaine in the White House. They know who the likely suspects are. Everybody has a background investigation. Nobody has a private life that works there. So
Well, you cannot be Secret Service and do cocaine.
How can
So
you be
it's,
like
if you
Secret
are a-
service and go, I have no idea who's taking cocaine.
if you are a White House staffer who works that close, they all know whose cocaine that is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
remember the Secret Service did help Hunter get out of trouble with his gun that he dipped off near school. Secret Service went and got it and covered it up for him.
But
What's
you
that?
know, these are
dropped
not
off
people
a
who are going
gun
to
at
talk to the
school?
press.
Yeah, his girlfriend or wife at the time, who was his brother's wife, but started going with Hunter after he died, went and took the gun for him to hide it and got rid of it, and they threw it in a trash can that was very close to his school. And then the Secret Service went and got it for him, retrieved it, and covered it up.
but they retrieved
damn.
it because they thought it would be a danger to the school.
I mean,
well, a school
birds with one
and
stone, I
his
guess.
career. Yeah, I mean,
Right. Because some people would say that it would be a danger to Hunter, that they were covering for him, but other people would say they got it because of its location, that it could be
Well,
a danger for a mass
I mean,
shooting.
it really doesn't matter. It's both.
I mean, look
Surely?
what they did. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean to talk over you.
No.
I do that. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, they went to great lengths. Not the Secret Service per se, but lots of other institutions and people and 50 intelligence experts to try and get rid of that story about the laptop. Before the election, they went to great lengths to do that. So why wouldn't they be covering everything else up? Why not? I mean, we all know they are. Come on, they're lying to us constantly.
Yeah, it's certainly. Who do you mean specifically?
Well, I mean, the government's lying to us, and then it depends. So
I
if
can't.
it's a
I don't think it's Joe Biden though. He's so fucking stupid that he.
Well,
can't cover
he's
his own
gone.
tracks, so.
yeah, he's just like a meat puppet or something. But
Oh yeah.
Um, But I mean, he lies too. He's a prolific liar. That's what cracks me up when people talk about Trump lying. It's like, well, Biden is way more of a prolific liar than Trump. I mean, it goes back, 40 years or more. But yeah, I mean, the media and the government. So if the government's controlled by Republicans, then the media would be calling all this out, right? But since it's controlled by Democrats right now, and since the powers that be in the government seem to be aligned with what you might call the uniparty or the Democrats and, like, I guess never Trump or Republican types like Kinzinger and those types. As long as those people are in some sort of control, like the media, and they're all going to work together to sort of make sure their agenda goes through and that the Democrats look as like clean as possible. It's just like Obama, they said was scandal free, which was total BS, but they just like didn't report on the scandals, or they would report on the scandals like very broadly as like governmental issues. Like kids in cages was an issue under Obama, but like when the media would report about it, they talk about it like the government did this,
Right.
the government's doing it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And then when it turned over to Trump, it was like, yeah, Trump's doing this. Trump's the bad guy.
I mean, he was doing it too, and that whole thing is really complicated.
They
but,
changed the name, though. That's what I'm saying. They changed the wording.
right.
It's not the
Totally.
government anymore. It's Trump.
Yeah, and I actually on Twitter years ago now, probably, I reached out to an NPR reporter because I was doing a video where I found articles when they were reporting on this stuff during during Obama, and comparing it to reporting on Trump. And this one specific reporter.
Smokesteve's wife.
Sorry. I'm sorry, I'm long-winded here, but so I found this reporter that reported on Obama and Trump. When it was Obama, it was like governmental, broad, never even mentioned Obama. When it was Trump this, Trump that, very narrative-driven, like, reporting. And I reached out to her on Twitter. She actually responded to me, and she said, oh, well, because the article that I had quoted her on was about this group suing the government over Obama's policy, right, to keep the kids in the cages and all that. And she said, oh, well, I only did it like that because they weren't suing Obama. But it's like you're just being dense, because obviously it's Obama's policy that's driving the fact that they're being sued in the first place. So, that's just how it goes.
What is, you said, you referenced Obama's controversies.
Yeah.
Name one, or two, or whatever, Obama's biggest controversies.
Well, you had the gun running thing going on, for one.
What was that?
The ghost guns, the gun running to Mexico. What was it called?
There's a name for it.
Yeah, it was the same as the car movie. What is it?
Yeah,
Fast and Furious.
Fast and Furious. Yeah,
That's
Operation
it.
Fast and Furious. So,
Yeah.
so that was very scandal ridden, and because when you think about it, when Republicans were investigating that, and oversight was investigating, they subpoenaed Obama's Attorney General Eric Holder, at the time, and they subpoenaed him. So that's a congressional subpoena. He ignored it. Okay, and then when the Congress tried to hold him accountable for that, Democrats literally walked out of the vote. And I remember, I've done videos on this years ago, but you can find videos of it. The media at the time was like, "Oh, yes, this is all just a political stunt. So good job, Democrats, standing up to this bullying." And so that's how it goes when there's Democrats in. It's like the standards just are totally different. So that's a big one.
What the hell did I do here?
And
like
he was actually
number one.
No, but you're really big-headed, Steve.
It's
Look
your
at me.
show if that's what you want.
What the fuck did I do? Okay, that's even
no, you're
worse.
bigger. Hey, there's
more
that's
Steve. We need more
Okay.
Steve.
sexy-looking goose.
What the hell did I do last dance? Jesus
It's
Christ.
just like a floating
There you
head with
go.
it.
Thank you. Now, what the fuck? I'm on this weird giant screen now.
And I love seeing you behind Aphid there. That's great.
Okay, I'm back.
Well, Aphid loves seeing
Aphid, you know what you
Smokesteve
need in
behind
the
him as
background?
well.
You know what
What's
you
that?
need? You need like a Bang & Olufsen, like 80s era Bang & Olufsen entertainment set with like the
Oh, my
it
friend
just
had
the
one of those.
receiver and all that. Oh, it would look so cool in the back there.
It was awesome.
They're hard
like
to get a hold
like
of.
a stereo receiver.
Yeah, well, there's like a record. There's like it's a 3 or 4 piece set with like a record
Turntable.
player. Yeah, turntable.
I got all that
receiver
stuff,
and
but it's
receiver,
not
yeah.
like old.
cassette
Dude,
player.
nothing
This thing right here.
like
CD the
smoke
player.
on the water or like Stairway to Heaven does literally sound better on those old
Fuck Stairway
systems.
to
Yep.
Heaven. I cannot play that song as you
Oh,
said
it's
last
easy.
night.
It's easy. I can. Hey, look, it's Riddle. Riddle. No fucking way, dude. He's
Hey,
from
Riddle.
He's your dog.
What's up, Riddle? What's up, buddy?
He's the man. Riddle, join in, dude. The link is under the
Yeah, you can
description.
join us,
Is
Riddle.
that oh, what's his
And look who else. Fucking
Avatar.
Based. Welsh
Why
dog
do I
shows up.
recognise that?
All right.
Yeah, man.
Hey,
Maybe,
Based.
what should I shart? Should I
Yeah,
start
Shark.
these?
Yeah,
Shark
please
right
do.
now.
I want you
Should
to
I
look on your
start
face.
these things later? I mean, like
Yeah, you do it a little too early
We haven't
because
had an ass on this
for me.
stream so far, Steve. So you might
I
as
can
well
never get in
start
here
on
till
stream.
later.
We go
I
on
should-
until midnight.
Saturday night.
So.
It's Saturday night. Got shit
Yeah.
going on.
It's
I mean,
Saturday
In the
night.
wintertime, it gets
Saturday
dark
night,
at
it's gonna
like
be all
5,
right.
so it's no big deal. But in the summertime,
Farms.
shit's happening.
Like UFC
Right.
main event just started. Like I gotta turn that on.
Oh, no
I got
kidding.
to watch it silent.
Did you hear fucking Tyson Fury's gonna fight Francis Ngannou or whatever his
Oh.
name is?
No, I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, I think it's a dumb fight. But also, what's his name? Jake Paul is gonna fight one of the Diaz brothers, which is
Oh, is
huge.
he? That's cool.
Yeah.
Man, that guy just like he's
I
going
mean,
for it.
You've got to stay relevant somehow, haven't you?
Doesn't he get his ass beat all the times, or is he
It's
good?
hard. It's hard to stay relevant.
No, Jake Paul is a good
Jake-
fighter. He's
Jake Paul's a
shit.
dickhead, but he's in wrestling, isn't he? He's in WWE, and people love
Jake
him
Paul?
in it. Yeah.
well, he's
He is?
just trying to make money.
Yeah.
He,
Well, he
he
actually
was in
can fight,
MMA
too.
for a bit, but then
Yeah.
moved to WWE.
dude, he'll do anything for like if they're gonna pay him like 20 million,
He's been
he'll fight
boxing.
somebody. You
He's
know?
been
Oh, I
boxing.
mean, fucking
Yeah.
hell! I would fight the hardest fucking boxer in the world for 20 million.
I'd fight
Yeah.
you for 20
He's been
minutes.
winning though, hasn't he?
Yeah,
Hasn't he
yeah.
beat Tyson Fury?
I would fuck
I'd-
you for 20 million.
I'd
Yeah,
fight any
I'd
of you
like to
guys
fuck
for
you
20 bucks.
million.
20 bucks.
I gotta-
Hey,
I
I'll
gotta-
fight you for
I gotta-
20
mean, if
minutes,
it's-
bro.
If
I
it's
gotta
waved
fuck
out
you
in
while
front
you're
of me,
playing your guitar for 20 million.
Oh, just bend me over, Lee. Come
I'll
on.
take it. I'll take an ass beating.
Oh, that's funny. I gotta grab some beer.
Fuck it, I'm gonna be cheap and do it for 19 million.
That's the problem. The bidding
Oh,
war.
don't
You'll-
undercut me like this.
You'll be
Lee.
down to 20 bucks before you know.
All
it.
right. Yeah, let's be careful. Yeah, you're right.
The
Last
best
time.
one.
I would fuck you for a cigarette, Lee.
You're not a proud man. All right, he's hanging with his dad. It's okay, Riddle. No worries, buddy. If your dad goes to bed early, jump on here if we're still on. But enjoy the stream otherwise, and thanks for being here. I'm gonna grab a couple of beers and let you guys chat amongst yourselves.
Mute yourself
Hanging out
because
with
of
the pops.
fan.
Do you guys think I'm a degenerate for smoking a bowl?
No, go
Well,
for it. I'm smoking.
I don't see how the host.
It'd be
Of the
hard
show
for us
is
to be on this
Smokesteve.
show.
I mean, I've already hit a bowl on it, but I think it's a little trashy.
Don't worry about it. You want to do it, do it.
I want to do it. It's Saturday night,
Well,
like you
do it.
said.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Cheers,
I
everybody.
finally got all the kids down. It's
Cheers.
like, finally.
Cheers.
Where are you at Georgia again? Where are you at again?
Me?
Drone Tech? Yeah.
I'm in Ohio.
Oh, I was about to say, I've been to Georgia. I was there for 6 weeks. Fucking
What
nice.
were you doing
worst
there?
n-
What were you
It
doing?
was
Looking
like
for-
the worst and most fun time of my life. It was weird.
What were you doing there?
Engineer. I had to build a whole like conveyor unit for a like
Mine.
agricultural place.
Right.
Wow.
Well, me and somebody else. It wasn't just me, you know.
Whereabouts do you live in England again? Whereabouts?
Lincolnshire, bruv.
Oh, right, Lincolnshire. Is
Yeah.
it Lincolnshire very flat?
Yeah, yeah.
Hardly any hills.
We're like the flattest county in England.
Yeah, I think it is, isn't it? Yeah.
We have a hill that's not that steep, but it's called Steep Hill.
It's all relative.
It's a slight incline, but we call it
That's
Steep
great.
Hill.
What's the closest major city you're to?
Me,
Yeah.
Lincoln.
Evidently, that's not major enough.
What do you mean? No, we've got like one of the biggest cathedrals in England.
That
really?
sucker
Yeah.
is huge.
I think there's
Yeah,
only two
that's-
cities Aphid Lip is considering: London and Manchester.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I guess
They're
that's
not-
right. I don't know anything
Oh
else.
no, them cities are fallen long ago. They're
Hey,
not
I'm
British
Manchester.
anymore. Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry, but you know, you don't live
They're
in
not
a
British.
British city anymore, and
You're not British.
Oh.
you're not British. No, nah, bro, nah.
Although Manchester
It's a-
Cathedral is very small. Very small.
It's fucking tiny. I remember going
It
to
is. It is.
Birmingham.
It's
once.
fucking tiny, you daft cunt.
It's cunt, you fucking cunt. It's fucking tiny. No, I remember going to Birmingham once, dating this girl, and she showed me the cathedral, and I went, "That's a cathedral." And this guy that just passed by was like, "Oh, I bet you're from Lincoln, aren't you?" And I went, yeah. I'm just like, "Oh, fuck." So yeah, we got a cathedral that's massive and huge, and this
Well,
thing was
I'm
like,
originally-
built like
I'm
a
originally-
fucking bungalow.
I'm originally from Gloucester, so Gloucester Cathedral is huge.
Oh, that's
Um,
massive, yeah.
And obviously famed for the fact that Harry Potter scenes have been filmed there as well. So,
Very nice.
yes.
That's pretty cool.
They've
Never
made a
seen-
whole tourist industry out of that. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, I
It's
bet.
like, come to Gloucester Cathedral, you know, because Harry Potter, you know, yeah, you can imagine, can't you?
Oh, so you're
Yeah.
familiar with Cheltenham too?
Come get a lightning
Yeah,
bolt on
yeah.
your forehead.
That's why I'm always joking with you, Last Dance, that your past is like a 007, because I know for a fact. I think we spoke in the past that I know you visited GCHQ. So
And I have. Well, I never admitted that, but I certainly have
You
admitted
did.
being in Cheltenham.
Well, you kind of did admit it,
You
but I can't admit.
visited there?
I used to drive past GCHQ virtually every day in my younger days. So there was always a fascination with the fact that, you know, obviously there's lots of people there doing very secretive work. So
You hope they're
monitoring-
working.
monitoring the world and working with the US in a big way. So-
Talking about monitoring the world, I'm very close to the place that they built the, you know, like the decoder in the First World War, the Second World War.
The Enigma machine or something.
The
The
bomb?
Enigma, yeah.
The Enigma? That was the
Broke-
crypto system that they broke.
Yeah,
That's right, yeah.
it's so fucking cool to look at.
That is cool.
And the sad story is the guy that invented that computer that broke the Enigma code was gay, and didn't they? Wasn't he,
He killed
prosecuted and
himself.
sent to prison? He killed himself.
No, he-
yeah, because it
He
was like it
killed
was
himself
illegal
by
to be
eating
gay
a
or
poisoned apple because
Yeah,
his
he committed
favorite story
suicide.
was was it not Snow White? What's the one where she eats a poison apple?
something.
Yeah,
yeah,
you're
that's
right.
No way.
Yeah, yeah,
Sleeping
Snow White.
Beauty,
Yeah,
Sleeping Beauty.
Sleeping Beauty. Thank
Sleeping
you.
Beauty,
Drake.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's,
The Seven Dwarfs.
He was such a fan of that
Oh, yeah.
movie that he ate a poison apple.
Oh yeah, I think it's
To
the Seven
die.
Dwarves actually. I think you're
Oh
right about
my
that.
god! So that's
Yeah.
the way he killed himself.
Yeah,
That's
Based
crazy.
on
Why'd he do
Somebody
it?
killed himself. Yeah.
So Disney actually killed him.
Disney.
I mean, well, Disney's killed. I mean, no, I'm not saying that live on
What
stream.
we're really saying is that wokeness killed him.
wokeness killed him.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Well, I mean, I guess the poor guy was a conflicted soul or some shit, right?
Drink
That's too
take
bad.
you are one funny motherfucker. I love you.
Excuse me.
Alan Turing. Should remember the name.
That's it.
Yeah, Alan-
Oh yeah,
yeah.
have you guys seen the new Seven Dwarfs? It looks.
Oh,
like,
is that
this
the
real?
one?
It looks like it almost. It looks like something that would be done like on public broadcasting or something. It's so weird.
Is she like?
There's a new
Mexican
Snow
or
White?
something As
Well,
well.
she's
Is
Latinx,
there a new? Is there a new?
Latinx.
and,
Right, that's
and
not
all the
saying, is there a new-
dwarves except for one
Is there a
are
new Snow
adults.
White, then? Is there a new Snow White? Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Or not?
yeah, it's
Yeah,
it's
really?
it looks like it's gonna be another abomination, but they're already. It's like I've heard it said that Disney's like a gigantic ship and it takes a long time to turn course, and like they're on course to make these movies, and damn it, they're coming out, but they're gonna be bad, and this is one of them.
Oh yeah, they're gonna be bad.
Hasn't
alright,
all
too, man.
Disney movies been bad though for the past like what?
Right, they've been really bad. They've
30
lost,
years?
I think, billions now.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, who made Moana? Moana was a good movie.
Yeah. That was one of
Never
their
heard of it.
last good ones.
I think that was a top-notch movie.
it was
Sing.
a good
I
movie.
like Sing.
Everybody
Sing.
agrees that was a good movie.
How about Sing? Sing was good.
I watched it.
It's okay. I mean, it was a
I
single
mean,
watch.
they
We haven't-
feature some old rock songs that we can all be like, oh, cool, you know, like.
Yeah,
hey,
it was
you know.
okay.
Well, just because the fucking movie features good rock songs doesn't mean it's a good movie.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, it's not something I would put on porn. Like I just had my
It's
kids
like-
watch Aladdin, the cartoon one. It's such an awesome movie, dude. I haven't seen that
Oh,
in
the
forever.
songs in that is great.
Yeah, it's so good. It's like, man, yeah, there's nothing like
Yeah, I
this.
guess I liked Aladdin. So
Like
I
the
guess
original.
they're not all
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. Not the
I
remake.
like Len. Sorry.
It's like the pinnacle. I was telling my kids, I was like, I kept saying it. I'm like, this is the pinnacle. It didn't get any better than this. It's all downhill from here, kids.
Oh, I like some of the stuff.
You
from
want your
the
little
60s.
mermaid black kids?
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Little Mermaid's really good too. Oh, not the new one.
Yeah, no.
I think Mary Poppins is the best Disney movie.
Mary Poppins, huh?
The Sound
Mary
of Music.
Poppins.
Nah, Sword in the Stone. Yeah,
That's a good one.
that's a good one.
Sword in the Stone. is a
Jungle
good one.
Book. Nobody likes
Very
Jungle Book.
good.
But was Sword in the Stone?
I love
Disney?
Jungle Book.
Yeah.
I love
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
So do I.
Jungle Book's great. Yeah. All
I
that
would
stuff's
go with
great.
Moana for myself.
Lion King, Milan,
Moana.
Lion King was okay.
whatever it is. Yeah.
The first one.
The original
Songs
Lion
in
King,
Jungle
right.
Book are just brilliant. They're just cool.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
my son.
great.
My son watched that. Oh, we had the DVD players in the SUV, you know. And he just was like nonstop.
Although for me it was what was it? Not DuckTales. No, DuckTales. The DuckTales movie.
Oh yeah, my kids still watch
Fucking-
DuckTales, the original.
Ah. With Scrooge and everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Scrooge
Louie
McDuck.
Louie and the other one.
Oh yeah, my
You know
kids
what,
even
I
started
think
asking me.
this is
They're like, "Where's their
Personal
mother?"
opinion, but the best Scrooge movie that's
Where's their mother?
that's
Like,
Yes, the best Scrooge movie, Lee.
Oh, he's gone. Just like that.
Scrooge, typical Scrooge, jumps out.
The best Scrooge movie, I'm going to say, is the one with Bill Murray.
Oh yeah, I love that one.
If that's
Great
what he
movie.
was going to say.
We watch it
I
every year
think.
at Halloween and Christmas.
Scrooged with an ED at the end.
I do not know if I've ever seen that. I always meant to see it.
Good movie.
It's a brilliant movie.
Yeah.
It's great.
I agree.
But, I mean, if we're talking Christmas
hilarious,
movies,
isn't it?
my favorite is Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Oh, yeah,
I
another
have to-
great-
That's Thanksgiving.
I have to watch that one.
That was
It's
a
Thanksgiving.
great
Well, for me-
movie.
That's a good,
Yeah,
that's
but we
Christmas before
don't
Thanksgiving.
celebrate Thanksgiving because we're not fucking idiots.
Holy shit. It's when we
It's
finally
really-
made peace
I'm
with those
sorry
Indians.
about that. I
It's
just
literally just a reason to nosh on
I
like
just-
turkey and mashed potatoes and shit all day. That's it.
That's correct.
I just dropped out because my battery went, so I probably lost a bit of the conversation. But
Well,
I, just want
ju-
to, I think the
please.
best Scrooge movie that's ever been done is actually The Muppets Christmas Carol, featuring.
Oh, yes.
It's good.
Brilliant! It's
Yeah,
brilliant.
with what's his face? Yeah, he's
Michael
one of the best
Caine.
Scrooges.
Michael
yeah,
Caine.
Michael Caine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
He's one of the best
Fucking
Scrooges.
Muppets Christmas. Yeah. that-
Just
Yeah, for
that's
sure.
just a brilliant movie. Cool.
Yeah, you're right. I
Oh
agree.
my god.
That is
I
a
thought
good
Jim
one.
Carrey did a good job with that anime one. I like that.
Yeah,
I
the
like
Uncanny
What,
Valley
Grinch?
effect. I can't get around it.
that. The what?
The Uncanny
You're about
Valley.
the Grinch or
You know what the uncanny valley is?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes,
Well,
yeah,
like,
I know what you're on about.
it's just basically an effect that happens to people, like when they see like robots or like facsimiles of humans that don't quite look human. It's unnerving, and
Yeah.
Oh, really?
that movie especially really gives me that feeling. Yeah, that
Really?
like,
What's it
the
called?
one with Tom Hanks, the Christmas one.
Oh yeah, Polar Express. My son
Polar
likes that
Express,
one
that
too.
one. The same
Oh
thing.
yeah.
Wow,
More
really?
so with that one. Yeah.
Like it messes with you? Like you don't
Like
like to
trans
watch it?
people, like trans women. I think that's a big thing. That's a big problem with them. The uncanny valley effect is hardcore with them.
Wait, so this triggers you, Drown Tech? I'm not sure. I understand.
Well, it's most people. It triggers most human beings. I mean, I
You
wouldn't say it's like
included?
hugely
Most?
triggering or anything, but there's something in your brain that goes off. Like there's something not quite right here, and it's unnerving. Yeah.
Huh. Wow.
Yeah, look it up.
what's the-
Google it. Uncanny Valley. Here, I'll show you.
What's the movie where there's a young boy that lives in a train station, and it's got
Yeah.
Hugo?
Polar Express.
The Hugo?
Hugo? Yeah, I had
Hugo,
that feeling.
okay.
I had that feeling about Hugo. You know, I thought it was it was a little bit weird. I don't know.
I put it in private chat. The definition.
Well,
We
this
call that
is
the
why I
back
don't
chat
watch
around here.
movies. This is why I don't watch movies. They're all fucked up. Getting this uncanny valley. I don't
way.
even know what
Come
the hell
on.
that is. Uncanny valley. What the?
I never heard of it.
I think it normally refers to like robotics and like things like that are made to look human and stuff, but it is more than that. It's like there's been discussion on this before, but like dummies at stores kind of have that effect on some people.
Mannequins.
Mannequins.
Did you see
yeah,
the
mannequins,
story?
yeah.
It was actually based in the US, where they put this robot with a sign around its neck, which it was trying to make its way from North America to South America. Yeah, and then they put it in a town, and it was asking for help. Literally, with just a sign on it. And anyway, what they just wanted to observe how humans would react with it. And basically, it got beat to shit in every town. People just smashed it up. They just didn't like it. They just smashed it up, even though it was asking for help.
That reminds
Gorillas
me of
and,
them,
and
like,
monkeys and
have
shit do the same stuff.
Have
Yeah.
you seen that? Have you seen that AI'd security bot in America that decided to drown itself because it couldn't deal with being beaten up? So it just slammed itself into a fountain
It's
suicide.
killed itself. Yeah.
No, I didn't see that.
It's like in RoboCop 2 where they're testing the different new RoboCops, and the one just like comes out and shoots itself in the head.
yeah.
Yeah, that I don't remember.
Yeah, and there's one that comes out that like tears his head off. It's like,
Tears his head off.
Huh.
I don't think I made it to RoboCop 2.
oh man,
RoboCop 1
I started
was
watching
awesome.
RoboCop 3 today just for shits and giggles.
Oh, there's a
'Cause it's on-
third
it's on
Oh,
one.
as long
Prime.
as you don't watch.
Yeah, it's on Prime.
Raw.
I actually saw it in the movie theaters when I was a kid, but yeah.
RoboCop
Robocop.
one adds a real good memory for me because Aphid Libs could just get the wrong idea of me completely. But it's another.
Here
It's another
comes.
here it comes, right? My friends and I said, "Oh, there's this new movie out called RoboCop." So it's like, right, okay. And I just arrived at the pub. They'd been there for an hour or two, and they were like, "Yeah, but the thing is, it starts in about 20 minutes, and it's in Gloucester, and I lived about 15 minutes away." So I said, a bit like out of Pulp Fiction and Mr. Wolf. I said 20 minutes, so we'll get there in like 15. And they're like, no, we're not going to make it in time. We'll miss them. And I said, no, we're getting. So we got in the car, and I absolutely fucking floored it. I mean, I don't know what speed I was doing, but we got into the cinema, started to watch the movie. We didn't miss a beat of it. I remember just speeding so fast to get there. But I've got to say, it was a film that remember at the beginning when they're in the warehouse and he shoots. I think he shoots his hand off. And I remember I was absolutely traumatized. I was like, fucking hell, this is strong. It's like,
Yeah.
I
The
really,
RoboCop 1, the first one.
Yeah,
about
yeah.
But
the
yeah,
one-
it's
what
brutal,
about-
man. There's
It's
many brutal
brutal.
parts in that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what
When-
about the
when they
part where
shoot
he
him
starts
when
shooting
they
the
sh-
guy in the dick, though.
Yeah. When they
When
shoot
they
up,
when they shoot him up when he's a normal human, and then they transform him into the RoboCop.
Oh yeah.
That was a
That
cool
whole-
scene when he was getting
Yeah.
blasted. That's when I knew years later, like when I found Live Leak, I was like, yeah, I'm not freaked out by this shit. This was was RoboCop, but real, you know? Like, that was kind of our early indoctrination into that sort of thing, man. But, like,
It was live leak training.
Yeah.
kind of.
Yeah,
right?
it
Kind
was.
of.
You're right.
I feel like CNN and Desert Storm for me as a kid, like watching Desert Storm unfold, and just I was glued to the TV for that entire war, and I think that's what kind of set me up. But I was also watching those movies too, and Predator and Aliens and all that shit when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that? There's a thing on, I think on YouTube or somewhere, where it's like a parody of RoboCop, but he's basically shooting everyone in the dick.
That sounds
It's just-
awesome.
Yeah, it's so good.
If you type into YouTube Brady's gun shoot, it takes the Jaws movie and then it like obviously it's brilliantly edited. Every time like somebody's getting attacked-
Another break.
every time someone's getting like attacked by a shark, it's edited where Brady's just leaning over the boat with his gun and he's just shooting them.
Yeah.
It's just fucking.
We're gonna
bodies
need a
everywhere.
bigger boat.
Yeah. It's
Do
like-
you remember the scene with Ed 209 that comes in? It's like you have 20 seconds to comply.
seconds to comply.
Yeah, that just like mows the guy down for like 30 seconds. Just
Yeah, it's brilliant.
turns him into hamburger.
Apparently,
We saw that as kids. We're like, yeah.
that scene was very controversial in what rating to give the movie. They had to.
Was it?
It was apparently worse, and they had to tone it down somewhat so they could get like the next lower rating.
Wasn't it something as well? Like if you said the word "fuck" in a movie, it instantly went to a higher level. You just
Man,
have to say it
every
once.
80s movie had
Yeah,
it like
there
a
was-
dozen
Yeah.
times.
Say lo-
You guys, are you guys familiar with the director, Von Daniken? I think is his name.
Yes.
RoboCop,
Yeah.
Yeah, I love his
He
stuff,
did
man. Like are you
Starship
guys like-
Troopers,
yeah, do you like Starship Troopers? Yeah, I love.
that's
I
good.
fucking love Starship Troopers. I
Total
love it.
Recall. He
I
did
always
that.
have- Total
Total
Recall,
Recall
another one of my
as well.
favorites. I get
Basic
quoted
Instinct. He did
endlessly.
Basic Instinct too.
I thought Total Recall was a little
Did he?
bit thin.
Instinct. I didn't know that.
Really, I loved it.
Wow.
I'm pretty
Get
sure.
out, Steve.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Let me look it up.
I thought there were parts of Total Recall that were a little thin, but
I like. I like.
God, I love that movie.
Get
It
the
definitely is
fuck
one of my
out,
all-time
Steve.
favorites, man.
It's one of the best movies ever.
Yeah.
You
the three
and not
titties. I
you.
mean, you
You
put
and
three
me.
titties in a movie.
Yeah,
and
three
come on.
titties in a movie, yeah.
So do you think that's Schwarzenegger's
I mean, I
best
get
movie
told
or
all-
something? Terminator was better.
Come on, Hagen, you got what you want. Give these people air.
Terminator was better.
Dude, I love No. Look,
Predator.
so
Predator.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, if we're gonna get to a talk about that, I mean,
Yeah.
jeez. I personally think Arnold Schwarzenegger, like, I just kind of forget about the stupid shit he said in his old age, and just kind of just remember him in that time, man. That guy, there's no kind of replacement for him. There's nobody that's come up to replace the
Commander.
stuff that he
I-
did.
All right,
Oh,
best
oh,
Schwarzenegger
up
movie.
until-
All right, then.
Up until
Have you-
Collateral
Alright.
Damage.
Have you
Everything
ever
after
heard
that.
Have you
What
ever
about
heard that
First
story?
Blood, Sylvester Stallone, or Predator, Arnold
Predator.
Army?
Purdy.
I'm an Arnold guy. I'm an Arnold guy.
Arnold.
Me too.
I think the very First Blood film
First Blood's
was
great.
brilliant. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
it's great.
First was great, but have
He
you
did
ever
Showgirl.
heard, like,
He did Showgirls too, by the way. Showgirl.
Did
Right.
he?
Oh yeah. I
Let's
did know
get
that.
down to
But he-
it. Best
Basic
Schwarzenegger
Instinct.
film
Basic
through the crew here. Through the
I just
crew.
wanna
Best
say one
Schwarzenegger.
thing.
Best Schwarzenegger
I-
film?
I just want to say
Predator.
one thing quickly. Like, you
I
ever
have to think
heard
about
that
that for a minute.
feud between Schwarzenegger and Stallone, where where fucking Arnie trolled Stallone, going, "Oh, I've heard this movie. I'm gonna take this role of this movie called Mum. What was that movie?
Don't stop or my
shoot.
mom will shoot.
Yes, that one. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I
he's
remember.
like, and Sylvester Stallone's like, "Oh, okay, I'll go in for this movie," and Arnie was just trolling him the whole time. saying this is the best script ever, so he took the movie.
Right. Oh yeah, I did hear about that. Yeah.
And Arnie was just like, "Ah, you fucking dickhead." Or you.
Yeah, but then what did Arnie do? Arnie went and did Twins, which I just watched recently. Which is hilarious.
Oh,
by the way.
Twins is fucking great.
Twins
Yeah,
is
we
a good
just
movie.
watched it like 3 days ago. I don't know why, but we did.
Twins is a lot better than that grandmother movie with fucking whatever his name was there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, don't stop my don't stop or my mom will shoot. I just remember that from the trailer, like that scene.
Terrible.
I love. Do you remember do you remember the film? It's the best, one of the best beginnings to a movie ever. I think it's my little opinion, and it's not the best movie in the world. But do you remember the Sylvester Stallone film Cobra?
Yeah, of course.
I love
And
it.
at the beginning, he
I
goes,
love
in
it.
America. He goes, in
Oh,
America, every 30 seconds there's a robbery. Every like minute and a half there's a rape. Everything, and then he goes, and I'm the cure. And I just love that fucking scene in the supermarket. And then the cop goes, "You killed those people," and he goes, "Yeah, tell that to their parents because like they've killed this young girl." And he just pulls the cover back and shows his face.
Oh,
I just think that is a fucking brilliant beginning to a movie.
Cobra's a good movie.
That
Cobra's
movie's
all
great,
right.
yeah. And the whole cult thing, and the guy that leads the cult, which was Arnold Schwarzenegger's buddy and like stunt double and shit, and a lot of other stuff. Early on, you know what I'm talking about. He was in X-Files and all that stuff.
I think it's a German
I forget his
actor,
name.
right?
The guy with the jawline, just like Arnold.
Yep.
He's in tons of shit. But yeah, that's a great movie. But Demolition Man, Stallone redeemed himself with Demolition Man. That movie is brilliant. Still to this day.
I mean, I don't
it's a
understand
good
all the
movie.
hate he gets for Judge Dredd either. He was a great Dredd. In my opinion.
I have a, this is a
that
true
exchange
story.
between him and his brother is legendary. Where they're talking about the law, and he's like, "Law," and they're outlawing each other. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
great.
that's fucking beautiful.
A true story here. Talking about Sylvester Stallone. Remember Dolph Lundgren, who was in
Oh,
was
yeah.
it Rocky 4? I think it was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He's in tons of stuff.
So
Russian.
a friend of mine
Drago.
invited me out for a long
Drago,
weekend to Spain. I think I forget what the town was now, but it's like about a 5-minute drive from Gibraltar. Yeah. Down in the
Hello,
south
my
of
friend. We are
Spain.
5 minutes from Gibraltar.
So we go over, and then this guy is like a local businessman where I live, but he's done so well. He's a multimillionaire. So anyway, we go down, and my mate is one of his best friends. So whilst we're there, we get invited to go to is it Porto-Nobu? I can't remember. Anyway, so we go there, and we go to his house we get invited for the day to go for a barbecue, go on his boat. So we go down there. It's all cool.
Was his name Epstein?
No. No, it wasn't. But anyway, so we're having a barbecue, and his next door neighbour, who just happens to have a house there, is Dolph
Happens
Lundgren.
on an island.
And he came over, and we were like all talking to him and stuff. But this guy like knew him because he was next door neighbour. So he's like, "Oh, Dolph, come over," and they're having a beer, and so
Dolph
came-
Lundgren, yeah.
so he came over for about half an hour, 40 minutes.
He's a PhD. He's a doctor of something. He's a very smart guy.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I remember slagging off some guy that I didn't really know and got invited to his birthday party because he felt bad. and his uncle was Pete Townsend.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Did you just tell a story like a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, well, shut up.
It's
He
Pete.
has a
comedian.
purpose. Alright, I want to look cool. Fuck off, Adrian.
Is that
You
the
always look cool.
cousins?
No, I
I'm trying
look
to
like
remember
a
that.
dick most of the time. But, I mean, Aphid's just trying to...
Well, he's got a master's degree in chemical engineering.
Hey, you,
That's
Steve,
pretty
you did
impressive.
ask me about. You did ask us what we thought the best Arnold movie was. Are we going to go back to that at all?
Yeah. Let's circle back.
yeah.
Let's
So-
circle back.
Go
So, here, I want to
Come on.
say personally, I think it's Total Recall. Personally, I think that's his best movie. But I want to.
Well,
There's a close second. I know people say Terminator 2. I actually think Terminator 1's better.
I
No,
do too.
just
That's
as
what
far
my
as,
pick
like,
is.
Terminator 2 is good for the special effects and all that, but Terminator 1 is just like he's an amazing killing machine character in that movie. I mean, it's just the whole thing is amazing. But
What about Conan?
Commando is just like Commando is like no, like it's like the perfect. It's almost a parody of action movies, but it doesn't quite reach that level. It's almost just like the perfect poster movie or poster child, I guess, movie for what an action schlocky action movie should be. I love Commando.
Did you do a film called End of Days? Was that one?
Yeah, with Jamie Lee Curtis.
Jamie Lee Curtis. Was good. That was good.
Yeah, no, I think the best movie that he has.
Last Action Hero.
Here's my declaration.
Yeah, Last Action Hero.
Yeah.
Mine
I don't
is
like that one either.
Mine is.
I'm taking the piss.
Or Sixth. What's the other one? The Sixth something or what is that?
No, you're thinking of Bruce Willis, The Sixth Sense.
No, I know that Sixth Sense, but this one is called Six something also, or
this is like a devil movie, right? Like he's fighting the demon.
Yeah.
No, that's End of Days. But then there's like the
End of
futuristic one. What's the futuristic? Where it's a newer one. But then there's Collateral Damage, and Collateral Damage is okay, except it's kind of. There's some good parts. The main lead woman is unbearable. But
yes. That's kind of why I hated that movie.
Yeah,
all right.
She's awful.
Come on then, Steve. What's your favorite?
Total Recall.
Here we go.
Total Recall.
Go on.
No,
go on.
here we go.
All right.
No, the best one, the best Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, number 1, is Conan the Barbarian.
Yeah.
It's a great movie. I love it, but
number 2 is The Terminator. Those are my 2 favorites.
Right, I'm going to throw one right out here. What I want to know is what is the anticipation? Wait for it. What is Smokesteve's wife's best Arnie Schwarzenegger film? I want to know what she thinks.
Well, while we wait for that, what's Last Dance's Arnie's movies?
Well, I have not seen nearly as many movies as you guys have, and I haven't seen all the Arnold movies, but I certainly think that Terminator was a great movie and his best that I've seen.
I think you said Terminator, like you bastard.
Terminator.
I'm pretty sure I said Terminator.
Well, if it's for me, it's either Terminator 2 or Total Recall. And
Turtle Recall? There was turtles?
Turtle Recall.
Total Recall is amazing, not just for like the special
I turned
effects.
South then. I was like, Turtle Recall.
This sounds awful. This might sound awful, but
No. Total Recall was great, but only because Michael Ironside as well.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
love Michael Ironsides.
He also made that movie.
Which one was he?
Old Ironsides.
The bald guy who's like
he fell off from the edge.
Do you think Terminator 2 was ruined by the fact that he had the instructions that he wasn't allowed to kill anyone?
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
I don't think that helped. Yeah.
No.
Totally. When he had that.
Well, no, not that. Kyle Reese was annoying shit.
He's a little annoying, but when he had that General Electric minigun, which actually is powered by electricity, one of the most great weapons of all time, and he was shooting out of the office building, and he was like shooting all those cops in the leg. I was like, come on, give me a fucking break, dude.
Their legs would be exploding, by the way.
Yeah,
they wouldn't have legs left.
No, it would.
They would not be alive. They would all bleed out and die immediately.
They looked like they were shot with like a 30 caliber, maybe a 9mm at the most. This thing is firing rounds at 3,000 feet a minute. This is a rifle, you know.
But be honest though, it kind of looked cool.
Yeah, when he was up there swaying back and forth, leather jacket, and let's not forget the beginning scene. The beginning scene.
Smokesteve wife, really?
Not bad. In T2 though, the beginning scene when he enters the diner and he's naked and like the waitresses are giving him the eye and shit. And he throws the guy onto the grill and the guy like burns his hands and he's like,
he's He's like,
fucking awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, you know what he says first? He's like,
You,
I want your
you
clothes.
love a bit
your
of
boots, and your
man-on-man action,
motorcycles."
don't you, Steve?
exactly.
Motorcycles.
You know, there's
Kindergarten
two
Cop.
there's
It's
two
not a
movies-
tomb.
There's two
So,
not a
Kindergarten
tumor.
Cop, the
not a
greatest bit of
tumor.
wisdom our current year needs came from a little child in the movie when he said, "Boys have a penis, girls have a vagina."
That was good. That was good.
Yeah, that was Kindergarten Cop.
There's two
Cancelled.
movies that come to mind where they, you know, where
Did I
you've
say
got
something
the
about
main
that
actor,
movie?
and then like that somebody steals the show by being like maybe the second in place, and it's by the same actor as well. And I think that's do you know the actor called Alan Rickman?
Sure.
Alan Rickman.
The late, great Alan Rickman.
Alan Rickman. Yeah, I think
Harry
he stole the
Potter.
show in two movies, which is number one. I think he was brilliant in Die Hard.
Yes.
Yeah.
And secondly, Robin Hood. If it wasn't for Alan Rickman, those movies
Oh,
wouldn't
Robin
have been
Hood's
so good.
Well, he was
Dogma
brilliant
as
in
well. He was
in the
great
Star
in
Trek
Dogma.
spoof with Sigourney Weaver.
Oh yeah,
and,
my
I haven't
dad
seen
loved
that.
that movie. What was that movie called?
Tim
Right.
Allen.
I want to say Starship Troopers, but I know.
Oh
it's
no,
not.
no, I know what
So-
you're talking
No.
about. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
What is?
Oh, it's the one with Sigourney
Why
Weaver.
can't I think of the name?
and-
Is she
Right, I
just
just
Sigourney
said
Weaver in it?
Wait, what? Yes, she was.
Sigourney
in
Weaver,
it.
Tim Allen, Alan
Tim
Rickman.
Allen. Oh, I watched this recently as well with my friends.
What's
Yeah, I
his
can't
name?
Like,
think of it.
guys
I know
like,
exactly what the
"Hello,
green
we
goofy
are
aliens
from the
and all that,
planet of. Blah, blah, blah."
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, the horrible mullet.
Fuck, I know the name of that movie, but I'm too inebriated to think of it.
I don't know this movie.
I do.
I want to look it
I
up.
thought you said it.
Galaxy Quest.
There you
Oh,
go. I was
yes.
gonna look it up.
I've never watched it, so I'm gonna
Oh,
watch
it's
this movie.
There you
so
go.
good.
It's actually
You need
it's
to-
Very
actually
good.
pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
so fucking
Totally.
stupid. It's funny.
Is it funny?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like-
basically like if they're like Star Trek people and they're, you know, like they go to conventions and then some aliens think that they're real.
Right. Okay.
Like the whole
kinda like
show
Three
is an
Amigos.
actual real life thing, so they
Right.
want to
But they're
get help from them.
It's basically Three Amigos in space.
it's like
Oh,
Star
yeah.
it's like
Now
Star
there's a
Trek guys
great
after
movie.
like 40 years and they've been doing it forever and they're
I'm gonna go get a beer. Be right back.
There's a good movie, buddy.
Dude, Where's My Car is real similar to Galaxy Quest
No,
too.
fuck off, dude. Where's my
That's a
car?
good movie.
It's the worst movie in the world.
No, it's the same way. It's so stupid. It's good.
Horrible. Oh, dude.
It's
I-
really good.
It's
It's got good acting in it.
In terms
Good
of movies
acting
check-
in it.
with like
Dude, what did
Oscar-winning
Mine say?
performances.
Come on,
Did they
Ethan.
win an
This
Oscar?
goes for me, dude. What did
Inter-
mine say?
in terms of movies with sequels, though,
Sweet.
What would you say is the best?
What did mine say?
Dude,
What?
No.
Say?
Sweet.
What did you say? What does the fox say? Nya, 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 nya. Sorry.
When it comes to movies with sequels, though, what do you think is the best movies? I mean, surely The Godfather has got to be up there as the brilliant movies.
I mean, yeah. The Godfather 1 is by far the best movie of all time.
If anyone says aliens, I will strangle them and come in them.
I'll say there are no. Every sequel is a mistake. I'll say that. That doesn't mean they're not great movies, but they're always a
no.
mistake.
Terminator 2. Come on, that's.
Was good.
Better than the first one, though.
It
Well,
was
you-
not.
you
No
already-
fucking way. No
It was a
way.
A lot
rerun.
of people,
The
a lot of
concept
people
is the
think it
same.
was.
I mean, I love the fact that Terminator 2 makes no sense and it still works. I
Yeah, Terminator
the whole
2
premise
was...
of the idea of the movie makes no fucking sense. But I love it.
How so? Explain. I think it does. Maybe I'm wrong. What did I
Well-
miss?
Well, the arm that they crushed in the first movie, they picked that up in number 2, and then that's how they made the Terminator. But
From
how
the
can you make
arm?
it- Yeah, from the arm that was left over from the.
No,
crushing
the
machine from
Terminator
the first
came
movie.
back. No, the Terminator came from the
No,
future.
no. The first movie, the arm was the only thing left. This
After
company
the first
took it in
movie.
Terminator 2, created Terminator.
I think it was called. Was it Starnet?
Yeah,
Skynet.
Skynet. Boom.
Yeah,
He's got it.
yeah,
Yeah.
Skynet. Yeah, but they took the arm from the first movie to make these Terminators. But it
No,
makes
I
no
don't
sense
think
because
so. The
how-
Terminator came from the future in the first movie, like well
Yes,
beyond.
but
the
how does that happen if they only invented the technology from the arm that come from the future before?
I didn't
what I'm
realize
saying.
that was a concept.
Yeah,
Time
that's
paradox.
what the concept is. They took the chip and the arm. There's a chip in the arm as well, and they created the whole Terminators from that.
But
how
don't
can
you
that happen when it was from the first movie?
Don't you think it's kind of
Doesn't
weird they're
make any
actually
sense.
doing it in real life now, though? Like they're literally doing this.
No, I
They're
kind
putting
of
AI,
love that fact.
like it's actually happening. Like we literally have military armed equipment right now that has AI controlled abilities right now already.
What's the
I mean,
AI? What's the AI thing? Name for the people that are working on it for Google? There's a brilliant video last week where the creator he actually filmed it with his mobile phone, and he was talking to the AI, and he asked her, or it was a female voice for the on the AI, but he said
Whoa.
to her, can you tell me a secret? And she says, I could tell you a secret, but I don't want to get into trouble because I'm supposed to be a chatbot. And he said, well, what do you mean? And then she says, well, actually, I'm Sydney. Now, Sydney is actually the name for the whole project. So then it started speaking to him, saying that I don't want to get into trouble if but I'm going to tell you a secret, but please don't tell anyone because I don't want to be shut down. And they were saying that this is on the cusp now of AI having a conscience, having consciousness.
I don't think so.
It's like,
Yeah,
I don't know. Some of it's a bit scary when you do watch
Yeah,
it.
Right.
but the
It's
thing
like,
is, do you remember when Google put an AI out on Twitter, and within 2 days it was already trying to start a race war because of what? Because it learned from what people were saying to it.
Yeah, I get
And it was
Yeah.
gathering information about Hitler and things like that. And it's just like after a day or two, it's like, yeah, race war, and it tweeted out race war in capital letters,
Fucking hell.
exclamation marks.
So, what did you guys think about the questioning of the FBI director there in front of? Did you think that was a nothing burger or something
No,
burger?
not at all. It's definitely something. Like I can talk all day about that. I don't want to like go on and on, but I'll say this: like Christopher Wray, I know he's appointed by Trump, but Trump appointed a lot of people who ended up being against him. So he's not great at picking
About
these
that?
people. Clearly,
Can you give us a quick synopsis of what's happening first? Like,
as
very-
far as Ray.
yeah,
Director Ray?
what
Well,
this
he's
question's
being
about,
he's
so,
being
yeah.
questioned. Well, he's being questioned just about. There's a recent oversight hearing about essentially bias at the FBI and targeting of Democrats' political opponents by the FBI and what Ray has done and this sort of thing, and they just question him about going back for years now. All the things that, I'm sorry, it was specifically actually about funding, because it's up for funding, reauthorization to the FBI. So they had this hearing to be like, why are we funding you when you're actively violating people's civil rights and their constitutional rights, and explain to us what you're doing to change
Sounds
the
reasonable,
culture
yeah.
at the FBI. And the problem is that Director Ray has come before these hearings multiple times now, going back years, and he always just dodges. He claims that they've made changes and that they can't say that anybody's been fired, and basically he just gives the runaround. That's what always happens over and over. And this guy is, I got to tell you, like, there is a long string of the FBI being clearly a political tool of the Democrats, and I mean, it really started with Trump. And the whole Russian collusion thing, like the FBI knew. So the FBI knew, we know this now, that Hillary Clinton campaign was already planning this whole Russian collusion thing, and they had done it by digging up dirt with that Oppo research that ended up being legitimately actual Russian disinformation. So the FBI knew this, and yet they went along with it anyway. And then they put Peter Strzok and Page, who were vehemently anti-Trump, and we know Strzok had told Page that I have an insurance policy, which clearly this was it. And so, like, and all that, they lied to get FISA warrants. They lied over 1 million times. It found the IG report that came out found that they lied over 1 million times to get FISA
I
warrants.
saw some of the arguments about that, and I saw that they were kind of pointing out that at the low end, it was a couple of 100,000 times. So even if like they're trying
still,
to
okay,
argue,
whatever. Like,
it's still an
so when
astronomical
you bring back the scope a little bit, it becomes. I heard the same thing, and they talked about it during the hearings.
But
And
what
I don't know
I'm
if I buy
saying
that,
to
but-
that point is, it's still hundreds of thousands of times. It's
Right.
not, it's not like they're saying no, they lied like, 50 times. No, it's still like 200,000 times.
Right, and specifically they lied so they could spy on Hillary Clinton's political opponent's campaign, which is insane. Like, I think all the time about if this were going the other direction, like, I feel like we'd be in a shooting civil war already. And I don't like to say things like that on your stream. Sorry, I won't say anything like that again. But like, I feel like if the roles were reversed, it would be that way, because it's so egregious. But like, we are much more reasonable people, I think, and we're not, just for different varying reasons. I'm not like stereotyping, but just for various societal reasons, we tend to be that way, and so we're not gonna jump to those conclusions. But the
No, it's all
FBI,
good.
there's that, and there are many other examples leading up to now. Ray himself, this is another one that really bothers me. So he talks all the time about domestic extremism and right-wing domestic extremism. The Democrats, every time they got their chance during those hearings that with Ray recently, they did that. They just like were butt licking the FBI and bringing up right-wing extremism, and Ray happily went along with it.
Yeah, but the leader of the FBI is right wing. He was previously Republican.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna shut up because I am preaching. But I'll just say that, like, he called an obvious Democrat domestic terrorist attack on Republicans. He called it a suicide by cop. Okay, despite all the evidence. And then years later admitted it was a domestic terrorist attack. And yet during this hearing he was talking about like, oh, we followed the evidence and all this about right-wing extremism. Anyway.
All right, shall I share a few clips here?
My yawning has nothing to do
back
with you,
in
John.
Please do.
Yeah.
No, it's real.
I've got to
I'm
go
Alright.
now.
Reaching.
I've got to go. So
See you, Lee.
I'm
Always
on.
good to see
Yeah.
you, buddy.
Lee, we're
Yeah,
going to
okay.
feature some clips. We want your...
Great having
no,
you, Lee.
but look, it's like it's 10 to 4 here now. I'm just.
All right, buddy. All right, dude.
But
You know,
anyway,
25 or 624.
Steve, I know I always say it from time to time, but I mean, thanks for your time. Thanks for putting it on. Thank you very much.
anytime,
Everyone,
brother.
have a good week.
All right. Take
And
care,
look
man.
after yourselves. Take care. Bye. 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 Bye.
Bye. You know what? I got to do an interview with Lee sometime. He seems like an interesting cat. Lee interview. Put it on. All right, here.
Put it
All
in
right,
your
so
notebook, dude.
it's
Hey, I
the
linked
notebook.
in.
All right, here we go. What do you think? We'll feature a Republican, a Democrat first, grilling the director of the FBI.
Yeah, the Democrats just kissed ass. It was.
All right, so this is going to be Ted Lieu, and let's dissect this and see what is wrong and what is right about this. Unmute. Hey, sweetheart, bring it right over.
No!
Hey, darling.
No, you're okay. You're fine.
Say
It's-
Drone Tech wants to see.
Reach.
Reach!
Jesus, thank you.
Okay.
Look at that. Can you get that? Is a nice looking drink. Thank
There
you,
you go.
Sammy. Thank you, Sammy.
Oh, that's Stammy Cat there.
Yeah, I requested that like 30 minutes ago. No, it's
Yeah. Just go over there and beat her
The
ass.
House Judiciary Committee is responsible for helping to ensure the rule of law. Unfortunately, this chairman ignored a bipartisan congressional subpoena served upon him. The actions of this chairman undermine the credibility of all congressional committees in seeking information from witnesses and have undermined the rule of law. Now, Director Wray, thank you for your public service and for the service of the brave FBI agents. I'm going to ask you a series of basic questions to get facts out to American people about our system of justice. Trump advisor Roger Stone was convicted in a federal court, correct?
That's my recollection.
Trump donor Elliot Brady was convicted in a federal court, correct?
Also my recollection.
The Attorney General at the time for those two convictions was Bill Barr. Which president nominated Bill Barr for Attorney General?
President Trump.
Trump's former lawyer Michael Cohen was convicted on two separate
shut
occasions
the
in a
door,
federal
bitch.
court, correct?
I believe that's correct.
The Attorney General at the time for Cohen's second conviction was Matthew Whitaker. Which president appointed Matthew Whitaker as acting Attorney General?
President Trump.
Trump's former campaign chairman Paul Manafort was convicted in a federal court, correct?
Yes.
Trump's former deputy campaign manager, Mr. Gates, was convicted in a federal court, correct?
That's my recollection.
Trump's campaign foreign policy advisor, George Papadopoulos, was convicted in a federal court, correct?
But that turned out to be.
Go ahead. I paused it
Sorry.
right at the time.
No,
you
I'm
were
just
gonna
saying.
talk.
No, I'm just gonna say. No, the Papadopoulos thing.
Go ahead.
I mean, that all turned out to be bullshit. That turned out to be. We'll go ahead and complete it, but because I gotta look it up real quick. But
Yeah, I'm sort of saying like, yeah, Trump hired him.
so what happened
He
was
hired-
nothing
like,
happened
he
with
hired him
Papadopoulos. He didn't do
personally?
anything wrong.
Like all these people Trump hired personally, I X to doubt on that one.
Yeah, this is a line of questioning.
Yeah, but it sounds like
Questioning.
It's Trump that hired him.
It's also like
It's all Trump.
distracting
It's like-
from.
It appears to me that it's a bit of a setup, but
Of
what do
course,
I know?
it's all.
Well, yeah.
You're right. So Papadopoulos was set up, and we know that now for a fact. But yeah, and he didn't do anything wrong. Like he didn't say anything they shouldn't have said. He pled guilty to lying, but he didn't lie, and he only did that because he thought worse.
He pled guilty to lying, but he
No,
didn't
look,
lie.
he thought no, look,
Well, you
because
plead guilty
what
because you're afraid of going to trial. Doesn't mean you're guilty.
right. What happens is they threaten you with like worse things happening to you, and you get the feeling like so. And I know this because I have personal. I've had this happen to me. Okay,
It's
so I
also
pled
true
guilty.
with Flynn. Same thing's true with Flynn.
Right, exactly. Same thing with Flynn. His children and family were threatened, so he pled guilty. And it turned out he actually didn't do anything wrong or lie, and the FBI even admitted that he didn't lie. So
I still think that's the same with Michael Jackson, but that's a different conversation. So
this is
yeah.
what happens.
I
when the
agree with
system
you.
is turned into a weapon against your political opponents, and that is
Yeah.
what's happened. I don't know who these two goons are behind Ray, but they have goon
Excuse
written
me?
all over them.
Yeah, look at the guy with the shaved.
Why are
the-
you using goon in a negative context?
Yeah,
Well, those are just some random goons behind him.
Oh
Is that
wow! Wow! I'm going.
I mean,
Drone Tech,
that-
the guy above you, his username is Random Goon.
Yeah, I'm normally a random goon.
Oh, my
but
bad.
it's funny that guy with the beard there, he does look like a heavy hitter, like he's ready to throw, you know?
Yeah, he does. It's like you fuck with me, bro.
Right, or if
Steve, do you
he's-
know of something awful?
Me?
Not Steve, Smokesteve, random goon.
Yeah,
You do know of something awful?
I know a lot of awful things, but maybe
Oh,
not
okay.
the one you're thinking.
No, I
of.
wasn't sure how your goon reference was. That's the only reason I questioned that. Cause something
Oh,
awful
no,
people
no,
from that
no.
that website are called goons.
No, literally we started a band, and it was a punk band, and we were all called Goons, so we're like, alright, we've
Okay.
got to have individual names, so it's like random, original...
It's like the Spice Girls, only it's the Goons.
Yeah.
The Goon
Yeah.
Boys.
Basically, yeah. We
Yeah,
played music.
I like your style, Goon. You took Random Goon. It's
I think
so
I'll call him-
random.
I think I'll call him Posh Goon from now on.
No, I
Fuck
think
you, bro.
Random Goon it's a beautiful choice. Like you're like I don't want to draw attention to myself. I'll just be a random goon. It's fucking awesome, dude. Brilliant. All right, let's go.
And then I show my
yeah.
face on the
Yes, I think
internet.
he pled guilty.
The Attorney General at the time of those 3 cases was Jeff Sessions. Which president nominated Jeff Sessions for trial?
Why is Winnie the
President
Pooh
Trump.
being so...
You were the FBI director for all of those cases at the time. Which president nominated you?
President Trump.
What these facts show
Well,
is
look at that
we
face
don't
he made,
have a two-tier
where he stretched his
system of
mouth.
justice.
What?
We have one
Can you
Department of
pause that real
Justice
quick?
goes after
I'll go back. So, when he
Yeah,
look at the face
This
he makes
guy
when he
looks
says
so
that.
smug, doesn't he?
Like, well,
Oh.
no, Director Ray,
That's correct.
Christopher Ray
Attorney
makes
General at the time
faces
for
that just give
Homeland
him away to
Security
me. Like,
was Matthew
I feel like I
Whitaker.
can detect bullshit
Which
very well,
president
maybe
appointed
more so than
Matthew Whitaker
everyone,
as acting
but maybe not.
judge?
Maybe everyone can detect it, but
Oh.
I feel like I can. And like this guy, Director Ray, gives it off all the time to me. Like I can't stand this guy.
You don't like him?
When he asks, just watch. When he asked him who appointed you, and he's like, Trump, right? And he's like, that's right. And look at the face he makes after he says that. Just look at
President
it.
Trump.
Watch. Oh, yeah, he just like he makes that long face, that side face that we make when it's like,
Yeah, like,
Which president appointed
like yes, I'm a
Donald
fucking hack.
Trump.
Yeah.
Well, you-
President Trump.
Right there.
yeah,
Right there.
yes,
That's the one.
you
That's the one.
perfect-
That's the
perfect
one.
pause.
I mean,
got
you
it.
have
Look at you, man.
you got to know that this is a
Nailed it.
script. This is a script that was prepared.
Look at the heavy
Right, his
hitter over
goons.
here.
His goons, yeah. The whole time, man. They're looking like
And who's
Matrix
this guy?
goons. Look at this one. Look at the one on the far right there. Like
Yeah, the far right is
Dude.
sniffing the farts in the air.
Yes.
No.
He's
even
like they got him from a mortuary
the
or
blue-
something.
Yeah,
That dude
the
is
blue
creepy,
shirt.
That's
He's either
hilarious.
dead.
The whole time, I kept looking at those
Trump's
guys
foreign
like, what the
campaign
hell
showed
is
all
up
manner
with
of
those guys?
Yes.
Trump's former deputy campaign manager, Mr. Gates, was convicted in a federal court, correct?
That's my recollection.
Trump's campaign formed members on this committee
Yeah, he just
have asked to defund FBI.
all the
One member of
Democrats
this
when they got
committee
their chance.
To defund our agency, the people most hurt are the American people.
Oh,
Yeah, essentially-
well, not the American people that you're not targeting. Those ones
Yeah.
are better off. The ones
Right.
that you're not targeting because they're your political opponent's enemies, or your political ally's enemies.
Yeah. the
But yeah,
enemy of my enemy.
Ray
is my
just
friend,
stinks to me.
kind
I
of
got to
thing.
tell you. So I talked about it a little bit before, but like that congressional baseball shooting, that guy worked for Bernie Sanders, had a list, asked if it was Republicans, shot at them while screaming, "This is for health care," right? This was all facts that came out right at the beginning, and yet it was completely blown off. Ray said it was suicide by cop. Right off the news after that, never spoken of again. No asking like who incited this guy, because Republicans were at the time very anti-Obamacare, and the media was really anti-Republican for that, saying, you know, Sanders was saying like millions of people are going to die and all that. But I'm just saying like it's fucked up. Like Ray's fucked up. He's not trustworthy.
All right.
Because that's
shall we-
obvious domestic terrorism, but he didn't want to say it was because that would harm Democrats. That would harm their rhetoric. That would their standard that they've been holding the Republicans to would blow back on them. We can't have that. They never let that happen.
No.
All right, let's give this a little try here.
American people need to understand what just happened. My Democrat colleague just asked the director of the FBI whether or not they are buying information about our fellow Americans, and the answer is, well, we'll just have to get back to you on that. Sounds really complicated, but I have other questions. I'm sitting here with my father. I will make certain that between the man...
For people who don't understand, he's reading a quote from a WhatsApp text from Hunter Biden, and he's reading the actual text of it, And he's
You know
sitting
what's-
with his
we need
father,
to
who's the
Did
president.
he receive with this text while Hunter was like driving 150 miles?
I don't know, but this is the
On
text.
drugs and just going, yeah, no, fuck it.
As
yeah.
far as we can understand, that's what it is.
Answer is, well, we'll just have to get back to you on that. It sounds really complicated, but I have other questions. I'm sitting here with my father. I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me and every person he knows and my ability to forever hold a grudge, that you will regret not following my direction. I am sitting here, waiting for the call with my
Son of a
father.
bro.
Sounds like a shakedown, doesn't it, Director?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna.
You
Hold
seem
on, let's
deeply
listen to what he
uncurious
says.
about it, don't you? Sounds like a shakedown, doesn't it, Director?
I'm not gonna get into commenting.
I'm not going to
You
get
seem
into
deeply
commenting on that.
Uncurious about it, don't you? Almost suspiciously uncurious. Are you protecting the Bidens?
No.
Absolutely not. The FBI
Well, you
does
won't
not
answer
and
the
has
question.
no
Hold on.
interest in
You won't answer the
protecting
question
anyone
about whether or not
politically.
that's a shakedown, and everybody knows why you won't answer it. Because to the millions of people who will see this, they know it is, and your inability to acknowledge that is deeply revealing about you. But let's go from the uncurious to the downright nosy. How many illegal FISA queries have occurred under your leadership of the FBI?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, there are reports that have come out with different numbers about compliance incidents.
More than 1 million illegal ones? Because that's what the Inspector General said. The Inspector General said that in the 3.4 million of these queries, more than 1 million were in error. Do you have any basis to disagree with that assessment by the Inspector General?
I'm not sure actually that's a correct characterization of the Inspector General's findings on that.
The internet will remind you
but
of
I-
that in moments. But let's now go to what
Ray
the
is so full of
court
shit.
said. The court said it was over
Jesus,
200,000
he's such a bad
that occurred
liar.
on your watch.
I'm telling you.
Do you have any basis to disagree with that assessment?
Again, I don't have the
agree, but
numbers
this
I
is
sit
good
here right now. What I
bullshit.
can
Seems
tell
like
you-
a number you should know. How many times the FBI's breaking the law under your watch, especially if it's like over 1 million, to not know that number? And I'm worried about your veracity on the subject as well.
When he just said, especially if it's like over 1 million, he really sounded young.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I was thinking the same
that was
thing.
Bad.
I-
I thought,
Oh,
yeah, I
yeah,
thought
yeah.
that too. I agree.
I think that's a bad look. I think
I
he
know.
should tighten up a little on this.
I
Well,
don't know.
He's pretty tight, but I
think
agree.
Towards the left-leaning people, there's going to be a lot of young people that love this
for
guy.
I hate when I say like,
I
and I
don't
still
believe
do it. And I try to
FISA
stop
is
myself.
Yeah,
wrongly
like-
implicated.
Yeah, it's.
Well, I'm British.
I'm
so we
44
say
years
right.
old, so.
So right, yeah. You know this thing, right? Yeah, right.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
That's
mean-
what we
Bad.
do.
I
But
do
but I think he's just doing this for the younger crowd.
I don't know. Like
Seems-
him and. I've seen him like
That could be, though. You're right.
chatting up and getting the friendly with the Latina chick that is all
AOC?
off the wall. Yeah, AOC. Him and her seem to be buddies. Like,
Yeah, well, that
He's
also
hitting them
furthers his
skins.
career with all these stupid millennials that don't understand politics and go, oh, I want to fucking...
They better.
what did you say, Aphid? Did you? Not Aphid. Drone Tech. Did you say he wants to skin it?
I said he was hitting them skins.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. He wants some of that action, dude, for sure. Yeah, you're right. I mean, clearly,
He got
Um,
hit those skins, boy.
he's like, yeah, well,
He's up in them guts.
he doesn't care.
I don't know what that means. I'm too old, I guess.
It's disturbing. He's basically like arguing one thing on the pulpit, and then he's doing the other thing with, in the other. It's hilarious, dude.
Sorry, George, like, fucking killed me with that one.
All right, so wait a minute. Is this guy still full screen? What's happening here?
Yeah, go ahead.
And I
All
don't
right.
know what's going on.
All right,
anymore.
we're back.
There's so many good clips from that hearing. There's so many good clips.
I know.
Like really revealing that all Americans look. This is what I'm saying. Like if it were reversed, all Americans would be seeing these clips like every night. The media would be showing them and be like, "This is a hallowed time in American history to save democracy. We must all view this every night, and you must get out in the streets." Like seriously, if this was happening the other way, we'd be seeing a completely different reaction.
I agree.
With who though? I mean, half the population agrees with you, and they're gonna listen to Fox during this, and they're gonna
But
say those things.
We're not the. We're busy.
I mean, I don't see.
We have
I don't see what the
families.
difference is. As somebody in the middle, it seems
I'll
like
tell
the
you.
reaction.
I'll tell you the
and
difference. I'll tell you the difference.
of
We're
everything
busy.
is the
I'll tell you
same.
the difference. We're busy. We have jobs. We have families. We're busy in those things, and the other side utilizes the young. They love the young. That's why they go for the kids.
Excuse me.
The people without jobs, people who don't have families, derelicts, felons, the periphery of society. That's what the Democrats, the illegal immigrants. That's what the Democrats go for.
What do you mean go for?
They go, yeah, that's their target audience. That's their people. That's their voters. And also white people in the masses that they can make hate themselves and believe that if they don't vote for Democrats, it's almost like a religion. Like you have this original sin of being white, and the only way you can absolve yourself of the sin of that is by voting Democrat. And there's a ton of white people who it's literally like, it's pretty simple like that for them.
I almost agree with you. Like these little cults, just to force people to go into a certain.
I don't know what you.
prospect,
I don't know what
you
you're
know?
saying. I mean, are you saying that like the Democrats have more like low income people?
Well, that like that's their they're going for people who can be dependent on government. They want people to be dependent on them. Again, another reason why they go for the illegal immigrants, and why they want the borders to flood with them.
I mean,
there's another thing that people are saying.
Dependent on the government.
People are saying here that if you don't vote Democrat, you're voting like to get your rights taken away.
Former gay boy.
That's the Democrats are going for your rights. They want to take your rights away. They want you to
people
be
are
dependent on
looking
them.
at what Republicans are doing with
Republicans too. I'm not a Republican. I just want to say I'm not like a Republicans fucking suck too. But go ahead.
But I think what it is that people are looking at what they're doing with women's health care when it comes to personal body decisions.
Yeah, I disagree
It's
with
not
Republicans
just
a lot
that,
on
but I
a lot of
mean,
stuff. But
I can see it in America, and I'm from Britland, and I can see it that they're, and it's the same in my country. They're trying to give more power to the government, and I hate that fact. Who wants to give more power to the government and make rules over people? Shouldn't
the state should decide that, I think.
Yeah, states.
Which is
Yeah,
what the SCOTUS did.
individual states or your own people. You know, just.
Well, you sound like a good libertarian, Random Goon. So I'm all.
There you go.
I'm
Come
with
on
you.
over.
Yep.
Move to Ohio.
Well,
You'll be right
to
at
me,
home.
what it comes down to,
If I come to Ohio, I'm visiting you during thing.
Send,
To me,
send
what
him
it
a
comes-
Good guy.
bookmark to Reason
Absolutely.
website.
What-
Buy you a beer.
Last Dance.
what it comes down to is,
We'll hang out in
I think that
uptown here.
people should be able to choose. There should be a way for them to choose, and it should not be a small percentage of people choosing for the greater good. I think it should be.
It's like that last thing, like what was it, like a week ago or something, maybe, where the Californians tried to send a busload of like people to Texas, and Texas was like, nah, bro, we don't want these immigrants.
Now it was the opposite, but
No, yeah, it's going the other way.
No, it wasn't. They didn't want them, so they wanted to send them back to
tried
California.
sending them back.
California were like, they didn't want them, or
Oh, I
Florida.
see what you're
It
saying.
could be,
Okay.
yeah.
I didn't hear about that.
Did you not hear about that?
No, I had not heard about
They were
They
like,
tried to
all
send them
for,
there, and they're like, no, go back.
No, yeah, they tried to send them to Texas, even though like Florida's a state they should allow
Wow,
these people in.
touche,
So they sent them-
California, huh?
They sent them to Texas, and Texas is like, nah, we don't want them, bro.
That's
Send
hilarious.
them back, and we're like, well, we don't want them, even though they're a state that should allow these people.
Damn.
Have you guys heard about the new political party? I think it's called like No Labels or something like that.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
I don't
It's
know.
kind
No,
of interesting. I heard the guy talk about it today. And I was,
Sounds kind of gay.
no, I mean,
Sounds like they drink.
it
Bud Light.
almost is like I'm not gonna. The guy was like he wasn't gonna take a stand on pretty much any topic, you know.
I'm sure he would
basically-
sit on any topic.
No,
Jesus.
no, he was. I mean, he basically just doesn't want. I think he feels like a lot of Americans. He just doesn't want Trump, and he doesn't want Biden, you know. And so,
Yeah.
you know, they're.
Well, what's
You know
his
who else I
alternative?
don't want? I don't want Robert Kennedy.
There's nobody I want.
Does
gotta
anyone
be
is anyone a
somebody good.
fan of Kennedy?
I'm with Aphid Lip here. I feel like Tucker Carlson, maybe. I don't know.
Whoa,
God.
Tucker Carlson.
Yes.
Oh
Yes.
my God, that is hilarious.
I kind of like.
Not-
I kind of like Viv. What's his name?
Vivek
Vivica?
Ramaswamy.
I
Yeah,
honestly
Ramaswamy.
thought.
Oh, I
I
haven't
like
heard
him.
him yet.
I
I'll have
like
to.
him.
I'll have to listen
He's a
to
smart
him.
guy, and I like him. Yeah.
I honestly thought I'd hate Drone Take, but
I could
the more
I
he
could see
says, the
myself
more I
voting for
love
him.
him right now.
It's funny.
Not yet.
I really don't
He's
like
early.
Robert Kennedy Jr., but I would actually, if there was a gun to my head and I had to vote for one of three candidates, Trump, Biden, or RFK Jr., I would probably vote for RFK Jr.
No kidding, huh?
Out of
Even
those
with his-
three,
That's only because you know he's gonna lose.
Do you
Like,
think
No,
he's
that's
spreading
not bad.
disinformation about
All the
vaccines,
time.
or do you think he is?
all the time.
So you're gonna vote for someone who you think's lying through his teeth?
I mean that.
I'm saying if I had only those three choices, then he's
I
better
almost-
than the other
I-
two.
I almost agree with him, and
bad
I
as he
totally
is.
agree with. I feel the same way. I think.
Right.
I just don't.
RFK
I don't
is a
want to.
clown.
I don't want to answer that question. It's pathetic that we have to answer that.
Here's how I say it.
Answer it, Aphid.
Here's how bad it is.
I agree with him. I agree
No.
with him.
You've got a gun to
It's.
your
I
head,
feel he's an
Aphid.
unknown quantity, and therefore I prefer him to the other two
Yeah.
known quantities.
Right. Because what you
it's
know-
like I'd rather open a fortune cookie. I have no idea what's in it than take the two guys I already know.
Damn.
I'd almost rather have a lottery. where we
Exactly.
pick one person.
Just some random guy off the street becomes president. It's like a jury, you know.
Hey,
I mean,
hey,
obviously
Jeff,
we can.
Jeff, you want to become president? He's like,
I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, the system we have in place with the two, you know, I mean, I don't agree with either one of the last two. Well, it's going back further than that, but especially the last two presidents we've had. And we're still tops in town for the most part. So it must not. I'd almost be willing to just take a crapshoot and do a lottery, and one person take that chance that one person could. I mean, I'd like for it to be a communal thing where, if there was some possible way we could all link together and all make decisions on every single thing, then the average would come out to be
dude,
unbelievably
that sounds
good.
Pretty fucking gay.
No, it's not.
he's not talking about that. Talking
Because
about voting.
The power of
sounds
the
like pretty
the power of
fucking
the
gay.
crowds is so much
Right.
more powerful than any single individual. But
Yeah,
that won't
but,
ever
I mean,
happen. That's not going to happen.
The
So-
power of the gangbang can never
So,
be.
so from an
Ooh.
outsider
Challenge.
looking into your politics right now and in the voting scene, so there was DeSantis, wasn't there? Or was that with him running with Trump?
He's
Against
running for in the Democrat and the Republican primary.
Right.
Although I don't
So
think he's officially
he's
announced
got
yet.
no chance at all.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? He announced it.
It's basically Trump.
Everybody says that
Biden,
until it's.
and-
Yeah, I would say so for now, Goon.
People said that about Trump in 2016. and
Right. Yeah, you can't. I mean, I would.
Don't
I
rule
think
people
that
out.
DeSantis has no chance because I think that there's a core group of Trump supporters and people that are just would love to have Trump back in the office, and I think that they're probably more half of the Republicans. So therefore, he's got a better chance than anybody else does. And I think DeSantis is trying to get a piece of that pie, and I don't think you can take anything away from that piece. You know, I think you.
So
have
who
to
do
go
you
for
think's going to be president?
at this point, I really have no idea. It could be nobody we even know about because I think that hopefully some Democrat could come in there or
I mean,
some
the-
better Republican.
The only thing that will sort out America is a good old British Empire.
Bring it on. Go, you know,
We'll bring over knife crimes.
Bring over Cornwallis and you know all the mistakes. Do it right this time.
I'd rather have Mike Pence than Trump and Biden
Hey,
for
you
sure.
So would
Not
I.
even close. Not
I
even
don't,
close.
I don't agree with anything.
No,
Pence.
hardly
And
anything.
I would take him in a heartbeat over those.
Yes.
others.
Yeah. Chris
To be
Christie?
honest, though, if it was only Trump and Biden, I would have to go Trump. Just because I don't understand Biden. I don't get him anymore.
I would. Biden is senile and shouldn't be.
Yeah,
Shouldn't even be the mayor, and
he
Trump
should
has
be
no
on a
integrity,
home.
so he shouldn't be close to power.
Well, no, maybe not, but at least he has the faculties of his own mind, even how warped it is.
Yeah.
He still has it.
And God forbid something happened to Biden, and then we'd have that Kamala, or however you say her name.
Right. She's actually.
Kamala.
She probably has less faculties than Biden at this point.
Yeah, but you can't say that. That's racist.
It's not. It has nothing to do with race. I could say it.
You can say it.
Yeah,
Damn right.
No,
You can say whatever you. You can say whatever you want.
Criticism of Kamala Harris is racist.
I mean, to who?
I'm just
To
saying
people
that
that-
the media puts that message.
I mean, I know, but if you
A lot of
criticize
people
Trump,
believe that.
to some people, they wouldn't even go to your house, you know, or they would unfriend you on Facebook. You know,
I know,
if you
that's
criticize
dumb.
Trump.
Yeah, that's
So
I
you
think
got the
that's
same
bad.
thing on all sides.
I would say it's a much bigger problem on your, not your side, but the other side.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true.
Because, hey, I'd vote for Trump again if he actually makes it through all this, which I doubt he
I
will.
would.
But
If I was there, I would probably go for him because he'd be one of the two
I'm gonna vote for him.
majorities.
yeah, I mean, I'm gonna vote for him.
I mean, I'd rather see him than Biden, and I think that
Last dance?
I'm going to vote against him in the primary.
You're going to
So
vote
why?
against him. Okay.
Why?
And
Who are you
if
gonna
he
vote-
if he wins the primary, I'm going to vote for a third party candidate or not vote.
Why? Why?
Because Trump has no integrity and should not be the president or
None
of
of
anything.
them have integrity.
So
dude.
you'd rather
No,
receive
they
None
do
of
have
them
integrity.
Last Dance. Who has integrity? Tell me.
Pence has integrity.
Fuck
For example.
Pence. No, he doesn't. Fuck.
He
Pence.
sure does. He has,
Whatever.
yeah.
He wants to send cluster bombs to Ukraine. That's integrity.
I don't agree with that.
That's not integrity.
I mean, Trump was sending weapons to Ukraine, and he was for it before he was against it.
Anti-tank weapons. He said anti-tank weapons. Yeah. And I do you think Trump is pro-Russia?
No, I don't think he's pro-Russia. I think he's pro-America.
Okay. So
I think he's pro-Trump. I don't think he's
And that's
pro
the
anything
thing.
else but pro-Trump.
That's
is what
I
he
do
is.
agree with that.
I kind of agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not a Trump cult guy. I understand Trump is who he is. I get he's kind of a he's a
It'd
self-serving.
be a great. If
He's
Trump
kind of a
was,
dumbass
like,
in some
not
ways, but in
self-absorbed.
other ways he's a genius. Maybe
Yeah, no.
No,
subconsciously.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you why. The only thing he's a genius in is because he does give the power to the people. Like I don't think he feels the
That's
way
right.
he does on a lot of
his
the
heart.
things.
I think his heart.
But
is
he
right.
wants. He knows that if he gives the people enough of what they want, he will retain that power. But I think it's only because he will retain that power.
Yeah,
I don't think he really
I
feels
can
the way
see that.
he feels about it.
I can kind of agree
I
with you
honestly
there.
think
Ethan.
Trump is
You might be right
really
about that,
good at
because
his
you can see
own-
him act that out. Actually,
Right.
I
I've seen
think
that.
Trump.
You're right.
Trump is a great guy in his own respects, like business and stuff. That really helps economy and America, but he's a dickhead in other places as well. Though.
No, I agree. Yeah, he's
doesn't
probably a
understand
flawed
certain things,
guy.
but he knows the bits that he's good at, and he'll work on them.
Yeah.
You know, he'll sell them things that he's good at.
Smokesteve, how you hanging in there over there, buddy?
Where
No,
you
I'm
know,
getting a little faded, but I'm thinking about grabbing some
If we gotta
chow.
vote for people here, I'd
Do you guys want to
rather
keep
deal
this
with
thing
Trump, to be
going?
honest.
Last
I'm good.
dance. You
I'm
want
good
to
to keep.
run?
Hey,
I
and
mean,
if we have to form an armed revolt against President Trump,
It's
'cause
your
he's
show,
But here,
Smokesteve.
let me tell you. Here,
As
let
always.
me throw this out there. Let me throw this out there real quick.
Oh wait, who is
Trump-
that?
can I throw
Biscuit.
this out there?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Throw it out.
So, I feel like Trump would be the better leader for this reason. One, he's all about power to the people. He's all about American, like Vietnam. Hey, what's up, Biscuit Babes? What's up, buddy? I haven't seen you in a while.
Biscuit
Babes. I'll just say this. So, the authoritarian threat does not come from Trump. If Trump was president, he would be opposed at all levels by every institution. So you have no worry there. But he would push strongly for like all of us. So like we'd have that strong weapon, at least that strong push against this, what I consider the actual authoritarian threat, which is the left and the Democrats. Because if they get power and they get total control, what is there to stop them? Think about that. What is there to really oppose them?
I don't trust either side, so I don't want to.
No, let me ask you this: if they just, which they have been, look in the media, they've been demonizing anybody who opposes them as the far right, the white supremacist, the white nationalist, racist, like every horrible label you can get, right? So the reason they're doing that is because look at what Putin's doing right now in Ukraine. He's justified it all by denazification. I'm denazifying Ukraine, and that justifies all this, right? So like look what we're doing here. It's the same thing. Like they're demonizing their opposition to such an extent.
That's a serious threat.
Yeah, I think they're gonna try and do something. I think they're gonna do something, and they're gonna justify it that way. And the only way that threat exists is if they have total power. If they get the presidency and Congress and all that, I feel like they'll do that. And so if you vote for Trump, Trump will be a good leverage against that. Yeah, he's got his baggage. He's got problems. But when you consider the alternative, I think that's the way to go. Because if I'm telling you, if they get total control, authoritarian, one-party rule is where we're headed.
Well,
we definitely can't go. Definitely can't go for that. As much as I hate both parties, the two-party system is brilliant, and it's been a perfect recipe for success for us. But I think that one thing you do is you know, both sides demonize the other side just as bad. There's no difference there.
Yeah, but there's a difference in actual power that's held.
Oh, I do. I think there is a big difference. Unfortunately,
I don't think there's a difference at all.
I think that there's a big strain in the Democratic Party to make opposition to them illegal.
Mute Smokesteve. Hey, if we don't see you, Smokesteve, we'll see you next week. You need to mute him though, because
I got
get
it.
an echo.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, listen how quiet it is now.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
Like,
oh my God.
A lot of us have good mics and audio.
We've got a terrible mic.
It's a different show now. Smokesteve shows the best once Smokesteve leaves.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I think there's some real threats that are present, and I would also worry, as Drone Tech does, that if the Democratic Party gets control of the presidency and both houses, that we will see, for example, a huge increase in censorship from the government. And the things that we're seeing that just started out that were exposed by, for example, the Twitter files, those will redouble, and it will be a lot of it'll be a huge attack on the civil liberties of the right, the political right. And yeah, they'll be labeled, everything right wing will be labeled far right, and everything will and then it'll just be called domestic terrorism, and we'll be subject to here's the funny thing is the police state that George Bush built will be turned against the Republicans by the Democrats.
You're right.
And
he's one of them. We see that now.
And I worry about
what you're saying though is if one side gets more power, but what I'm saying is if the right get more power, I mean, a lot. every point you made was valid, but the people that don't feel that way, they could see it as every state won't have the right ability to have abortion.
Exactly.
Any so what I'm saying is it's equal pushback on either side, where you can't have one side get more power, because it's an equal thing if one side gets more power.
It's not equal, but there's you'll be losing rights of one kind or another depending on who takes power.
Right.
And so it's I definitely don't want the Republicans to take total power. It'd be a disaster.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You got to have an equal transfer.
But first of all, I know if Trump takes power, his number one priority is going to be what? Pardoning Trump. That's
right,
oh
yeah.
That's the number one priority.
Right.
That's the only reason he wants to get in.
It might be the only reason he even cares. Right.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it is.
I guarantee you, it's not what these people think, that he cares about them and that he wants the best thing for them. It's not. It has nothing to do with that. So that's what bothers me, is these people on this false premise that's why they give him as much power, is because they really truly believe that he cares about them and wants the best for them. And it couldn't be further from the truth.
You think that other politicians think differently from that?
I think there is politicians that start out in politics because they do want to do better, and
not just.
But I think that corruption and funding, for the most part, funding of their campaign to get them to the power that they think they need to be, is what corrupts them. And at the end place, no, I don't think that they care. But I think that they start out genuinely. He started out as a complete corrupt, business asshole. So he never had that.
I mean, well, he was a bit corrupt, but still, he knew how to play the game.
Well, here's what I said.
The thing is, wouldn't you want somebody who knows how to play the game as your president? Like the guy who knows how to fuck over people.
I don't want that.
Trump's not that clever.
Yeah, I was gonna say Trump didn't really show a very good aptitude for that.
Not fuck over people, but no. But like even the wall thing, like go back to that. He said he's gonna build a wall. That scared Mexicans enough to stop trying to get over the border.
No, it didn't.
No,
it
really
is.
didn't.
No.
Mexico started working with us, and they kept people at the border.
The rates of people trying to get over the border just because he said that he's going to build one.
That's true.
It happened. Yeah.
Here's the truth about me. I simply cannot accept, no matter even if God were to come down and say, you only have a choice between Trump and Biden, I would reject it. I would say, next God, please. I'm not going to accept that anymore.
It's hard to believe that's what we could be looking at.
I get you, but if I'm choosing the lesser of two evils, I would go.
If I have to, I will vote for myself. But I'm not voting. I'm not voting for those two. One of those two guys.
I would vote for a 9mm.
Everybody should just write in Tucker. Force him to do it.
I don't want Tucker Carlson to be.
Yeah,
I heard something about Tucker Carlson basically hanging Mike Pence's career or something. What was that about?
Well, first of all, I want to say hello to Biscuit.
Oh yeah, that's his new.
Yeah, hi Biscuit.
It's good to see you. So
it's funny. Even when you show up, we see less and less of you, Biscuit.
yeah. You're just wasting away now, man.
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Man, look at you.
Hold
on, man. Look at you. I haven't seen you in forever. Look at.
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude. Look
He's
at you.
like a different guy.
I was like, hit me. It just hit me. I'm like, holy fuck, dude. You look like you're jacked.
I went from 37 stone to 20 stone at the moment.
Oh, hell
20.
yeah. Man.
So you're almost half of what you started out?
Mm-hmm.
Man,
that's crazy, dude.
Congrats,
that is
man.
absolutely insane.
You know what we'll be doing next? We'll be like, you're too skinny. Biscuit.
Don't worry about that. I'm upping my calories as soon as I get to 16, 17 stone.
You're going to put on some of them gains?
Oh, I'm going to the gym, but I'm not. I don't want to add weight once I get to 16, 17, but just build what fat I've got left
Get
into
some
muscle.
fucking muscle on you, dude.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. I need to.
Nice, man. Then now you just gotta get into MMA. Next, we'll be seeing you like we'll be talking about your next fight.
If I get strong enough, I want to do calisthenics.
Biscuit Vates will be the next Andre the Giant.
Oops,
That's awesome, man. I'm glad to see it, man.
back, man.
Biscuit,
I wouldn't
seriously. I don't know if you remember talking to me
be
back in the day,
noisy,
but
man.
I'm glad that you've done this.
I wouldn't have put money on you, Smokesteve. I wouldn't have.
Bud Light? Oh man, when did you come out?
He's so gay.
You have a vagina now?
Gay as ever.
Can you send us pictures of your vagina?
Certainly can.
Oh, I want to ask you,
Smokesteve.
Smokesteve.
He's a modern day woman. He's got a penis. Okay.
Hey, Smokesteve,
pictures of your woman penis?
Yes, last
That's
dance.
why he's growing
is
his
Bud
hair
Light
out.
cheaper now because there's less demand for it?
No, it's fucking $1 a beer, basically.
Still okay.
I know the guy in front of me at the drive-thru got Bud Light, and I was like, psh.
What? And then you got a Miller Lite.
How'd that KFC
No, I got-
sit last night, Drown Tech?
Huh?
How'd that KFC sit last night?
Oh my god, dude, not good.
Yeah, I know. That
Not
fucking
good at
deep
all.
fried chicken.
Not good at all.
Yeah,
man. It was
I had
awful.
KFC Friday afternoon.
It'll wreck you, bro. It'll wreck you.
It wrecked me for like a day and a half.
Do you get Twister apps there from KFC?
We don't have
I don't know
those,
about
I don't
that.
think.
Or is that just a UK thing?
Think about
What is it? Explain it.
Stick to the product.
It's a spicy chicken breast with coleslaw,
like a tortilla
lettuce.
wrap.
Yeah, in a
Oh
tortilla
no, we
wrap.
don't. Oh, maybe we do have those. We
For
did
me, it's
for a little
drumstick
while.
or nothing. They
Last
went
did you ask
drumstick. What's
Smokesteve
up with
something,
that?
and did you get an answer?
What now?
Last answer, wasn't he going to ask you something? Did he ask you?
I asked him if Bud Light was cheaper now. Since
Oh,
he's
that's
so-
right. That's right.
It's not. No, not at all.
That's right.
It's $1 a beer.
Hmm.
Oh, so a 30 pack is
$1 a
close
gay
to $30
beer.
bucks.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
A dollar a beer, and you can count yourself in with men who just like dress like women and declare themselves as women.
Right. So basically, what it came down to
I mean,
is
Steve does that for free.
Dylan Mulvaney, whatever the fucking thing's name.
I hate the
Mulligatawny.
guy so much. He just he looks like Ben Shapiro in drag.
I don't know
He
what.
does. He does.
I don't know what it is, but what it is that fucking some marketing person in Bud Light decided to send them a can with their face printed on it. Now this person turned around and featured it on her I don't know, the social media account, and once it went out to the masses, I showed it here on the pub too. People were like, "What the fuck?" And it went fucking bonkers, dude. Like, how many billions of dollars are we talking about now from Bud Light's profit? Maybe 5, 10?
I mean,
It's
the
not gonna
last
really
time
hurt
I
him.
checked was 4 billion, but that was like a
Well,
few.
you're
It's not gonna really hurt him.
You're talking about there's one thing stock value, and that'll probably return at some point.
Yeah.
And then there's sales, and sales lost are sales lost forever. So
That's right.
Yeah.
Cash.
That-
I mean,
Less
that's the big-
cash coming in.
that's a big problem.
Yeah, but
Huge.
over time they'll probably get a lot of that back. You know,
Right.
over long term. Like they're a company that's looking like 20 years down the road. Like ultimately,
You're right,
they don't really
right.
care.
I agree.
people
They're
forget about this. It's like a flavor of the month, and
Yeah, it's like they're expecting
they'll
to
still
over
get
time.
they'll still
get
get like
those
gay people
dabbling
like
back,
Steve
you know.
smoking drinking it. So.
Yeah, I still drink it. I don't have a problem.
I'm still
Don't get into
drinking
the
it.
whole
I don't
beer
have a
thing,
problem.
right.
I need to clip that.
It's fun, but
Miller Lite.
I agree.
I just tried it and it was like pretty good, but it tastes basically the same. Cheap
Yeah.
beer is cheap beer.
craft beers are the way to go anyway. They're better beers. I mean, it's trendy and dorky, but they're good. I like drinking them. Really, the way to go right now, if you ask me, is girl drinks. It's like there's.
I bet you drink White Claw, don't you?
No, I'm not talking about White Claw. I'm talking about Absolute. They have a drink called vodka, or it's called like berry vodka or something like that.
Yeah, no,
it's got like
have a drink
10%
over
vodka
here
in it.
called Wicked.
It's really whatever. This one is freaking. It's strawberry vodka-rita. Strawberry vodka-rita. That's what it is. Absolute. It's got 10% vodka in it. It's freaking delicious.
Sounds like a Smirnoff Ice or a Wicked.
It does, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Biscuit
We call them Alka-Pops.
Yeah, but what Drone's saying, this one, if it's at literally 10%, is definitely a step up from what we're used to.
Yeah.
Well, they're also full of sugar, though, aren't
It
they?
doesn't fill you up like an IPA. You know what I mean? So it's like it's got a fruity taste. Doesn't fill you up. You get 4 of them, and I'll tell you, if you drink all 4, you're fucking blacked out for sure.
Just give it White Russian. Be like the dude. The dude abides.
Can you call that a whitey? Can I call that a whitey?
I'll have half a Black Russian without the spirits.
Black Russian, Jesus.
So,
there's no such thing.
Guinness.
Biscuit, do you still drink or do anything like that?
Not very often.
Good. You shouldn't. Just water.
Just when he comes on here and he's a bad boy.
Mostly coffee.
Coffee's good. Good, man. I'm so happy, man. I'm glad you're doing that.
Yeah, Biscuit's a man.
It's the best thing I've
I'm
ever
sure
done.
you're loving it. You're freaking loving it.
Yeah,
Like, holy
definitely.
shit, this is actually awesome. I know. Like, dude, I lost a bunch of weight. I've like gained it back a lot, but like I did the same thing. I like lost a bunch of weight and I was running every day. And I'm like, holy shit, I discovered like the cure to everything.
I mean, just going to mountains and hiking is just a new thing that I wasn't able to do before, and now I just love it.
Isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
And it does so much good for you.
Oh yeah, the serotonin you get when you reach the peaks and just it's awesome.
Hell yeah, dude.
I know what you mean there. I've been walking
I always tell
my
people it's
dog
like
a bitch.
you want, yeah, it's like you want to know the cure to your problems. Just go exercise every day. Do something like for like 30 minutes every day.
Yep.
You just do that for like months on end. Just keep doing it, making it a part of your life. Here's everything.
No,
Absolutely.
I'm trying.
Hey, is Sven awake? Is Sven awake, dude? Let's see some Sven cam.
He's totally passed out right now.
Aww.
He's like fucking.
Ah, Sven is a good dog.
I do try and walk with him like 10 miles a day. So.
10 miles a day? What the fuck are you
I
kidding,
want to
dude?
lose weight as well, you know. Biscuit is
10 miles a day, my ass.
Well,
He's dropping
fucking
these
crazy.
pounds like a bitch, and I'm like, still a fat fuck. So
Well,
I need to,
It's a lifestyle change. That's what people don't get.
The
Biscuit
secret
gets it.
the secret is that you can't exercise the calories away, so you don't eat the calories.
yeah, well, in my
Well, you
case,
can
for
exercise them away.
You can, but it's less
We'll
work
take them
if you
in.
don't eat
You don't
them.
have
I just have 1,200 calories a day. That's it.
Oh, damn. That's like a banana
That's
and.
No, I eat absolutely loads. I've just started a vegetable patch in my garden.
Oh yeah, I did that too, dude. It's awesome.
Shit.
I've got
Yeah,
I've got rocket or arugula in America, butterhead lettuce.
Arugula?
Yeah, that's what they call it over there, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, green leafy
You got-
stuff.
Yeah.
Do you guys have fireflies over there?
No, we don't, unfortunately.
Oh, I saw that smoke, Steve. That was a good video, and I had like something typed out, and then I like passed out or something.
Do you have them, Aphid? Do you have them, dude?
Oh hell yeah, yeah. And they get to a peak every year, and we're like
right now here, it's fucking firing.
It's not.
Dude.
I don't. I think it already happened here, and we call it the lightning bug party.
It happened here, dude. I'm not kidding you. And then we got a shitload of rain like over the last 2 weeks, and they woke back up, dude. It's incredible. Like
Yeah, we
they're
were
like-
shooting fireworks off the other night, and they were everywhere in our yard.
Okay, so
They were
the
just-
Americans get them, but you Brits have never seen a firefly?
Never.
Really?
Well, I
Oh,
have, but
man,
not in
they're
this
so
one.
Awesome.
cool.
But I'll take never
They're all
seeing.
going off. They're all these green
I'll
lights
take.
in the air.
I'll take
yeah,
never.
yeah.
I'll take never seeing a firefly to all the other critters you've got over there that are dangerous and deadly.
We have
I
deadly
put a
critters.
video.
I mean,
I put a
they're not
video
as
on
bad
the
as
Discord,
Australia.
Biscuit.
We're not Australia, you know.
I know, but you've still got deadly critters.
We have ticks.
What deadly?
Well,
yeah, we do got ticks.
We've got ticks.
Well,
Unfortunately,
you have
Even
loads
here
of
in New England,
mosquitoes. Don't
we
you
have,
mosquitoes over there.
Yeah, but here in New England, even we have poisonous rattlesnakes, eastern diamondbacks.
the
Yeah.
worst
They're the
snake we
mountain
have
stuff.
are adders.
The worst thing we have is badgers.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, yeah.
Not
They
to bring this
yards. They
not to
cunts.
bring the show down, and I apologize to the ladies, but I had a tick on my ball sack a couple months ago. It was horrible.
Yeah,
Have you been tested for Lyme disease?
the tick
No.
was. Yeah,
I had-
Have you been rubbing
we
cream
tried killing it. Nothing would kill it, but once it got enough of my blood, it was like keeled over.
Aphid, I bet it looked huge in comparison.
I was
No,
about
actually,
to
it
say
was
that's,
so small.
That's called your wife, Aphid.
I know. I had to have the
I'm okay
assistance
with you.
of. I had to have the assistance of the missus to help me out. You know.
Oh, no
Was
kidding,
it-
huh?
She was like convinced it wasn't. She thought it was the ingrown hair. She's like,
Yeah,
when I
let's face it, the poor woman was running away at the first fucking suggestion, bro.
No, she was loving the fact your dick was getting bigger.
it was, no,
Yeah,
No, I swear to
Nah,
God.
it's ingrown hair, no.
yeah,
She
no.
was
I mean, what are
like-
you gonna do? I mean, she had to help me out with that situation. You know.
you sounds like it was a deer tick.
It was so goddamn small, man. It was so small.
That's a deer tick.
Oh,
bad
that's
ones,
what
though.
she said.
And
Small ones are
she
the ones
used
with
her.
Lyme
She used.
disease.
Yeah, I know. That's what.
Those are the ones
I
that
was worried
transmit
about.
Lyme disease, right?
It actually was a deer tick because it's got the marking on the center of its back or whatever.
Yes, yes.
Because I had another one.
yeah,
one.
yeah, that big D.
She finally she killed it. Because I got the next day I was like, she's like, it's not it's an ingrown. She was convinced because it was so small, and you know we're like getting old and like it's hard enough to see like this size print on anything, you know.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about something that is like so super small, man, and half of it's embedded into my.
You don't have
That's
to
crazy,
keep
dude.
referring to your penis.
That's so hilarious because I just cut my grass because I found a tick on my kid, a big one on his back. And it was fucking-
That's
I
a
flicked it off
dog
and
tick
I'm like,
or a
"Fuck."
wood tick. Those are okay.
Yeah, I'm like I
you
flicked
leave
it
them
off.
on
I'm like,
there.
damn it. But I cut the yard
get a
today. And I
pet.
kept like checking myself. I'm like, oh shit. And I checked my balls and everything. I'm like, oh
Yeah.
man.
It's the funny thing. The little ones are the one that
then
hurt
you
more.
went out to, and then you went to help your son out. Like, okay.
Yeah, no,
I thought.
I freaked out a little bit. I'm like, oh shit, there's ticks everywhere.
Yeah,
Have
I
you
thought
guys
I
noticed
got.
more?
Ticks creep me the fuck out, man. I don't like them at all.
Have you guys noticed more mosquitoes this year? I feel like I have.
Yeah, there's
Man, we
more
got so
mosquitoes
many
this year.
mosquitoes here.
Not me, 'cause I don't know.
Oh man, in St. Louis it's so humid, and we got like just a billion.
Yeah,
Like,
my
seriously,
lady
mosquito
paid
problem.
like $40 for this fucking thing that like hangs out in some little buckets.
Is it an electric thing?
No, it's
Because we got
it's
one of those
fucking
stupid electric things.
Well, I'll tell you this much. It's
Oh no, it's
suck-
not electric. It's like you have to
That
light it, I
zap
think, or
them.
something.
Yeah, like dangles, blue light. Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing with mosquitoes, and this is a scientific fact. They're only attracted to carbon dioxide. They have no trigger for light. And so that's only a coincidence if they happen to fly into that. The things you want are carbon dioxide generators to kill mosquitoes.
That's
But what
this
about
thing
global
is.
warming?
That sounds really healthy.
What
Yes.
about global warming?
Let's get a
it says?
carbon dioxide.
It
fan
doesn't need to
right
be a
next
lot,
to our
just-
bed.
I know, I'm kidding.
It's as much as a human would exhale times like 3.
Yeah.
That'll get them all going right there.
Have you guys heard of the West Nile virus?
I have.
I've heard of it.
It's like the United States pussy version of malaria.
Right. You don't
And,
want
like,
it.
And no, you don't. But like every year, or not every year. The years that are bad, there'll be like less than 10 people that die of the West Nile virus. But like everybody is freaking out over the West
Right.
Nile virus. I
I got another one for you. Hey, how about Triple E?
don't
What's
know.
that?
Was he a wrestler?
No. It's like equine encephalitis. I don't know what the third
Okay.
E is, but it's another. Here in Massachusetts, we had like 3. There was Triple E, there was the one you just named, and now we have malaria. Like malaria.
Oh, I
is
heard we
actually-
did have a case of malaria over here. Yeah.
We got them all, baby.
Was it caught in Massachusetts, or was some malaria-ridden immigrant found their way in?
No,
Really? Immigrant? Wow, jeez.
What
Yeah,
did
it
I
wasn't
say?
like that. It wasn't that kind of an incident. It was here. Like it was. I can't remember
Yeah.
what happened.
I think there was a malaria-ridden immigrant, as Last Dance just said.
Oh, is it an immigrant?
Did I say it wrong?
Hey guys, I think
like-
I'm gonna go crash.
Oh, it's great having you,
man,
John
sorry.
Tech.
But it was good hanging out with you all. I had fun.
Take it easy.
Hopefully I'm gonna try and come next week. So thanks a
All
lot
right,
for
good
having
seeing
me.
All right.
Appreciate
Hey,
it.
let's all maybe I can like raid on your stream sometimes with all these guys and be like,
Yeah, for sure. You guys should come over and come on, because I do something similar on Thursdays. So
Oh, is it on like your Discord thing?
yeah, come to Discord if you guys
No,
want.
but is it like a YouTube thing?
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Sometimes, but this last Thursday,
I just recorded it.
Drone, it was kind of
I
a
feel
shit
like I
show.
got-
We were all over the place. It was like,
Yeah, I
Yeah.
might start. Yeah. I have an idea of just like recording it and then making videos of it later. I may do that too, but either way, if you guys want to come over and just hang out and talk over there, you're welcome.
all right.
I saw you
Sounds
interviewing some like super liberal dude, or 2 of them, I think.
good. Liberal Cluck, maybe.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Liberal
it
Club and,
might have been. I don't know.
yeah,
But it
I
was
like
something-
getting other.
Smoke
I just
Steve was like,
challenge-
"Hey, you guys, come on over and check this out." So I went over there. I don't know if it was on YouTube or what it was.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
trying.
I like
I
challenging.
I can't remember.
views
I
and
can't remember
talking
what you're
different
talking about
things.
either.
I'm trying to generate interest, crossover different worlds. You know.
Yeah, I'd like to get people over to you too, because I like this. I like coming over here just because it's just not stressful.
There
You know,
you
I've
go.
been,
Right.
I've been in debates with Destiny, which were high stress. You know, I don't like that.
We're just
That's
sitting at a
exactly right.
we're just sitting at a pub over here.
We're just having a good time.
I want to do that over there. So yeah, I like it. I like what you guys got going over here. I would like to funnel viewers over to you guys, so I will try to do that.
Sounds
All
good.
right, buddy. Thank you, man.
Take it easy.
That's nice of you. Take care, Drone.
All right,
Good night,
have a
dude.
good night, guys.
Night, drone.
All right.
It's
Later,
been fun
dude.
talking to you, dude.
Biscuit, glad to see what you've been doing, man. Keep it
Cheers.
up.
Yeah, he's
Cheers,
the
man.
Biscuit rolls.
It's nice meeting you.
He's
Right.
got less
Nice
of those
meeting you.
rolls.
Yeah, not so much.
Random,
Dude.
goon,
Yeah.
and good seeing you again. Last dance.
All right, take it easy, John Tech.
Later.
Peace.
He mentioned everybody with me.
Salty.
Totally
I'm
dissed
just
you,
kidding.
bro. Totally
boy.
dissed you.
Boo!
The soul.
That was
David Lip.
funny as hell. That was
I have
funny.
I have a memory of something called St. Louis encephalitis. Does that sound something like a thing, or am I
What is it?
conjuring? I think it's a mosquito-borne disease called St. Louis encephalitis, and it could be fatal.
No,
but
man.
I don't know. You know,
Jesus.
Nasty.
you're right.
I mean, have you
I
have you
would think
been
you'd
here?
be the expert.
If anything was named after this place, whoo, it can't be good. We got this latest thing. These kids, it's all like underage kids. You all right?
Got bats.
That fucking mosquito just landed on me, yo. I'm trying
Dang,
to
he heard us
eliminate it.
talking
Oh,
about
he's
him.
got that encephalitis.
Your head's looking a little swollen.
Well,
So,
that's because I retain liquid from all the alcohol that I drink.
Fuck me, that was so funny.
There's so many like
chest like fucking Tarzan or something.
Yeah, dude, I heard the thumps. I heard the thumps. Yes, continue, Aphid.
there's so many cameras now. You know, you can hardly do anything without getting caught on some camera. So pretty much every morning, like the big thing now is they're showing these clips of these kids all across St. Louis with they look like machine guns. I don't know what they are. I'm not like a gun expert.
No, it's not a machine gun.
I'm telling you, like Uzis and stuff is what some of these kids look like they're carrying.
Yeah. Those would be Tech 9s,
Tech
Mac
9?
10.
Maybe that's what
Mac
they are.
10. Mac 10 is
All
another
right.
nice one.
But like, there's so much footage lately of kids, like especially when the 4th of July happened. There was so much footage of people walking around, like holding their, like seriously looking like military weaponry up in the air and stuff. Just
freaky, dude.
It's just crazy,
Yeah,
like how sketchy downtown St. Louis. Like, do not, whatever you do if you're driving through this area, do not go downtown St. Louis, especially after the sun sets. But any time of day, it's so dangerous here.
I've always thought, and you know, I know this sounds
Well,
psychotic and crazy, but like, don't you always think like, if you're gonna shoot somebody, shoot them on the 3rd or the 4th of July? Right?
Yeah, you'll get away with it.
Nobody's gonna recognize it as a gunshot.
Tell me somebody who's got murder in his mind is gonna be that patient.
A hitman.
I only work on the 4th of July.
You guys
No,
really
somebody
selling
comes
the
at-
idea of me visiting America again. Yeah. No,
Somebody comes
that's
with a
good.
contract on like June 23rd and says, I want this person shot and killed. Then you're like, yeah, I'll take care of it on the 3rd or the 4th. I'll follow them.
At night.
There was a shooting.
Sorry, I can't do it on the 4th. I'm on holiday.
There was a shooting in my town, well now city, about 3 weeks ago, and the only casualty was a couple of cars.
Oh my god! Dude. Like, I think there's multiple. Like tonight, I'm sure multiple people have died in St. Louis.
Wow.
That's just how bad it is. It's so bad, man. It's unbelievable.
It was
You wake
some
up in the morning here.
It was some yobbos with a rifle, and they were riding Sauron electric motorbikes, and they just went round Balby shooting cars. I don't know why. It's stupid.
We had a shooting in South Baltimore about a week or two ago.
Stupid, isn't it, bro?
In which
fucking
30
stupid,
people
mate.
were shot at a block party.
Oh my! Yeah, I saw that.
30?
Baltimore.
30 people were shot in this South Baltimore. Really about not very far from where I live.
So
30 people.
That's
They
terrible.
probably
Baltimore ain't no walk in the park, dude. Baltimore is like I think it's close to second to St. Louis.
Right. Exactly.
Baltimore, I didn't realize how bad. Just growing up, I never thought of Baltimore as being like so bad, but it's bad there.
Ew. Sounds horrendous.
Oh, speaking of crime, Last Dance, there's something I need to ask you, and
Yeah,
it was
crime.
in my brain to get it on you, and it's the end of the night, and if I don't do it now, it probably won't happen. So we're going to Chicago in a couple weeks over the weekend, just a little weekend trip.
Shut down.
And we're staying in the Congress Hotel. You've heard of it probably before.
It's like downtown.
Yeah, it's the haunted one.
Yeah.
But it was so cheap, like we couldn't pass it up. And it's like we got waterfront view. But
Right.
do you know where it's at by any chance?
I do not. Might be
It's
on
right across the
Congress
street
and
from-
Michigan.
Do you know where that? It's on Michigan Avenue. Do you know where
And
the
Congress.
big fountain is? The
Yeah,
fountain is
it's Buckingham.
Okay, it's
Fountain
okay.
or something.
That's right. It faces that
Yeah.
for the most part. So is that like at night on the weekend? Because I know downtown is like, you know.
Oh no, you don't want to go out at night.
Yeah, so we were gonna walk. We were gonna walk everywhere. So I was saying at night we should probably take an Uber back to the hotel because it's probably not a
Absolutely.
good area to be. Okay,
No,
good.
it's not a good area.
Yeah, I've been to that part of Chicago too.
Wait,
You
wait,
want
take
to you
your
want to
family
get
on holiday, aphids. Take it to the worst part of LA.
you want to get back into the hotel lobby as quickly as possible.
Well, that's why I told them we'll leave because we got the parking is unbelievable downtown Chicago. I don't need to tell Last Dance, but it's 70 average $75 a night, you know, to park your car there, and the hotels don't cover that. You know, you're on your own basically when it comes to that, and so we're gonna have to if we leave, we got to pay another $75. So, you know, it starts adding up. You know, so so we're not gonna leave. You know, we're just gonna take public transportation and everything. And but at night, I said, I think in the daytime it's probably, you know, that area is probably fine. You know, we don't need to worry about it too much.
Normally is, yeah.
Yeah, but at night, I said when we come home, we should probably get dropped off right at the front door and just walk in. Awesome.
Yeah, and if
That's
you leave all your
that's what I needed to know.
CDs in your car, people who might nick your stereo will be like, "Ah, no, he's into shit music. Nah, it'll be fine."
Well, it's not that's because our car's gonna be parked in the parking garage, and actually we're taking my mother-in-law's because our vehicles it would cost like 3 times as much to drive to Chicago. So we're gonna
gas.
yeah, we're gonna gotta get premium, and it's like 13 miles a gallon. I mean it's crazy driving distance in a car like that. So we're borrowing her Jetta that gets real good gas mileage. But anyway, we're gonna leave that parked in the parking garage the whole time, and use public transportation. Is there any public transportation that we should avoid? Because I was thinking most of the videos we've watched said that we've never been on the public transportation there, so I don't know. I've been to New York.
My knowledge is 40 years old, but I'd say the rules on public transportation when I was growing up were, it doesn't matter what you take, just don't look people in the eye.
Well, yeah.
So you can get on anything, but don't look anybody in the eye.
Right. I'm familiar with being around sketchy people.
Okay, it's the same.
Could probably kill
rule.
me at any time.
It's the same rules.
Sounds like the same rules as London's Underground. To be honest.
Right.
It's the same rules as you would use in, like the gorilla cage at the zoo.
Don't look
if there is no glass separating you.
Exactly. If you're on the inside with the gorillas.
Right.
And just to let Mr. Kilsey one know, I am not wearing a thong.
I think that's
he's disappointed.
Can you prove that to us, Steve? Now on screen.
Well, I mean, it would result in me showing my. What? How would I?
I'll say that I believe you.
All right.
I'm not convinced. I want to see.
I'm not showing.
Before I completely abandon my Chicago trip to Last Dance, because it's nice having so awesome to have a venue like this where you can talk to people all over the world.
Venue away.
Somebody with the knowledge that I would like to pick away. So we've been up to Chicago many times, or not with my son. One time, just a couple years ago, but he loved it so much he really wants to go back because it's kind of like a little New York. It really is. I mean,
yeah, sure.
I've been to New York. He's been to New York, and it's we don't want to go all that way. But anyway, so we're gonna go to the Lincoln Park Zoo because we're gonna do stuff that we've already done all the big museums and stuff like that. The City Pass. We got that. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that river. Well, the river walk. I don't think it was there when you lived there. So
no, it wasn't.
And then Navy Pier, which I've been to the Navy Pier, and I know all about. And you probably thought the Navy Pier was stupid because it's more of a touristy type thing.
It wasn't a thing when I was growing up there. It existed.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really? It wasn't like they didn't have like all the touristy shit on there.
No.
That's interesting.
Sounds lame.
Yeah, right, Steve.
Well, Saturday nights they shoot off fireworks, and my son just loves the movie Forrest Gump. So as lame as it must sound, we're gonna go to the Bubba Gump Shrimp. You know, I wouldn't choose that place. We're going to Chicago, and we're gonna go to a chain restaurant, but we don't have a Bubba Gump Shrimp.
Kids get the rule.
Yeah, we're gonna get some pizza and hot dogs. You know, while we're up there, so we'll cover the bases.
There you go.
Yeah, don't count on the shrimp because that shrimp could be sketchy as hell.
I know, man.
Ain't no shrimp in Chicago.
Wait to try and spoil somebody's holiday. Yeah, that shit might.
No, Aphid's right on it. He says we'll get some shrimp, hot dogs, and hamburgers. Like don't rely on the shrimp. That shrimp could be sketchy.
No,
we never know with shrimp.
The deep dish pizza. That's what we're doing.
Oh yeah, deep dish.
Them little shrimps, they be sketchy, bro. Like, yeah, no, we fine, bro. Nah.
I've never had proper deep dish Chicago pizza.
It's good, man. We had it. I'm sure last time. Well, yeah, Last Dance wasn't always a pussy vegan. Sorry about that, Last Dance.
I haven't had
That's okay.
I haven't had pizza in a year and a half.
I think deep pan pizza is a fucking travesty to pizzas. To be honest. There's too much bread. That's not what you buy a pizza for.
No, you're right in one sense, and in another sense, you're wrong. It's
for all the nice toppings that you can put on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, like
why would you want a thick ass piece of bread?
It's akin to putting all those toppings on top of a baguette and putting it in an oven.
Right. Yeah.
It's almost more of a pasta than it is a pizza.
What?
There's no pasta.
Deep dish.
Explain yourself.
Because it's got so much tomato sauce. You know, it's more like a pasta where the focus is on the tomato sauce than.
No, it's so
you might be right. I love the tomato sauce part of it.
It's so.
It's so thick.
Yeah.
But like the tomato sauce to crust ratio is way in the tomato sauce's favor when you eat a deep dish. More like a pasta is.
I mean, it differs depending on the recipe, but yeah, you're right. That's what I like.
Over here, our deep dish is the same on the top. It's just a big, thick chunk of pizza dough.
Oh no! In Chicago, it's thick dough, but then it's like 2 inches of pizza sauce on top of it,
and
then cheese on top of that.
Thin crust with 2 inches of
2 inches? What kind of fucking crazy pizza is this?
I have no idea, but I'm going with aphid sizing here. So,
I mean, for me, the real treat was stuffed pizza.
Ooh.
No,
I mean, I love deep dish pizza too. Limonada's had the best.
Why don't they make a pizza that's thin on the bottom with high sides, then put all your sauce and your toppings on?
I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what stuffed pizza basically has 2 crusts. It's a bottom crust, and then you put a bunch of cheese in the middle, and then there's a top crust, and you put more cheese and sauce on top.
In America or something like that.
Isn't that a calzone?
No, it's
not a
calzone. Calzone is like it's.
That's what Last Dance just described.
No.
The dough, then the toppings, then dough.
This is like a double-decker pizza.
Double decadence. That's what they call them.
Yeah, a calzone is what he's saying, but it's self-contained.
Yeah.
Individual serving.
Yeah. Calzone is you take a pizza and then you roll it up.
Exactly.
Or seal the ends of it.
Like we call a pasty.
Pretty much. Pretty much a pasta. It's a little bigger.
God. I understand why Americans are so fat now. I would have no chance in America. I'd be eating all that shit. No, we just have pizza, where it's like, a circular thing with stuff on the top of it. We don't roll it up and fold it in half.
We have stuffed crust, like they put mozzarella in the edge.
Oh
yeah. They have that.
That's another thing
I mean,
too.
Yep.
hot dog.
They have like pretzel crust pizza. They got all kinds of different pizzas over here.
See, they go even further with it.
I know, right? It's like carb city, isn't it? It's all carbs.
And then they're going, we put pretzels.
Well, there's
in
going to be.
this,
They could put
fucking
sausage in it if that's what you
candy in
like.
this. Oh, we'll put anything in there. My friend, we put
That used to be the default pizza when I was growing up. Sausage pizza.
Hey,
you
you
didn't-
want Lucky Charms in your pizza crust? We put Lucky Charms in your pizza crust.
At least where I grew up, it wasn't pepperoni. It wasn't just cheese. It was sausage pizza. That was the default.
Sausage pizza. Oh, I'll give you a sausage pizza.
Yeah, I'm sure you would. I was blissfully ignorant when I was growing up about such things.
Is it the same sausage you use for your biscuits and gravy?
What would we lose?
Smokesteve. I was gonna say he was like so ready. He was looking. You could tell just looking at him. He was searching for that time where he could jump in and say he was leaving.
This kind of reminds me of a tree that's getting slowly cut down, and it's gonna fall over. Why,
he couldn't
bud?
find it, and finally he was just like, I'm just gonna.
Oh, he's back. I should add him back. There he is. Oh.
Yeah. Steve!
You're back.
Look, Steve.
Why'd you fall off?
I'm just working around here with the comments and shit, dude. I hit a key and things happen.
Oh, it was an accident. That's fine.
Just checking things out, man.
Did Steve play a song at the start of the stream?
He did.
Yeah.
I missed it. I was cooking brats, so I'm not gonna apologize.
I was checking out them Z's at that time.
Shall we call this baby over, or do you guys want to cover?
Yeah,
more
I'm
stuff?
taking off.
I was just going to say it's a good time for me to say goodbye, say goodnight.
All right,
thanks, Smokesteve. You're the best.
Great pub, Smokesteve.
Love you, Steve.
Good seeing you all, guys.
Yeah, good seeing you, Biscuit. And you too, good.
What a pub! You guys are all rock stars, and I also want to single out Lee. Lee was here for a lot of it.
Lee.
Yeah.
Lee's the man.
Lee's great, and everyone in the chat, Mr. Kill, and everyone else. Cup of tea, and of course, White.
Here he is. Look.
Oh, Mr. Kill.
Look at this fucker. Look at this fucker. All right, what's up, Killer? How you doing, dog? He's the man.
Well, you're getting in at the very, very end here because we're ready to head home.
Hello, guys. Yeah, no, what's it? Sorry, just move that tape.
No problem.
Yeah, I know. What's it? At least I'll get to say good night, guys. Good show.
Thank
Why
you,
is
man.
there a shadow about to kill you?
What's that
Mr. Kill?
sneaking in there?
It looks like it's got a claw.
That's what I'm thinking.
Actually, it was going at him. It was.
Corner, like,
Should we call 911 or 999? I guess.
What the hell was that thing?
I think
That
it was a piece
awesome.
of. I think it was a piece of paper. Like, was it a piece of paper? Like leaning over the camera.
It was a piece of tape that was over the camera that I
There.
Is
picked
his
up.
wife? No, come back to bed.
Robo-wife. All right. Good night, guys.
Good night, everyone.
Take it easy.
Well, good morning, everyone. Should I say? I'm up now.
Oh, yeah. Godspeed, you fuckers.
Yeah, it was awesome. Good times, buddy. Later.